To be here. It's truly moving. I'm crying this morning some, and that's good. It means maybe you guys will get my heart instead of my head. I hope so. That's my hope. I like to open the meetings that I chair with a quotation from Lois Wilson. She was co-founder of Al-Anon, as probably most of you know. She was married to Bill. And she was asked one time what she did in the moment of silence before the serenity prayer, and she said, I invite God to the meeting. It's not that I don't believe God's here. I do believe that. But I get a special gift when I acknowledge the presence, is what I call it. And so in a couple of minutes, I'm going to ask for a moment of silence. And I'm going to ask everybody here, if you would please, to invite your God or to acknowledge the presence of your God. And ask that this room be filled with love and that we all be blessed with open hearts. That you would hear through yours and me, that I would speak through it, or even a better case, that God would speak through it. We speak in recovery about the language of the heart. And I'm learning to lay down the language of the gutter. I find them to be different. And it may be that there's someone here who does not have a God, or you have one you're afraid of, or something's not working for you. If you happen to be that way, I'd like to invite you to borrow my God for this time we're together this morning. You can address him as the God of Scott's limited understanding. You just go ahead and get off on the right foot. And we're going to talk about that a little bit here in a few minutes. And I recommend him highly. He's been keeping me sober for what I think of as a very long time, and he has a great sense of humor. And if you don't think so, look around the room. I think we're pretty funny, don't you? Good. Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to have a few moments of silence and each in our own way acknowledge the presence of the great good, and then we'll do the serenity prayer. Serenity prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Okay, a couple of housekeeping details first. I'm a former smoker, so I know what it's like. We will take breaks every hour to hour and 10 minutes. So that, because I usually start vibrating about an hour back when I was smoking. So I won't stretch it too far. Also, if you have a cell phone or a pager with you, if you'd please get it out right now. Please, come on. Humor me. Get it out. Open it up and have a look. I'd like to offer you three options. You may set it on vibrate. You may turn it off. Or set it on stun. Okay? And I really don't care which. Okay? Thank you very much. And I'd like to say that we're here this morning to do a book study combination, big book step study, which is really, I guess, redundant. And I'd like to tell you that I do not consider myself to be an expert. I am a student of this. I'm merely here to share my experience with this work. It may be that I'll say some things that some people disagree with. I will look forward to hearing from you, which would be different from talking to you. All right? I learn things that way. So if you disagree with something I've had to say, I will look forward to learning from you. Please bring it to me. I would also like to put in a plug. I know it's popular at a lot of conferences for AA members not to hear the Al-Anon speaker. I'm married to the Al-Anon speaker, and she's one of the finest there is. And although you may not relate to the first half of her talk, she will give you things about recovery in the second half of her talk that you'll take home and start using and have the people you sponsor start using. I guarantee it. Don't miss this one. Okay, and so that's the end of the commercial. We're going to begin. I thought it would be good to begin with a description, as the big book does. We don't seem to have a definition of alcoholism or alcoholic, but we have some descriptions. And what I'm going to do is to flip around in the big book. I'm working out of a 4th edition, and on Roman numeral 30, which if you happen to be from my home group, that's XXX, in the doctor's opinion, near the bottom of the page, it says, all these and many others have one symptom in common. They cannot start drinking without developing the phenomenon of craving. This phenomenon, as we have suggested, may be the manifestation of an allergy which differentiates these people and sets them apart as a distinct entity. Page 21 in the text, in the story, in There is a Solution, says, but what about the real alcoholic? He may start off as a moderate drinker. He may or may not become a continuous hard drinker. But at some stage of his drinking career, he begins to lose all control of his liquor consumption once he starts to drink. Page 24 describes this. You probably notice italics at my home group. This is squiggly writing. Okay, top of page 24. The fact is that most alcoholics, for reasons yet obscure, have lost the power of choice in drink. Page 30. Therefore, it is not surprising that our drinking careers have been characterized by countless vain attempts to prove we could drink like other people. The idea that somehow, someday, he will control and enjoy his drinking is the great obsession of every abnormal drinker. I could do one or the other. I could either control it or I could enjoy it. I could not do both. And I could not always control it. But I know that I couldn't do both of those at the same time. Page 39. Squiggly writing again. But the actual, someone would close that door might be helpful. But if the actual or potential alcoholic with hardly an exception will be absolutely unable to stop drinking on the basis of self-knowledge. Listen to the power in these words that follow. This is a point we wish to emphasize and re-emphasize, to smash home upon our alcoholic readers that has been revealed to us out of bitter experience. Aren't those powerful words? Powerful words, to smash home. Not going to stop drinking on the basis of self-knowledge. Page 43 at the bottom. Once more, the alcoholic at certain times has no effective mental defense against the first drink. And page 44 is where they got me. It says, in the preceding chapters you have learned something of alcoholism. We hope we have made clear the distinction between the alcoholic and the non-alcoholic. If when you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely, or if when drinking you have little control over the amount you take, you are probably alcoholic. I am probably alcoholic. Because that's my story. I got here with no arrests, married to the same woman 26 years. I hadn't been in a fight since I was 12 years old. I didn't drink in the morning. I didn't drink every day. I didn't get drunk every time I drank. I could quit for weeks or months at a time. Had no DUI. Never been fired from a job. But they got me here. If when you honestly want to, you find you cannot quit entirely. And I used to quit forever every time I puked. Anybody do that? Come on. Huh? Puke? Okay, good. And, or if when drinking you have little control of the amount you take. I'm not going to have a couple should be home early this evening. Wind up driving home drunk at 2 in the morning. Anybody do that? Okay, got drunk by mistake. Just kind of take drunk. That's what it amounted to for me. Okay, and then I think it might be good to define also, because we hear the word used quite a bit, program of recovery, or program. I hear the word program all the time, and I find it actually defined in 2 places in the text. It's on page 59. It's a sentence before the first step where it says, here are the steps we took which are suggested as a program of recovery. It sounds to me, based on that information, that the steps are not part of the program. They are the program. I think all of that other stuff is good and certainly helps, but the program appears to me to be 12 steps. The forward to the 3rd edition, page Roman numeral 22, actually broadens that definition just a little bit, where it says the 12 steps that summarize the program. So that means that the 12 steps I see on the wall, numbered 1 through 12, are a summary. That's the Cliff Notes. Now, I used to slide on the Cliff Notes when I was in school all the time, right? Read the Cliff Notes. I'm just trying to get a C in this class anyway, all right? Well, I'm not trying to get a C in Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm trying to get an A+, because I can't afford to flunk. When I was trying to get a C in an English course, I could afford to flunk. It wasn't going to be that big a deal. I was trying not to. I can't afford to flunk this one. I need to win this one now. So I can't slide on the Cliff Notes. It says the 12 steps that summarize the program trace exactly the same path to recovery that was blazed by the earliest members of Alcoholics Anonymous. Path. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. And so there for me is the definition of the path. Once again, it's the 12 steps. I heard an intentional misread that I loved on the first line of how it works. It said, rarely have we seen a person in jail who has thoroughly followed our path. I think that's right. So we have the definition of the program. It is the 12 steps, long form, in the big book. And that's what I'm going to operate from. Now, we also have, interestingly enough, on Roman numeral 22 in the forward to the 3rd edition, what looks to me like the definition of the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, where at the bottom of the page it says, in spite of the great increase in the size and span of this fellowship, capital F, fellowship, at its core it remains simple and personal. Each day somewhere in the world, Recovery begins when one alcoholic talks with another alcoholic, sharing experience, strength, and hope. What we're doing here this morning is fellowship. It was pointed out to me, I've had the privilege of sitting at the feet of some people that I think are real masters of this thing. And one of them pointed out to me that there's a second fellowship. And it's defined on page 164, and it's different. I'm in the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous when I say I'm in, and nobody can throw me out. Nobody. And I think that's great. There's a second fellowship, and it is the fellowship of the Spirit, described at the bottom of page 164 in the text, where it says, abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Give freely of what you find and join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit. I read that part again and see if it doesn't sound to you, as it sounds to me, like the steps in narrative form. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Well, that's several of the steps. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. That sounds like 4 and 5 and partially 8 and 9. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Certainly that's 8, 9, and 10. Give freely of what you find. That sounds like 12. And join us. Certainly that is 12. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit. So there are entry requirements for the fellowship of the Spirit. For the fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous, the requirement is to walk through the door and say you're a member. That's it. Fellowship of the Spirit looks to me like it has entry requirements, and that looks like the steps in narrative form. I am trying to make a point about the steps, for those of you who are wondering. Page 96 looks to me like it has the definition of sponsorship. It doesn't use the word. But this is in the chapter Working with Others. We've been going on for 3 or 4 pages about a 12-step call, where if someone said they wanted some help, our member visited them, talked about his drinking, listened to them talk about theirs. We laughed a little, we cried a little. Guy said he still wanted it, left him the book. It says, suppose you're now making your second visit to a man. That was the first. And then it says he has read this volume and says he's prepared to go through with the 12 steps of the program of recovery. That looks to me like the definition of someone who's sponsorable. They've read this book, and I love the language, prepared to go through with. Doesn't say he's eager. Huh? We don't see eager that often on the new ones, do we? No. But it says he's prepared to go through with. All right, I'll go through with it. Close enough. We'll take that, okay? Right? Because that's how we got here, right? That's exactly how I got here. All right, so it looks to me like the definition of someone who's sponsorable. They've read the book. They understand the 12 steps of the program. They're prepared to go through with them, all right? And then, for me, it defines sponsor. It says, having had the experience yourself, you can give me much practical advice. What experience? The experience of going through, working, taking, doing the 12 steps, whatever the action verb is. Action verb, the 12 steps. What advice? Advice on how to go through or work or do the 12 steps. Looks to me like that's what sponsorship's about. I also want to talk a little bit about willingness, and this willingness, if my count is any good, is mentioned 36 times in the Roman numerals in the first 164 pages. It's kind of an interesting number, 36 times, important stuff. My sponsor, and I'm telling my story Sunday morning. I'm going to do as little of that as I can at this workshop, but this piece was given to me, the definition of willingness, by a sponsor, when he told me that to sponsor me that I was going to have to do the 12 steps. And I was rigorously honest with him. If you're new or if you're not, I want to recommend you be rigorously honest with your sponsor. And I was honest with him. I said, Jerry, I don't want to do the 12 steps. And he said, that's okay. And I said, good. And he said, long as you do them. I said, Jerry, we're graduates of the same university, and I swear we are not communicating. And he said, we are communicating. That's the definition of willingness. Willingness is when I do what my sponsor says, whether I want to or not. That, for me, is the definition of willingness. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to tell. My immediate past sponsor died 8 years ago, and I got another one, and I asked him, I said, okay, Ice Cream Steve's what we call him. The ice cream man, I said, okay, what are my marching orders? And be careful with me. I'll surrender to you. Don't give me 125 hoping I'll do 100. You give me 100, I'm going to do 100. Because that's what I do. Because I don't know any other way. I got 2 positions. I got wide open, I got down and locked. Right? I don't have any other gears. That's all I got. And wide open's what I do on this one. So I'm going to do what you tell me. So be careful with me. He said, I want you to open and close your days on pages 86 and 87 in the text. I want you going to so many meetings a week. I want you in so many jails and prisons a month. I want you in so many treatment centers a month. And he laid out this thing. And one of the things that he gave me was the exact opposite of what my former sponsor had me doing. Exact opposite. And I had the privilege about a year later, and I didn't say anything to him. I just started doing it. And about a year later, I spoke at a conference in Mississippi, and it was taped, and Steve heard the tape. And I had mentioned that in that particular talk. And he said on the phone to me, he says, I heard that I've got you doing something exact opposite of what Don Roy had you doing. I said, that's right. And he didn't ask me what it was, and I didn't tell him. And I'm not telling you. Okay? Because that's not the point. The point is, that for me is willingness, is I'm prepared to do whatever the man says. Because my disease continues to thrive right up here. And when I commit thoroughly, when I fully surrender to my sponsor, what I've done is I've taken my disease out of the decision-making process as it applies to my recovery. My disease does not have a say-so about my recovery because I'm surrendered to a sponsor. I hope you're twisted enough to understand that. Okay, good. Another concept that I'd like to talk about here is old ideas, and I'm going to start toward the back of the book and work forward on this one. This is on page 143, and this is I'm going to read 4 different places where it says to me the exact same thing. And I like to take concepts and sort of follow them through the book, and that's some of the format that we're going to use today. This is page 143 in the chapter 2, Employers, and it says, though you are providing him with the best possible medical attention, he should understand that he must undergo a change of heart. To get over drinking will require a transformation of thought and attitude. Same concept on page 58 in what we affectionately call How It Works. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil until we let go absolutely. Page 42 in the text, 8 lines from the bottom. But the program of action, though entirely sensible, is pretty drastic. It meant I would have to throw several lifelong conceptions out of the window. Page 27, Roland Hazard has been having this conversation with Carl Jung, and he can't figure out why he can't stay sober. And he's asking Carl Jung, is there no hope at all? Are there no exceptions? And Carl Jung says a number of things. I'm just going to read the pertinent sentence. 2 sentences. He says, they appear to be in the nature of huge emotional displacements and rearrangements. Ideas, emotions, and attitudes which were once the guiding forces of the lives of these men are suddenly cast to one side, and a completely new set of conceptions and motives begin to dominate them. All 4 of those readings appear to me to say exactly the same thing. And what they say is, some of what I know for absolute sure and certain ain't so. It ain't so. Some of what I know for sure ain't so. And I believe that's true for me today. Some of what I know for sure ain't so. And so what I've tried to learn to do is to relax my grip on what I know. Is to think maybe there are other ways. Even as I grab something that's new, and this is just a piece out of my own experience, I began with surrender. And I don't know about you, but my first surrender was in the military sense. That was after the battle and the blood and the screaming and the pain, and that was my screaming, blood, and pain, when I finally surrendered. And I surrendered for a long time. I wake up each morning and I would surrender. And if I had closed my hand on that, if I'd become right about that, if I'd become sure about that, I couldn't have grown from that level. Because about 2 years later, it occurred to me that when I woke up each morning, I didn't surrender because the fight was over. I don't surrender anymore. This morning I volunteered. All right? It's same result, but it comes from a different place. In my own enlightened self-interest, based on my experience, I did not surrender this morning. I invited God in to run my life because it's the best deal I ever had. That's not surrender. It's a different thing. And so had I closed my hand on surrender, I could not have built on it. I have discovered since I began to volunteer in the morning that there's a level above that. And I've had that off and on. And I have at those times actually glimpsed one above that. And I know people that are at this one and maybe some above that. So I try not to close my mind on anything that I've come to know because I'm convinced that the opposite of right is free. There was a guy was a psychiatrist or psychologist, and I'm not sure which, and it may have been both, and also was an ordained minister in one of the fairly mainline faiths, one of the fairly mainline Christian faiths, and he was the chaplain of an insane asylum. And I read a book that he wrote, and he said he asked the inmates one day a single question. He said, would you rather be right or would you rather be free? And overwhelmingly, they said they would rather be right. And do you know, back when I was nuts, I would have rather been right too. And today I would rather be free. And I am convinced that they are opposites. Because when it's okay with me that I make a mistake, then I'm free. And it's not my job to be perfect. And when it's okay with me that you make a mistake, I'm free. If I have a string holding you in line, if you jump out of line, you pull me with you. That's the Al-Anon side of that, is I have to let go of you too. So that's some of the old ideas that I had to let go of. Another one of my old ideas was that I could do this by myself, that self-knowledge was going to do it. Yeah, because I quit forever over 2,000 times. I'm a puker, and and we pukers have a tendency to quit forever. This is page 61 in the text. Is he not a victim of the delusion? A delusion is a false belief. Is he not a victim of the delusion that he can wrest satisfaction and happiness out of this world if he only manages well? The delusion, the false belief is, if I can get what I want, it will make me happy. Gee, I'm a poor observer. I got what I wanted lots of times, and I wasn't happy. And when you were a kid, you wanted a tricycle, didn't you? Didn't you want one? Come on, nod. I know you're out there. Okay. Did you get one? Are you happy? You guys wanted her and your girls wanted him, didn't you? Huh? Didn't you? Huh? Did you get him? Are you happy? Okay. And so what I had to do, I had to give up the idea that happiness was an item, that there was something out there that I could acquire, achieve, or attain that was going to bring me happiness. Because there wasn't, because I had it all. I'm the guy that got here on the long winning streak. I really did. On the physical plane, I had it by the tail, and I was dying. The day before I went into treatment, I couldn't name something I wanted. I couldn't name it on the physical plane. I would have liked for the voices to shut up, or at least go one at a time. That would have been good. But I was still looking for something out there to make me happy. It is my belief, and all of that stuff's gone now. And I'm happy. And I think happiness is a side effect. It's a byproduct of having a healthy relationship with God and with everybody else. And that's at least in part what these steps brought to me. And what, if you haven't done them, I'm convinced will bring to you. I got here and I heard those 9-step promises. And what I wanted to do was to work the promises and hope the steps came true. Seen anybody trying to work the promises? Trying to be that way? That's what I was doing, and take a while to guess how well that worked. There's another concept I'd like to talk about, too. This is page 46. Powerful information on page 46. About halfway down in the middle of a sentence, it says, it was impossible for any of us to fully define or comprehend that power which is God. That thing about God as we understood him really kind of bothered me. I had a problem in the first place with the concept of God's will. Let me try that again. God's will. Oh. Mama, why'd Grandma die? Well, it was God's will. I'm going to get as far away from that as I possibly can. Sounds like a bad deal to me. And I had to take my own concept of what those words, God's will, meant, break it into two pieces. All right, this is just me, okay? Red flags now. This is not out of the book. This is my own concept. All right, so I'll try to warn you when I give you just my experience or opinion. This is what this is. Here's the first piece. What am I going to be when I grow up? Where am I going to live? Who am I going to live with? How much money am I going to make? Do the communists eventually take over the world? What's going to happen to my children? All that stuff. You know, every bit of that violates one day at a time. Every bit of it violates one day at a time. And I think of that whole concept as God's plan. Now, step 1, section B says I'm not in management. Not being in management, I consequently do not need to know what the plan is. All I need is today's marching orders, so I must lay that down. And it leaves me with my own concept of God's will, and I know what it is. I know what God's will is for me today. I drive an automobile. Put your blinker on near me. I'll let you in traffic. Okay? I've got some children. I'm trying to be a good dad. I'm married to a spectacular woman. I act like it all the time. I'm an alcoholic. I have a home group. I've done the 12 steps. I read 2 pages a day in the big book, just 2, beginning on Roman numeral 11 and going through 164. I read the big book 4 times a year that way. Keeps me current in the work. I have the privilege and honor of carrying meetings into jails and prisons. I do some treatment center work. I have a sponsor. I sponsor some guys. I'm a child of God. I pray. I meditate. And I try to walk through my life doing the things I think he'd have me do and not doing the things I don't think he'd have me do today. I try to treat his kids like siblings. I know what God's will is for me, is this day to try to walk in his presence. One of my mentors touched my life deeply a couple of months ago when he said, "It sounds to me like you're still praying to the God that's out there." And that's not it. Wherever I am, God is. The 11th step talks about improving my conscious contact. There's contact all the time, even when I'm not aware of it. I can't go someplace where God isn't, and I believe that includes inside this head. And so this thing is about practicing the presence of God. Presence is always there. It's about my awareness. When I have that awareness, I do good. I still make mistakes. I'll admit that. I still make mistakes. But I'm walking in the presence of God, trying to live what's in this book. I make a much finer quality of mistake than I've ever made before in my life. We got a name for that, right? We call it progress. That's exactly what that is. That's my job. That's my job. I'll talk about that some more. So this page 46 says very clearly that I'm not going to understand God. That's not my job. I think if God were small enough for me to understand, we'd all be in big trouble. What they're saying here, and they go on to the bottom of 46 and 47, talk about the idea that it's not my responsibility to understand God. I very simply don't have to believe what anybody else ever talked to me about. I don't care who they were, ordained by some religion, parent, teacher of some kind. I don't have to believe what anybody ever told me about God. And I try very hard. I do not tamper with the beliefs in God that the men I sponsor have. They and God will work that out just fine if they'll just do this work. That'll work out just fine. I don't tamper with it. Paragraph at the bottom of 46, one of the most powerful in the book for me. Excuse me. Much to our relief, we discovered we did not need to consider another's conception of God. Our own conception, however inadequate, was sufficient to make the approach and to effect a contact with him. As soon as we admitted the possible existence of a creative intelligence, a spirit of the universe underlying the totality of things, as soon as, that means right now, as soon as, we began to be possessed of a new sense of power and direction, provided we took other simple steps. I wonder what steps they're talking about. Other simple steps. Okay. This is powerful. We found that God does not make too hard terms with those who seek him. I'm so glad to hear that. To us, the realm of spirit is broad, roomy, all-inclusive, never exclusive or forbidding to those who earnestly seek. It is open, we believe, to all men. This is page 22 in page 20 in the text, and for me, sometimes what the book does not say is as powerful as what it does. About 8 lines down, it says, if you are an alcoholic who wants to get over it, that's a pretty interesting caveat. You could be an alcoholic who doesn't want to get over it. But if you're one that does want to get over it, you may already be asking, what do I have to do? It is the purpose of this book to answer such questions specifically. We shall tell you what we have done. I'd like to observe what it does not say. It does not say, what do I have to learn will teach you what we know. It does not say, what do I have to understand? We will educate you. It does not say, what do I have to believe? We will give you a new religion. It does not say, what do I have to interpret? We will help you delve deeply and have a wonderful understanding. It says, what do I have to do? We shall tell you what we have done. I want to tell you what I have done. I have gotten a sponsor who has already done the 12 steps out of this book and allowed that sponsor to coach me through doing, and I use these interchangeably, do work, take the 12 steps. Those all say the same thing to me. It's action verb. It's not understand, right, or interpret. It has nothing to do with what I know, but what I do. Always about what I do. A sponsor who's already done the work coached me through this work and changed my life. And now I'm okay. And it's just an astonishing thing. And I'm convinced that everyone who does that stays sober. I'm sober since June of 84. I have not yet seen one single individual work the 12 steps out of this book while being coached by a sponsor who's already done the work and stay active carrying our message and drink again. I've not seen it once in 18 years. Has anybody here seen that? I didn't think so. There's, 50 people in this room? Nobody's seen it. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. Our path is through the 12 steps, doing the work. This is not a crapshoot. This is not some get it, some don't. This is some do it and some don't, in my experience. And I think we're committing murder. I'm stepping out on the limb. Okay, I'm going to be real controversial here. I think we're killing people with this phrase, don't drink and go to meetings. They think that's our program of recovery, and they're dying from that. I'll ask you one simple question. I'll do this in my talk. This is one of the most important things I think I've ever run across. If sitting around with a bunch of other alcoholics talking about our problems is going to get people sober, wouldn't the guys under the Woodland Street Bridge in Nashville, Tennessee be sober right this second? Wouldn't they? You bet they would, because that's what they did last night. Right, so that must not be it. Here are the steps we took. All right, and I'm going to wear that out. Okay, believe me, I am. For those of you who have your books, you might find this a fun exercise. Let's take a look at page 52 in the text. Paragraph begins a little above halfway down the page. We had to ask ourselves why we shouldn't apply to our human problems the same readiness to change our point of view. And if you're new, or even if you're not, if this is how you were when you got here, here's a description. It says we were having trouble with personal relationships. You got that? We couldn't control our emotional natures. Got some of that? We were a prey to misery and depression. We couldn't make a living. We had a feeling of uselessness. I hated that one. We were full of fear. Absolutely. We were unhappy. We couldn't seem to be of real help to other people. Is that how you got here? Okay, keep that page and then flip to 83. Keep that one. Bottom of page 83 in what we refer to as the 9-step promises, it says, if we are painstaking about this phase of our development, we will be amazed before we are halfway through. We're going to know a new freedom and a new happiness. We will not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. We will comprehend the word serenity, and we will know peace. No matter how far down the scale we have gone, we will see how our experience can benefit others. That feeling of uselessness and self-pity will disappear. We will lose interest in selfish things and gain interest in our fellows. Self-seeking will slip away. Our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Fear of people and of economic insecurity will leave us. We will intuitively know how to handle situations which used to baffle us. We will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. Okay, you still got page 52? Got 52? Got 83? Got what's on 52? Want to know what's on 83? Do what's in between. Okay? So the way you get from living on page 52 to living on page 83 is taking the actions prescribed in between. I kind of like that. Wish I'd made that up, but I didn't. Page 30. I got to tell you this. A friend of mine reported this. Somebody, in Nashville, we frequently at meetings read the 9-step promises as part of the opening or the closing. And somebody, by mistake, handed the 9-step promises to a girl that was still in treatment. And, of course, she was as flaky as a bowl of Wheaties. And she starts reading this thing. And she gets to this one point and she says, fear of people and of economic insecurity will level us. Is that a great misread? Oh, that was funny. And he said everybody in the room went like this immediately because they didn't want to embarrass her. You know, if I'd done that, they'd still be laughing. But they said after that meeting they were hanging on each other. They didn't want to hurt that girl's feelings. But page 37 in the book has something kind of interesting, I think. Bill, I think, had a wonderful vocabulary, and he did his best not to be redundant with his words. The concepts are frequently redundant, but the words he tried very hard not to reuse the same word. The word insane, insanity, insanely appears 4 times on page 37. I think he's trying to make a point that I'm nuts. I'm nuts. That's what he's trying to tell me. And I don't know why I had so much trouble getting that, but I sure did. Let's take a look at, I'm going to read and comment on, would you grab me a glass of water, please? Thanks. On page 58, probably the most read and least listened to and understood portion of our book. And I'm going to go through this piece and tell you what I see. Chapter 5, how it works. Rarely have we seen a person fail who has thoroughly followed our path. We already talked about that. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to the simple program. Completely is kind of a large word. Thanks, Tom. Completely give themselves to the simple program. Usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. There are such unfortunates. They are not at fault. Seem to have been born that way. They are naturally incapable of grasping and developing a manner of living which demands rigorous honesty. I have trouble with honesty occasionally. Occasionally the best I can do is lie to him. All right? And I mean that. That's true of me. And what I just demonstrated for you is rigorous honesty. Sometimes that's just the best I can do. I believe if it had meant perfect honesty, it would have said perfect honesty. Doesn't say that. Rigorous means the very best I can do. That means I don't take it lightly. And when I discover I have done something like that, I must go back and repair the damage. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. Their chances are less than average. That's interesting. Less than average means they can make it too. Those two who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders. I got here diagnosed, actually that was before bipolar became popular. I was manic depressive. And they didn't ask me how much booze I was drinking or if I was doing anything else similar. And if they'd asked me how much I was drinking, I would have told them that I have a couple of beers a couple times a week, occasionally a mixed drink, and 2 or 3 times a year I get drunk. And I could have passed the lie detector. I had told that lie so many times I believed it myself. I could not see the truth about it. And that's what this is about. It's the truth about me. Our stories disclose in a general way what we used to be like, what happened, and what we are like now. If you've decided you want what we have, there's that caveat again. If you've decided you want what we have and are willing to go to any length to get it, I think it's really interesting that the book is now going to tell me what that any length is going to be. I hear all kinds of things about what any length is, and I think the book's real specific. It says, then you are ready to take certain steps. I wonder what steps they're talking about. I suppose it's these 12. They're the only ones that seem to be listed in the book. That's the any length. It says that some of these we balked. Who balked at a few steps? Come on, where are you? Oh, okay, right, okay. Those of you who didn't put up your hands didn't understand the question. I know you didn't. We thought we could find an easier, softer way, but we could not. Interestingly enough, if I can't find an easier, softer way than this, this must be the easiest, softest way. How about that? With all the earnestness at our command, we beg of you to be fearless and thorough from the very start. Very start of what? Well, the 12 steps. That's what we're talking about. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas, and the result was nil, which means nothing. That's zero. You spades players, you know that. Until we let go absolutely. Remember that we deal with alcohol, cunning, baffling, powerful. Without help, it is too much for us. That's one of the old ideas that has to go, is that I'm going to be able to beat this by myself. But there is one who has all power. That one is God. May you find him now. What a prayer. May you find him now. Half measures avail us nothing. I'm used to getting 3/4 to 100% for a half measure. Aren't you? And that's what I tried to do all my life. We stood at the turning point. We asked his protection and care with complete abandon. Here's a prayer before step 1. This is the pre-step 1 prayer. Ask his protection and care with complete abandon. And then the definition of the program again. Here are the steps we took, which are suggested as a program of recovery. Before I start on that, I'm going to talk a little bit about my own story for just a second. When I started drinking that first time, I suddenly got taller. Who got taller? Come on. Who got taller? And better looking. Come on. Huh? My pimples fell right off. Right? And fantastic dancer. Huh? Any doubles on the dancer? Oh, yeah. Okay. Expert on many subjects. Did you get smart? Yes. Oh, heavenly days, did I get smart? Yeah. Bulletproof? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tall buildings in a single bound, the whole thing. Yeah. But the biggest thing that it did for me is it made me feel like I was as good as everybody else. I never had the experience before in my life. I became convinced as a very small boy that I was somehow defective. There's something wrong with me that cannot be repaired. And I became an actor. And the act was I pretended to be whoever I thought you wanted me to be. And you is defined as the people immediately in front of me right now, which means I'm a different guy to everybody. And the biggest fear in my life is that people from different parts of my life would be together at the same place at the same time. How would I act? Because I'm an actor all the time. And I got that booze in me that first time. And all of a sudden, we went from, I'm afraid y'all find out who I really am, that I'm defective, and you'll run me off. We went from that to, y'all pretty lucky I'm here. That's what happened to me. Anybody else? Huh? You have that experience? Okay. Yeah. In the doctor's opinion on in the 4th edition on Roman numeral 29, XXIX, it says, unless this person can experience an entire psychic change, there is very little hope of his recovery. Because that's what booze gave me. It gave me an entire psychic change. And that's what I needed if I was going to get over it. So in the summer of 1984, when they recommended that I had better have had my last drink and my last, what I like to refer to in AA meetings as alcohol substitute, what they were saying to me was not lay down your problem. They were saying, lay down your answer. They're saying, put down the only thing that has ever made your life work, the only thing that ever made your skin fit, the only thing that ever made you as good as everybody else, the only thing that ever gave you the hope to just carry on. Lay that down. What an order. What an order. And when I'm asked to lay down my only answer, I am without an answer. That's why don't drink and go to meetings is killing people, because it laid down the old answer. What I needed was a new answer. And the new answer had to be at least as good as the old answer. Had to be. And what I needed, I could go for periods of time. Matter of fact, I could quit forever. I quit forever several thousand times. And as you know, forever runs anywhere from 20 minutes to about 3 weeks. The earth people are confused about this forever. But it's a non-specific, less than a month period of time, as you know. Right? Okay. And so what I needed was to become the kind of guy who not only doesn't drink, but also isn't thirsty. That was the piece that I needed. I could not drink for a while, but I couldn't face life thirsty. Page 60, first line, step 12, for me the most powerful promise in the book. It says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result. It doesn't say a result. I hear it read that way all the time in meetings. It's not what it says. A is one of several or many. The is singular. We promise one result is a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. It is my experience that spiritually awakened people not only don't drink beverage alcohol, they are also not thirsty for it. That craving is gone. I had my last one in December of 84. I remember it very clearly. I know when it left. I know when it left. I know when the last one showed up, when that last craving came. I want to talk about spiritual awakening, and once again, this is my experience, okay? There was a moment this morning when I was asleep, and the very next moment I was awake. But 3 seconds later, I was more awake. And when my feet hit the floor, I was more awake. And when I stepped out of the shower, I was more awake. The spiritual awakening, I believe, is a continuing process like that. The other piece of spiritual awakening is for me that I awakened to two other presences. One was the presence of the real me, not this act I've been all my life. Because when I got here, I've been acting so long, I didn't have any idea who I was. I had not a clue who stood behind the last mask. And it was my belief that this loving, wondrous God was not having a bad day in the middle of a long losing streak when he came up with me or any of you. Didn't happen that way. Didn't happen that way. And I didn't know anything about myself, except I knew that this act that I'd been doing was not working, and I was going to have to lay it down. And it has been this journey through the steps that has actually introduced myself to the real me. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. I said people are terrified by the fourth step. I think the fourth step is one of the easiest things that you'll ever do, and I'm going to prove that to you this morning, or probably be this afternoon by the time we get into that. Fourth step is very, very easy. It's kind of long. It's very, very easy. There are no surprises in the fourth step. There will be nothing in your fourth step you don't already know. Okay? No reason to be afraid of that. Okay? I think the other important piece, and this was the one that helped me so much, is all that garbage in my fourth step is not who I am. It is not. That's who I am not. Because if that's who I am, I'm still out there doing it. It doesn't make me sick in my stomach to think about some of it. So that must be who I'm not. And what you teach me here is how to receive the forgiveness for doing who I'm not, and how to stop doing who I'm not. And who I really am will just kind of emerge from the ashes like the phoenix. And I hate to be poetic, but that is precisely what happens here. That is what this whole thing is about me to quit being who I'm not. Because I'm one of God's kids. And God's kids don't do some of the kinds of things that I did. And we're going to talk about some of that when we get a little bit further along. So I needed, if I'm going to lay down the old answer, I need a new answer. And the new answer is I must be transformed. I must have a transformation of thought. That's what it said on page 143. I've got to lay down my old ideas. Now, I got here suffering from what I call the John Wayne syndrome. Recognize it? At age 11, I got this mental image of what a man was, and I pretended to be that for the next 30 years. And it was things like pull yourself up by your bootstraps. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Never apologize. It's a sign of weakness. Big boys don't cry. Never give up. Get what you want. It'll make you happy. Never ask a stupid question. Never let them see your weakness. Never ask for help. Never surrender, no matter what. Sound familiar? And that's the act I was doing. The truth is, I was none of that. But that was the act I was doing. And the act ain't going to get sober, in my opinion. I haven't seen anybody's act get sober. Because I had to quit being the act and start being real. And I didn't know how to do it. But I knew you were doing that. And you convinced me that if I would do these things that you would lay out, that would happen for me. And that's been my experience with it. Because the act isn't genuine. For those of you who are wondering, they do rewrite the big book. They come sneaking into your bedroom at night and stick something in that page that wasn't there before. Huh? Okay, well, I know I got a friend at General Service, and they told me, yes, they actually do that. They have people that sneak around and do that. And they recently rewrote page 164, for those of you who may not have picked it up. It says, still you may say, but I will not have the benefit of contact with you who write this book. We cannot be sure. God will determine that. So you must remember that your real reliance is always upon Him. Here it comes. He will show you how to create the fellowship you crave. That's the part they just wrote. They just added that maybe about 6 months ago. I'm sure, because I've read this a lot, and it wasn't there before. The fellowship you crave. I did not know that. What I craved was fellowship. I craved fellowship. And I couldn't have it because the act can't have fellowship. And I was stationed in Thailand in 1969 and 70, flying a very highly classified mission. I had a flight crew that were all volunteers, and they volunteered to fly with me. I had a co-pilot, I had a navigator, and a flight engineer. We were a unit. And any one of those guys could have gotten off of my crew by walking into the colonel's office on any given day and saying, I'd like to ride with somebody else. And they would have changed them that day. And there were men lined up to take those 3 positions to ride on my airplane. And I never felt like I belonged. I never felt like I belonged, ever. I never felt like I was one of them. Because the act can't participate in fellowship. Because I can do the act and I get to hang out with you, and it looks like it's working. But in here it's not, because in here I still know that I'm defective, and there's nothing about me that's really worth having or knowing. And if you ever see through the act and find out who I really am, you will not want me around. So the act gets to play with you, but it doesn't get to participate in fellowship. And it's when I lay down the act and evolve into who I really am that I get to participate in fellowship. I can fellowship with you today because I am me now. The real me gets to participate in fellowship. They just added that in the book. I thought it was a really good addition. Okay, back to page 59, first step, short form. We admitted we were powerless over alcohol, therefore our lives had become unmanageable. I read it that way for a long time. I thought the word therefore appeared in the first step. On close examination, I have discovered that the word therefore does not appear in the first step. That was a big surprise to me. There's a dash there or a hyphen which, as I look up punctuation in my dictionary, connects two separate thoughts. The reason I was confused is that on June the 27th of 1984, the day I had my most recent drink, the fact that I was powerless over alcohol and that my life was a disaster were related. Today, what is it, February 7th? Is that what it is? 6th or 7th? 2003. The fact that I am powerless over alcohol and my life is unmanageable are not related. They're not related. I was confused. And I want to talk about that a little bit. It's a very powerful concept for me. I continue to be powerless over alcohol. My life remains unmanageable by me. My life's no longer insane, but it's not manageable by me. And I invited God in to manage my life this morning, and I meant it. I have fired me as general manager of my own life based on my performance. You would have fired me decades ago. A decent manager would have fired me in the first 30 days. Because I don't find a place after this where it says on page 59, our lives had become unmanageable. I've read this book all the way through to the back cover more than once. I cannot find a place in there that says, congratulations, now having achieved this high spiritual level, your life is manageable, the tank's full, the keys are in it, get them. I can't find it. If somebody can please quote me a page on that. I don't find it. But I do find a couple of places that promise sanity. So my life remains unmanageable by me. The third step promises say I have a new employer. I now work for God. I worked for me for a long time. It did not work. I was getting what I wanted the day before I got sober. There's some question as to how much more I could survive of what I want. It was killing me. It was devastating everybody around me. So I'm not too interested in what I want anymore. Sometimes when I'm really crazy, I go back to wanting what I want. Isn't that nuts? It is to me. But the book promises sanity in a couple of places, and I think that's pretty powerful. So my life remains unmanageable by me, but it does become sane. Because it says here in the second step, came to believe. And you've heard this, I'm sure. Came to believe. There's a process. That a power, capital P, power greater than ourselves could restore us to sanity. And the only thing I can say is look around the room. People in my home group are sane. It worked for them, and I listened to them talk, and they were crazy drunks as I was. I'm not going to read the short form of the 12 steps at this time, but I am going to skip back to page 60 and maybe talk just a little bit more about step 12. It says, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, I think the rest of this step for me is more who I become than what I do. It's really sort of both. It says we tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all our affairs. That's what spiritually awakened people do. They try to carry this message. That's one of the ways you can spot them. They're showing up early at your home group and making the coffee. They're carrying the meetings into the jails and treatment centers. They answer the phones at central office. They're the treasurer of your home group. They stay after the meeting and put the chairs away. They're taking meetings into insane asylums. They're sponsoring people. They're doing things to try to carry this message. That's one of the ways you can spot them. And to practice these principles in all our affairs. To try to do these things in all places. And I think the word try is real important because Bill's going to tell us later that none of us are doing this thing perfectly. And if they weren't, boy, I'm sure not. It looks to me, if I'm going to try to carry the message, that makes me an apprenticed messenger. I figure it would have said I was carrying the message if I was a messenger. I think this makes me an apprenticed messenger. And that's a real good thing for me to carry in my heart. I'm a messenger in training, and I hope I always will be. And it was my experience in the fifth step when I dumped my bucket the first time, and somebody helped me fish through it. And having been through the ninth step and done the amends for all of that can be done, that stuff got cleaned. It got absolutely cleaned. And I still have that past, and I still know all of those things, but they have no weight and they have no stench. That began the day that I did my first fifth step. It continues, I believe, with my willingness for God to use those things whenever it seems appropriate to Him. And I just know when somebody new or whatever, sometimes a group, because I'll be doing that in a little while, talk about the very worst things that we ever did to people and talk about how we got free. And I think it's my willingness for God to use that ugly stuff from my past is part of what keeps it free. So in that sense, I'm God's caddy. I carry these things, and I'm an apprentice messenger. When I hold those things in my heart, I do pretty good. And I would tell you, too, I took my shoes off up here when we did that first prayer. And we asked God to come here. I might be on holy ground. And I try to carry that in heart. And when I speak, I always take my shoes off. And that's why. Because I need to have that connect. Because I can get trapped up here in this head so fast. Because I forget what I believe. They're in different places. I had a sponsor that told me I'm not responsible for what I think. I am responsible for how long I think it. It might have saved my life because I was getting a brain hernia trying to, not notice how gorgeous you ladies are. And it was just making me crazy. And he said, I'm responsible only for how long I think it. I can't keep thoughts from showing up here, but when it gets dirty up here, I can sweep. And that's my job. That's the piece. That really brought me some freedom. Okay, on page 60, many of us exclaimed, what an order, I can't go through with it. Do not be discouraged. No one among us has been able to maintain anything like perfect adherence to these principles. I'd like to note it doesn't say motives. We are not saints. The point is we are willing to grow along spiritual lines. The principles, not motives, principles we have set down are guides to progress. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection. Our description of the alcoholic, the chapter 2, the agnostic, and our personal adventures before and after. That's a piece they just added about a year ago. That after, that wasn't there. You know that wasn't there. So that means before I had my last drink and after I had my last drink? Is that what that means? That my adventures today continue to make clear 3 pertinent, that means pertaining to the subject at hand, means they're important ideas. When I coach someone through the 12 steps, I have the privilege, I'm working with 2 guys right now. I like to begin here. A, that we were alcoholic and could not manage our own lives. If I were sponsoring you, I'd say, convince me. Convince me. Explain to me why you think you're alcoholic. What symptoms did you have? What did you do that made you think so? And you can't manage your own life? Why don't you think so? And I let them set their own cornerstones. That's what I'm doing. I'm saying this is what I do. I'm going to use the format quite often of how I sponsor because it's the only way I know how to do this. I'm not here to teach it, but to talk about how I do this because maybe somebody's got some better ideas. I can't wait to hear them. B, that probably no human power could have relieved our alcoholism. Who tried? Did your parents try? Siblings try? Spouse try? Professionals? Treatment centers? Cops? Courts? Judges? Therapists? Psychologists? Psychiatrists? Who tried? Based on that information, does it make good sense to you? If none of those people were able to relieve your alcoholism, no other human will, because I'm telling you right now, I can't. See that God could and would if he were sought. I'd like to observe it doesn't say found. Item 1, God is not lost. Therefore, it does not require to be found. I think that's important. Could and would if he were sought. Does God have that kind of power? Page 57. What is this but a miracle of healing? Yet its elements are simple. Circumstances made him willing to believe. In other words, he got fried. He got kicked. All right. He finally enjoyed all he could stand. All right. He humbly offered himself to his maker. That's interesting. He didn't invite God in. I think the 12 and 12 says as a bush league pitch hitter. Please help me get out of this and I'll never do it again. I found God to be very difficult to train. You know what I mean? The times that I prayed, it was, please help me pass this test I didn't study for, and don't let her be pregnant. And somebody else prayed that. Okay. Yeah. And, get me out of this and I'll never do it again. And what I was doing in those days is I was trying to make him my God. I was literally praying to what a friend of mine refers to as the cosmic concierge. What I really wanted was to be God's coach. Hey, big fella, take a knee. I got a couple of things here. This is how I want you to do this and this. And I go with a shopping center. I was literally trying to train God, all right? I was trying to make him my God. And what you've taught me here is how to try to make me his man. I had that one upside down too. Some of us have tried to hold on to our old ideas. And the idea that God is there for my use, I had that upside down. I'm here for his. The main difference in those two concepts is that this one seems to work. And that one didn't. And so I asked him if God could and would if he were sought. Does God have that kind of power? Talk to me about God. If you got a God you're afraid of, we need to talk about this, because some of this other work is going to be tough if you do. Let's talk about it. And then it says, being convinced, we were at step 3. Convinced of what? A, B, and C. If we're at step 3, we must have done 1 and 2. And it seems to me that the actions of steps 1 and 2 are pretty well summarized in A, B, and C. If a fella can convince me that A, B, and C are true in his life, I believe he's at step 3. Now, I do a lot more work with him in the beginning of this book than what we've had to cover here. We only have a day. And so I do not propose that what we're doing here is thorough. But it's going to be the best that we can do. Being convinced, we were at step 3, which is that we decided to turn our will and life over to God. It's interesting. On this page, it says over to God. On the short form of the step on the page before, it says over to the care of God. I'd like to observe it does not say to the apathy of God. I think that's important. And it doesn't, and I'd like to observe too that step 3, it looks to me as not where we turn in will and life over to the care of God or over to God. It's where we decide to. My sponsor gave the example of the 3 frogs sitting on the log and 2 decided to jump off. How many frogs are left on the log? 3. It's because they just decided. They haven't done anything about it yet. All right? That's the difference. The difference between an intention and a decision. An intention is followed by more intentions. A decision is followed by action. All right? So the decision in the 3rd step is my will didn't work. I can't stand it anymore. And I've decided to turn my will and life over to the care of God. Now, my biggest problem, number 1, I was afraid I'd overcorrect. I didn't want to do more than I absolutely had to. And the other thing is you wouldn't want to work God too hard, right? So what I think we're going to do is I'm going to handle money and sex and he can cover the rest. Does that seem like a good plan? Okay. I just want to make sure I was in the right room. Yeah, that's right. God can keep what he wants. Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, so I had to face the great truth. I mean, because we were talking about over here on page 57 that he humbly offered himself to his maker. That's what this is about. That's the request here. So the 3rd step, in my experience, is not where we turn our will and lives over to the care of God. It's where we decide to. And the directions for accomplishing the decision look to me like they're numbered 4 through 12. And I read the first line of the 12th step, and it looks to me like having had a spiritual awakening as the result. The spiritual awakening, I wandered off on myself before. I was going to talk about one more thing on spiritual awakening. I awakened to the presence of the real me, not this act I've been doing all my life, but the actual me. And also, I awakened to the presence of the real God, not the angry one that's keeping score and I've been a bad boy and I'm cooked anyway, but the one that's laughing and created the butterflies and the platypus. I mean, come on. And is mad at me? I don't think so. No. This loving, gentle God who's eager to forgive and just wants me to do good. So that awakening is awakening in the sense of was asleep and am now awake and continue to be more awakened, and also awakened to the presence of me and to the presence of the real God. That's something I was trying to get to before, but I got 2 brain cells left. One's on a respirator, the other one flickers, and I think that one might have flickered. Okay, being convinced, we were at step 3, which is that we decided to turn our will and life over to God as we understood him. Just what do we mean by that and what do we do? The first requirement, there are requirements. The first requirement is that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. It looks to me like step 3 breaks down into about 9 different items. And I'm going to talk about those one piece at a time as we go through here. I'm a real literalist, by the way. And I don't apologize for that. I want to tell you this, though. I'm not near as hung up on format as I'm going to appear to be. But I think it's important for new people to believe this is set in stone. But I think content is a whole lot more important than format. And so I'm really talking about content, but I'm laying out as format. So here's a requirement. Convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. Are you convinced? That's what I ask them. Are you convinced? Good. Well, you've met the first requirement. It says on that basis we're almost always in collision with something or somebody else. Collision? What a word, collision. Blam! Right? Pile of junk, big noise, blood. Collision. Wow. I mean, that's not a misdemeanor. That's collision with something or somebody. Even though our motives are good motives are not the answer. I hear people in meetings say, check your motives. That's not what this says. The book does recommend you check your motives. It recommends it twice. It recommends it on pages 69 and 70 when you're getting into bed with somebody. Where it asks, is it selfish? It recommends it on page 101 and 102 where you're going someplace where they're serving booze. But I think there are principles involved too. But continually we talk about principle. And I'm going to talk about where I got that lesson, and then we're going to take a break. I had a customer, and I'm a commission salesman, and this guy was putting $50,000 a year in my pocket in commissions. That's a pretty significant customer. And if he'd bought all the items I wanted him to buy, he could have easily doubled that. He and I were personal friends. Our wives were friends. We were guests in each other's home. We had many spiritual experiences, many spiritual discussions, but never a religious one. He was a Lutheran, and I still don't know what that means, because we didn't talk about religion. I don't, but what we talked about was spirituality. I'm saying he was a wonderful guy. We had a great relationship. And their son was born prematurely, so about 2 months prematurely, and was doing very badly. And his life was hanging in the balance. And this man called me at home one day, and he said, we're at the hospital, and would you come down and pray over our son? And I said, yeah, I'll come down and pray over your son. And I pulled into Vanderbilt Hospital's parking lot, and I think I could show you the parking place I was in. And I'm sitting there doing what I've heard in meetings, and people are telling me to check my motives, and I can't. I can't figure it out. Am I going down there to pray over this child to carry spiritual help to this family? Am I going down there to pray over this child to get closer to this old man to make more money? And I cannot figure it out. And one of the things that I believe is that when I'm not getting the answer to the question, it's because I've asked the wrong question. And so I went to God with it, and I said, and I don't say this comes from him, this is just my experience. And I said, I don't know I can't figure this out, please help me. And this is what I got. What I got was a question, and the question was, does walking into a hospital to pray over a sick child violate any of your spiritual principles? And the answer was no, it doesn't. Good morning, I'm Scott Lee, and I'm an alcoholic. And welcome back. If somebody closed those back doors, would help. And I'd like again to open with a few moments of silence, and let's acknowledge the presence. Amen. Thank you. I would like to quote a friend of mine on 2 rules. One is the first rule of holes. When you're in one, stop digging. The other one is the first rule of cavalry. When the horse is dead, dismount. These concepts are difficult for many of us, and I wanted to pass them along under the for whatever it's worth category. We left off on the bottom of page 60, having discovered the first requirement of the third step was to be convinced that any life run on self-will could hardly be a success. And then we talked about motive versus principle. And then it says, most people try to live by self-propulsion. Each person is like an actor who wants to run the whole show, is forever trying to arrange the lights, the ballet, the scenery, the rest of the players in his own way. Have you noticed that it's not the director they're talking about? That's the director's job. It doesn't even say it's the star of the show. This is one of the bit players. He wants to run the whole thing. Boy, that is my story. And just trying everything I can think of to make it come out my way, because I'm a victim of the delusion that I can wrest satisfaction and happiness out of this world if only I manage well. And if you guys would just shape up, I'd be okay. And going to go to page 62. Again, I'd say there's no way to be completely thorough on this. I want to try to get some important points across. Selfishness, self-centeredness, that we think is the root of our troubles. The root of our troubles, that must be important. Driven, not mildly moved along, but driven by 100 forms of fear, self-delusion, self-seeking, and self-pity. We step on the toes of our fellows and they retaliate. Sometimes they hurt us seemingly without provocation, but we invariably find that at some time in the past we have made decisions based on self, which later placed us in a position to be hurt. And then here comes the best news, I think, in the whole book. So our troubles, we think, are basically of our own making. Because if it really is the cops and the courts and the blacks and the Russians and the Chinese and the PTA and the ex-wives, if it really is all of them, I'm cooked. Because I can't do a thing about them. And the good news is that I'm the problem. That we can work on. That's great news. It says they arise out of ourselves. The alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run right, though he usually doesn't think so. Boy, I didn't think so. I always thought if they'd shape up, I'd be okay. Above everything. Now, that must be important. Above everything. Does that sound important? Above everything? We alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. Got to go. We must, or it kills us. Now, that's a death threat. It kills us. We're going to see a lot more death threats as we move on through this work. It says God makes that possible, and there often seems no way of entirely getting rid of self without His aid. That's an important concept, because they're going to tell it to us twice in the same paragraph. When the book's redundant, I think it's on things that are extremely important. And it says, I can't get rid of self without God's aid. It says, many of us had moral and philosophical convictions galore. I was one of those. But we could not live up to them even though we would have liked to. Neither could we reduce our self-centeredness much by wishing or trying on our own power. We had to have God's help. There that concept is again. I got to have God's help. I can't do this myself. I've tried and tried and tried. It says, this is the how and the why of it. First of all, we had to quit playing God. Now, hold it. I thought we already had a first over here 2 pages ago. First requirement was that we be convinced that any life run on self-will can hardly be a success. Now we have, first of all, we had to quit playing God. So we have 2 firsts. That works for alcoholics, don't you think? I mean, I had so many things in first place. Everything was in first place. All right. It says we had to quit playing God. I had the privilege of sitting with a man that I think is a great carrier of this message. And we spent a morning, and he asked me at one point, he said, in the third step, you agreed to quit playing God. And I said, that's right. And he said, how did you play God? And I said, I don't know. And he said, this is how I played God. I got angry with God when somebody died. And that's me saying, I know who should die and how and when. Clearly, that's me playing God. And I tried to manage my own life and the lives around me. And the closer you were to me, the harder I tried to manage your life. My wife and kids, got the most of it. And myself. Clearly God's job and not mine. And I judged people. And the way I know I judged them is because I had resentment. And there's only one way to get a resentment. You must judge someone, find them guilty, be angry with them, and then feel that anger again. Because resentment is old anger. It's old anger felt again. The word resent comes from the Latin re, prefix re means again, like reload. It's something you do again. And sentire means to feel. So resent means literally in English to feel again. And what you feel is old anger. So the way I know I judged people is because I had resentments. I must have judged. And I also judged myself when I was angry with me. I've added 2 to that list of ways that I played God. One was that I needed to know. I just needed to know. Whatever it was, I needed to know. And that presupposes that if I can find out, then I, the great and powerful Oz, will be able to change it. And that's my own spiritual arrogance. That is very simply me playing God. The other one was that I was sure that everything that I knew was right. And that is me playing God. When I think everything I know is right. When I can't hold it in an open hand, I'm telling him he can't change this. That's some of the ways that I played God. So it says here, this is actually, I said, to me, the third step breaks out into 9 parts. This is the second one. It says, first of all, we had to quit playing God. So I asked this new guy, you want to quit playing God? Did you play God like I just described? Can you think of any other ways? Are you willing to stop? Okay. It didn't work. Well, that's a good reason. And then it says, next we decided. So here's the decision we refer to in the third step. Next we decided that hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be our director. He is the principal. We are his agents. He is the father, and we are his children. I say, have you made that decision? If he says yes, I say, okay. What I want you to do is to read that back to me now in the first person. We're going to formally make this decision. I want you to make it formally out loud if you're ready. If you're not ready, and I had a guy not too long ago say, I'm not sure I'm ready. I said, great. Take some time. Take a few days and think about this. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. And when they're ready, they say, I have decided that hereafter in this drama of life, God is going to be my director. He is the principal. I am his agent. He is the father. I am his child. And I say congratulations. I think you've made an excellent decision. Now, you and I are going to make a pact. And the pact is that that decision will stand until the day you formally change it with me or with a sponsor or spiritual advisor that comes after me. Do we have a pact? We do. Shake hands. The decision stands. My third step decision stands. I made it a long time ago. The implementation is better on some days than others, but the decision stands. And then it says, most good ideas are simple, and this concept was the keystone of the new and triumphant arch through which we pass to freedom. Keystone is the one that holds it all in place. If you know anything about architecture, the keystone is that strange shaped one right in the middle that makes it all work. So that's the reference here, that this is so important, this is what makes it all work. And then we have the third step, promises. It says, when we sincerely took such a position, that's the position of God's the director, and he's the principal, I'm his agent, he's the father, I'm his child. Took such a position, all sorts of remarkable things followed. We had a new employer. Now that's who I work for. Being all-powerful, he provided what we needed if we kept close to him and performed his work well. Established on such a footing, we became less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. How about that? It had a death threat on the page before saying that if I don't get rid of this selfishness, it's going to kill me. And having taken this simple position, it says now that I am already beginning to be less and less interested in ourselves, our little plans and designs. Starts immediately. Will y'all please close that door? More and more we became interested in seeing what we could contribute to life. That's out of self. As we felt new power flow in, as we enjoyed peace of mind, as we discovered we could face life successfully, as we became conscious of his presence, we began to lose our fear of today, tomorrow, or the hereafter. We were reborn. Powerful, powerful, powerful set of promises. And then we have the third step prayer, which I would suggest that the third piece of the third step is to read that prayer, not to pray it, but to read it. And I'm going to read it and talk about it. It says, God, I offer myself to thee to build with me and do with me as thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of thy power, thy love, and thy way of life. May I do thy will always. I would note that the word amen does not appear. It's just an observation. Let's talk about what the prayer says to me. I offer myself to thee. I'm not saying, come on and help me out a little bit with this and then I'll take it from here. That's not what it says. I'm offering myself, all of me, to God to build with me and do with me as he will. Sometimes to build something somewhere, we got to tear down some of what's already there. Relieve me of the bondage of self. I am bound to self. I'm imprisoned in self. It's my problem. That I may better do his will. Take away my difficulties so that others may see what you can do. So that others will be helped also. And then I'm asking that I might do his will always. And so having read that and talked to someone about what it means, here's a direction. It says, we thought well before taking this step. And if you have not done this, I'd like to recommend that you think well. Because I'm going to tell you that your life is going to change and you're not going to like some of the changes. You are not going to like some of the changes. But this is a package deal. It is absolutely a package. Think about bowling balls. My will, God's will, pick one. And it's not 95 and 5. I'll take sex and money and he can cover the rest. That is not the package. Some of this you are not going to like. But overall, it's a spectacular package. It's the best package there is. I'm convinced of it. And I'm convinced also that the parts that I don't like are the ones that help me the most. Rarely have I learned anything when I was up on one of the peaks. When I'm on the pink cloud, which is my favorite place, I don't learn much. Where I learn is in the valleys when I'm making the mistakes. If you ask me truthfully, what do I want? I want to take the rest of my life off with pay. I've gotten a lot of lessons. Isn't that enough? Can we quit here? Can I just ride the cloud? I'll trade the pink in for a lavender, but can I just ride? That's my will. And yet some of these things that I don't like have brought me some of the greatest blessings, have brought me some of the greatest lessons. So I need to tell somebody new that the book says to think well, and I think that's the fourth piece of this step, is having read this thing, you better stop and think. You want to take a couple days on this? I'm good with it. Take a couple of days. And then it says, we found it desirable to take this spiritual step with an understanding person. So it's suggesting that you want someone to witness your third step prayer. So you would have to, I would think, as the fifth piece is to select somebody, and the sixth piece would be to ask them. All right, I'm just kind of making this up as I go, but it kind of lays out in a logical fashion to me if I do it this way. And then it says the wording was, of course, quite optional. So it says I can write my own third step prayer. And that to me is the next piece, is you can write your own prayer. And I encourage someone to do that. This fellow I just asked if he wanted to write his own prayer. He says, everything I'm touching, I'm screwing up. I think I'm going to do it just like it says it here. I said, hold that thought. Don't let that one get away. And then the next piece would be to pray the prayer. And if my count's any good, that's 9 options. Or not 9 options. It's 9 separate pieces in the third step. And so that was the first requirement, to observe that, or be convinced that that any life run on self-will could hardly be a success. To quit playing God, to decide that God's going to run my life, to read the prayer, to think well about the prayer, to figure out who I'd like to witness my prayer, to ask them, to write a prayer myself if I want to, and then to pray it. I think that counts 9. All right. And so I like to break these things up into little bitty pieces to spoon feed this. Seems to work pretty well. How'd y'all feel about us doing this prayer together? Is that good with everybody? Those who are not comfortable. If you're new, anybody here sober less than 60 days? Okay, tremendous. I'm glad you're here. If you have not thought well about this prayer, I'd like to encourage you not to do this with us. Whatever you need to do is good with me. I'm not telling you what to do, but give that some consideration, because I promise you your life's going to change, and you're not going to like some of it. But, the package is spectacular. Package is great. I mean, I lost an 84 Riviera convertible, okay? I mean, some of this you're not going to like. I really did. But what I'd like to do now for those who are so inclined is let's take a few moments of silence. And if you have your book handy, if you happen to know the prayer, we'll do it together. Prayer. God, I offer myself to Thee, to build with me and to do with me as Thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do Thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help of Thy power, Thy love, and Thy way of life. May I do Thy will always. Thank you. A friend of mine observed that the next place the word amen appears is at the end of the 7th step prayer on page 76. And that maybe everything from the beginning of God, I offer myself to Thee, to that amen is a prayer. I don't know. I think it's a very interesting observation, and I present it as such, quite sincerely. Now, I hear around the fellowship the discussion rages as to when to do a 4th step. And I've heard people say, don't do a 4th step too soon, you may drink. I have so far never yet seen anybody do a 4th step too soon and drink. I've seen a few 100,000 go too slowly, but I haven't seen anybody go too fast. Is that your experience too? Yeah, because the steps are designed to bring me relief. That's what they're for. They don't look like it. They don't look like it. If you're new, don't the steps look like they're designed to punish you, especially 4, 5, 8, 9, and 10? Don't they look like that's what they look like to me? That's what I saw. They're going to pound me into the pavement for being this bad guy I'd been. That was one of the many, many things I was wrong about. The steps actually brought me relief, and that's what this 4th step will do. The book is not, and I hear some people say, we'll do 1 step a year. Well, what page is that on? And I hear people say, don't make any major decisions the first year. That 3rd step looks like a relatively major decision to me. I like don't make any decisions at all without consulting your sponsor. I think that's a pretty good plan. But anyway, the book is not specific about when to do a 4th step. And I do have some fun with this, okay? It's not specific. It makes 2 time references. And I tell a new person, if the book gives leeway, I give leeway. It makes 2 time references. As far as I'm concerned, you can use either one of those or anything in between. Does that seem fair? Okay, that's how we'll approach it. So the bottom of page 63, it begins, it says next. That's a time reference. Next. All right, so that's one time reference. We launched out on a course of vigorous action, the first step of which is a personal house cleaning, which many of us had never attempted. Though our decision, okay, we saw the third step, decision, talked about how to do that formally, was a vital from the Latin word vita or vita, I'm not sure it's how it's pronounced, means life, okay? This is the death threat. This means you only have to do that if you want to live, all right? Though our decision was a vital and crucial step, it could have little permanent effect unless at once, that's a time reference, at once. So you do your fourth step either next or at once or anything in between. I'm prepared to give all the leeway the book gives, okay? I'm a very, very gentle sponsor. Very, very gentle. I am used to getting my own way, however. Okay. Unless at once followed by a strenuous effort to face and be rid. Isn't that interesting? Be rid. It's going to tell us be rid again on this page. It's redundant. Must be important. And in the fourth step, we are going to be rid. And I'd like to observe that in writing, only thing you're going to get rid of is ink and paper. The fourth step is not about writing. There is writing involved. But it is the observations and prayers in my experience that changed my life and the other lives I've seen changed by doing this work. If you get your mind hung up on the fourth step being about writing, I think you're going to miss the parts that will change your life. All right? And I think we're going to come to some of that information here shortly. Okay, to face and be rid of the things in ourselves which had been blocking us. There's the good news again. I'm the problem. Our liquor was but a symptom, so we had to get down to causes and conditions. Therefore, we started upon a personal inventory. This was step 4. A business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. Now, the businesses that I'm familiar with take a computer update every night. Right? You can think of that as the evening half of the 11th step. But once a year, they do a full tear-down inventory. That seems to me to be the reference here. Taking a commercial inventory is a fact-finding and a fact-facing process. It is an effort to discover the truth about the stock and trade. One object is to disclose damaged or unsaleable goods to get rid of. It says again, get rid of them promptly and without regret. If the owner of the business to be successful, he cannot fool himself about values. We did exactly the same thing with our lives. Exactly the same thing with our lives. We took stock honestly. First, we searched out the flaws in our makeup which caused our failure. There's the good news again. Flaws in my makeup which caused my failure. Being convinced that self manifested in various ways is what had defeated us, we considered its common manifestations. The manifestations of self that we inventory in step 4 are resentment, fear, and sexual misconduct. We do not have a sex inventory. There is no direction in this book that says write down all the things from the sexual category that you did that you thought were right and good. That direction is not in here. So we do not inventory sex per se. We inventory sexual misconduct only. And the format that the book seems to use is it is a series of lists, observations, and prayers. The lists are all written. The observations, few are written. Most are not written. And none of the prayers are written. It has been my experience that the unwritten observations and prayers are what are life-changing in step 4. They are the portions that get rid. I see some people grinning and nodding. I'm real glad to hear that. Okay. Because the fact that the actual 4 steps in this book is big news in a lot of places. All right. I have seen an awful lot of treatment center guides, and I don't want to get off on that, but I don't think too much of them. As a matter of fact, I think they're killing people with them. Because this thing is powerful. I've never seen anything that touches it. Okay. Resentment is the number 1 offender. Gee, I would have thought it was sexual misconduct, wouldn't you? I thought that was the one that was eating me up the worst. Book says resentment is number 1 offender. We talked about resentment is old anger based on having judged somebody. It destroys. Now there's an interesting word. Destroys? Wow. Destroys? That's a death threat. Okay? Death threat. Destroys more alcoholics than anything else. From it stem all forms of spiritual disease. Holy mackerel, is this bad stuff? It's got to go. For we've been not only mentally and physically ill, we've been spiritually sick. And when the spiritual malady, which is another word for sickness, is overcome, we straighten out mentally and physically. So what we're going to do now is search for directions. the assumption is going to be when I sponsor someone that they want what the people who wrote this book had. And that was long-term, happy, contented, productive recovery, not thirsty for a drink. Right? So if that's what you want, then the assumption will be that if these people say they read something, you'll read it. If they say they wrote something, you'll write it. If they say they observed something, you will stop and see if you can see it also. If they say they prayed something, that you will pray it. That's what I ask for from the men that I sponsor, because that's what we're going to do. That's all I know how to do. It says, in dealing with resentments, we set them on paper. That is a very general description. They're going to tell us quite specifically how to do that. I don't consider that to be a direction. It says, we listed people, institutions, or principles with whom we were angry. Calls for a list. Think about a list for a minute. Think about the word list. I don't know that I've ever seen a list that ran across the page. Think about your last laundry list. Was it not a series of words and phrases that ran, a grocery list runs down the page, right? A list runs down the page. And if I sponsor somebody, I stop here. Because it's been my experience that if I give them too much at once, they try to do it all at once. I think so many of us, certainly me when I was new, read the rest of this chapter, sat down, drew a line under it mentally, and added it all up and said, it says, write the story of your life and make sure to write down every rotten thing you ever did. It's not what it says. That is not it. And anyway, so at this point it calls for a list. Now, I will say now, you're probably wondering what color ink to use and what color paper. Was anybody wondering that? It's amazing how many new guys will say, yeah. I mean, you get them to say anything. On page 67, it says, when we saw our faults, we listed them. We placed them before us in black and white. Well, that's not specific. That doesn't say black ink and white paper. That could very easily be black paper and white ink. And I'll go either way on that. Okay? But I'm not dealing with yellow paper and blue ink, I'll tell you right now. And do I think you can do one as well on yellow paper with blue ink? No, I do not. Because I'm scared to judge these directions. I'm afraid to say, well, I don't have to do this one. Because when I open that door, there's no telling what else I'm going to let in. So I'm very much a literalist, but I say again, I'm not as hung up as I appear to be. It is the content that matters. And I sponsored a guy, and he kept saying, I don't believe this is going to work for me. And I kept saying, okay, do you believe that I believe this will work for you? And he said, yeah. I said, well, that's good enough. We'll go on my belief. Now, here's what I want you to do next. And his head was so screwed up, he could not argue with that kind of logic. And he's sober to this day. And he went down to the art store, and he bought an inch thick of 8.5 by 11 sheets of black paper. And 2 pens that wrote white ink. And got a 3-hole punch and a loose leaf notebook, and he did his 4-step in black and white. No problem. No problem. I'm up for that. I always offer that option to the men that I sponsor. Black ink, white paper, white ink, either way. But that's the only 2 ways, because the book gave that leeway. And what most of them do is go down and get a spiral notebook. Now, it's interesting. I've noticed that they tend to get one that either has a white cover or a black cover. And I rather like that. And what I like to ask, I wish I had brought one and I did not. If somebody got a spiral, can I use your notebook here for a minute, George, to just kind of show what I like to do? And then, so we'll assume this is a spiral notebook. What I like to do is on this first page, this is the title page. You want to write something like, this is my 4th step. Please put it down. If I find you with it, I will kill you and hide your body. Okay? Make your point. Okay? And the other thing I would tell you... I do. That's what I tell them. All right. And then this is 1 page. When you turn it, it's 1 page. We're going to do a 4-column inventory. The first column is going to be, it says, we listed people, institutions, or principles with whom we are angry. So this is what and I'm going to refer to the chart on the facing page. So at the top of the margin on the left-hand page, you write, I'm resentful at. In the middle of the left-hand page, you write the cause. About 1/3 of the way across the right-hand page, you write affects my, and you just put the number 4 above the other half of that second page. We're going to get to that later, because we're going to use this whole thing as 1 page. And then what I want them to do is, at this point, we're talking about sponsorship. I'm sponsoring a fellow right now, and I have his permission to talk. By the way, I have permission to tell every story I tell up here. I wouldn't tell him if I didn't. And I have his permission to tell you, he's a stay-at-home dad. His wife works, and his child takes a nap from noon to 1, 5 days a week. I expect him to do at least 5 30-minute periods a week on his recovery program. I don't think the recovery program should have a negative effect on any other part of your life. That's what I think. And that's what I expect from him is 5 a week. Now, if he had 6 kids and was working 2.5 jobs, it'd be a whole different thing. All right, so you have to know something about somebody to talk about how much of this they need to do. There's only 168 hours in a week. And if you work 40 hours, you got a half-hour drive both ways to work. That's another 5. And you sleep 8 hours a night, and you go to 7 meetings a week, and you mow the lawn, and you take the kid to Little League practice, and you eat 3 times a day. You start adding that up, folks, that doesn't leave much. So I think we have to be careful about that. I also don't think it's possible to move too quickly through the steps. One of my mentors will take, I think he likes to do this with people who've been, they say they've been in and out of the program. They haven't. They've been in and out of the fellowship. People don't go in and out of the program. People do these 12 steps, stay sober, period. But in and out of the fellowship, he'll sit down on a Saturday morning and take him into step 9 in a day. I don't have any problem with that, but I don't typically do it that way. So what I want them to do is to sit down for a 30-minute period, and I want them scheduled. Typically, I ask for 3 a week with a guy with a wife and a couple of kids and a 40-hour-a-week job. I want 3 30-minute periods a week. I want you to and I want you to schedule them. And Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is not a schedule. Monday from 6 p.m. till 6:30 p.m. is a schedule. And like anything else on your schedule that's important, it's not subject to cancellation. Might have to change. Holy cow, I didn't know we had the Little League game. Well, great. Instead of doing it at 6 o'clock at night, you did it at 9:30. No problem. All right. But I don't want to hear about cancellations. And I have them call me every Sunday and give me next week's schedule. Because this is about, you know how to eat an elephant, right? One bite at a time, baby. Yeah, one of these days that sucker's gone. And that's what this 4 steps about. It's about taking the next bite. That's all we can focus on, just the next bite. I think a lot of people get started on this 4-step and they give themselves the responsibility for completing the 4-step. And if that's your mindset, then you hate yourself until it's done. If you and your sponsor can agree on how much time a week you should spend on it and you spend that time on it, you can feel good about yourself while you're in the process. I think we felt bad about ourselves long enough. Now, those are opinions. I apologize for that. That's just how I do this. So I want them to take the first 5 minutes of this 30-minute period in prayer and meditation. I recommend that they ask for clarity and courage, clarity to see what God would have them see, courage to write it down, and whatever else they want to do suits me fine, but I want 5 minutes of prayer and meditation. And then the next 25 minutes, writing down names. And I like them to just puke them, just as fast as you can think of them. And you write down one name and then you skip one line. Those were not estimates. All right? Those are exact numbers. Right? One name, skip one line. And I say, now wait, now I get to my dad. I've looked ahead. I got a lot of them on to write. I say, I don't care. One name, one line. That's how we're going to do this. Skip a name, write a name, skip a line, write a name, skip a line. When you get to the bottom of this page, you must turn because we've already seen that we're going to need this other side. So you turn the page, write the column headings again, and start puking names again. And it's everybody that you can ever think of that you've been angry with. Everybody, even if you think you're over it. Everybody. Everything. There should be a major political party, at least one, all right? Several political figures. Concept, the Infernal Revenue Service, any number of government agencies, religious bodies, communism, foreign countries. It could be absolutely anything you've ever been angry with. And the rule is, when in doubt, write it out. Right? If you're not sure, put it down. Won't hurt anything. When we get to the end of this, if we discover you don't really have a resentment there, nothing lost. If you don't put it down and we don't dig it out of you, the book says it will destroy you. Let's make the safe mistake. When in doubt, write it out. It's anybody, anything you've ever been angry with, write them down. And I want them to puke them for the first couple of sessions, and forgive me for saying it. They were just as fast as you can write them down. So I had one boy tell me, he says, I've only got 3 or 4. I said, well, that's fine. Just sit down and see what we get. He got 60 out of his first 30-minute session, okay? He's still sober, too. I get all the curveballs. I think it's great. And And then when it starts slowing down, when you sit for 2 or 3 minutes on a watch and you can't think of another one, there's a direction on the facing page at the bottom that says we went back through our lives. So that would indicate that we begin with the present. Okay? I'm living in Nashville. I'm married to Miss Linda. The back room is my home group. I work for the Meadow Group. And I've got this group of friends and this social club thing. But 10 years ago, I was married to wife number 1, and I was doing this and doing the other. And then before that, I was living in this other place. And before that, I was in the Air Force. And before that, and I was stationed at 3 different places in the Air Force. So I go back through each of those. And before that, I was in college. And then before that, I was in high school. So we go back through our lives chronologically, spending some time at each one, thinking of people, institutions, or principles with whom we were angry. And when we get back to your very earliest memory, we are finished. And I like to tell them, we are not saving a special alcove in Akron at the AA Hall of Fame for your 4-step. All right? You are not going to do the greatest 4-step ever. It is not going to be complete. And that's not the assignment. The assignment is to get what we can get. This is peeling of the onion. On my 8th 4-step, sober 10 years, I discovered resentments that were over 25 years old. I had been thorough before that. I just couldn't see them until then. And I like to tell them, too, that we are not going to give you a trophy. Our home group does not give a trophy every year for the best 4-step. And this is the trophy that we don't give. Okay, if you can't see it, it says 4-step trophy, never awarded. All right? This is the trophy you are not going to get. All right? Y'all can have your picture made with us later if you'd like to. And because the point I'm trying to make is if you task yourself with perfection, you can never go past the first step. You can never go past the first direction on step 4. And then the next thing I do is after they've started, I want to get my hands on their 4-step as soon as I can. I give them a grade. And on that title page, they get a great big F- in red. Because that's part of it, that you're going to have to do this again. So we're not going to do this perfectly. Let's take that off the table. That's not the... When they get to that part, I give them the second direction. It's the next sentence. It says, we asked ourselves why we were angry. In the example on page 65, under the cause, it says, his attention to my wife. Told my wife of my mistress, Brown may get my job at the office. And what I ask them to do is to start with the word office and work backwards. If they work forward, they always get the wrong number. Start with office and work backwards and count those words. That's 19 words, by the way. If they count forward, they miss of a couple times. They don't come up with 19. If you start with office and work backwards, you count those words, it's 19 words. This guy is messing with his old lady, has told her about his girlfriend, and is after his job. He got 19 words. Okay? 19 words is the limit. All right? 19 is not optimum, it is maximum. You have written a name and skipped one line and written a name. So you have the room beside the name that you wrote over to the spiral and the line below it from the margin over to the spiral in which space you can write 19 words or less. All right? It's a summary. It says things like left me for another guy, screwed me in a business deal, left me for another guy, next to high school football coach, didn't play me as much as I deserved, left me for another guy. I might need to talk to my sponsor about that. What do you think? Anyway, it's a summary. All right, we're not going to say, it was a rainy Wednesday night. No, we're not doing that. We are not doing that. It's a summary. Now, I am not as hardcore as I appear. This is not set in stone. If I tell the guys I sponsor, I say, if you think you've got somebody who's done more than that to you, call me, and we'll negotiate whether or not you can write the 20th word. I'll be glad to talk about it. I've never given it up, but I'm willing to talk about it. I've never been asked. You wouldn't ask me, would you? I didn't think so. No. Okay, and so the second column is 19 words or less. And I really like to use that format because there are 2 reasons. Number 1, and most importantly, the book called for a list, and lists run down the page. The second one is, if we work across the page, if I give somebody these first 3 directions, they will work left to right instead of top to bottom because we're Americans and that's what we do. And you can't tell them enough times to stop that. So when I do this with somebody, I spoon feed this first direction. The other reason is if you work across the page, it has a tendency to make that stuff flare up. And that's not what we're trying to do. We are merely getting this on paper so we can figure out how to get rid of it. Because that's what this work is about. My sponsor told me that these 12 steps, he said, and I do this in my talk too, I think it's maybe the most important thing that I have to say. He said, you think of yourself as a garbage can. And what we do with these 12 steps is we dump you out. We scrub the can, stand it back upright, and we fish through your life. Most of it is trash, and we will throw it away. And that's the portion that we're at here. That's what we're at here, is we're taking out the trash. The book has said these resentments will kill you. It's going to say that 5 more times on the next page. All right, so that's what we're about here. And if we work across the page, it tends to make them flare. If we work down the page, it's much more analytical. So that's the other reason. But the most important reason is that's what the book said. The book said list, so we make the list. Now we've done the second column. Third column, it says, on our grudge list, I'm at the top of 65, on our grudge list opposite each name, on our grudge list, we set opposite each name our injuries. 5-part multiple choice test. Was it our self-esteem, our security, our ambitions, our personal or sex relations which had been interfered with? Some of these things will only get one of those. Some will get 2 or 3. Some may get all 5. Some you may not be able to figure out. Do not give yourself a brain hernia trying to work this out on your own. Call me, and I'll explain to you why it's self-esteem. I don't tell them that part, but you know that's the truth. My first 10 4-step self-esteem got the most ink. Astoundingly enough, on my last one, it was security. I was really surprised. And I think security is going to be on the next. I'm due to start 4-step pretty quick. And I think that's what I'm going to find in this next one. It's a pretty interesting process. At any rate, they say multiple choice test. Doesn't take long, working down the page. And then I think I've seen more lives change with the directions between the third and fourth columns than everywhere else combined. And so many of us have missed these. This I have a passion for. This is where I see the lights come on in the eyes almost every time. At the bottom of the page, 65, we went back through our lives, nothing counted but thoroughness and honesty. When we were finished, we considered it carefully. That's a general description. They're going to tell us specifically how to consider it, what to observe. These are observations. It says the first thing apparent was that this world and its people were often quite wrong. Okay, you can stop and observe that. I want you taking much time on that. Let's move right along. We already know you got that piece, okay? Now it says, we said that to say this, to conclude that others were wrong was as far as most of us ever got. Is that your case? Can you observe that in yourself? The people who wrote this book observed that about themselves. Can you see that in you? The usual outcome was that people continued to wrong us and we stayed sore. Is that what's happening to you? Is that your case? Let's observe that. Sometimes it was remorse and we were sore at ourselves. You've been beating yourself up for not being perfect? They have too. Welcome to the club. The more we fought and tried to have our own way, the worse matters got. If things going so good in your life, how'd you wind up at AA? Okay. As in war, the victor only seemed to win. Our moments of triumph were short-lived. Boy, that was my case. It is plain that a life which includes deep resentment leads only to futility and unhappiness. That's an observation. They observe that. Can you observe that? Are you aware of any lives that include deep resentment that are not also futile and unhappy? Is that your story? Let's observe that. To the precise extent that we permit these, do we squander the hours that might have been worthwhile? Did you squander hours? Did you lay awake at night and hate them? Did you sit in class planning their demise when you should have been listening? Did you squander hours that might have been worthwhile feeding these resentments? It's an observation. I think it's an important one. But with the alcoholic whose hope, all right, you want to know what your hope is? Here it comes. Your hope is the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience. Maintenance means 2 things. The first one is that I must keep what I already have. I can't fall back. And growth means what I already have is insufficient. I don't need to plan to stay sober on my 2002 program this year. I must grow. Maintenance also means that I maintenance my program. I maintenance my vehicle. I keep air in the tires. I change the oil. I wash it occasionally. Wash it rarely. Vacuum it out. Have the engine lubed. Okay?
I maintenance my spiritual program through prayer and meditation, through attending meetings, attending conferences. I take meetings into jails and prisons and treatment centers. I'm active in my home group. I try to be a good guy. I'm polite. Okay? So I maintenance my spiritual. I read spiritual literature, some conference approved, some not. I maintenance my spiritual condition like I maintenance my vehicle, which means I maintain it by doing the things that are necessary to keep it running smoothly. So, but with the alcoholic whose hope, is the maintenance and growth of spiritual experience, this business of resentment is infinitely grave. Infinitely grave. Holy mackerel. That's not a misdemeanor. Infinitely grave. That's a death threat. As a matter of fact, it says here, we found it is fatal. Is that a death threat? Sure it is. I want to tell a story. I went to the fellow that took me through the steps the first time. And I said, Jerry, do you remember? And I gave a man's name. And he said, if anybody you sponsor ever commits suicide, you will always remember their names. I said, Jerry, he and I had the same sobriety date, plus or minus a month or two. We both had you for a sponsor. We had the same home group. I saw him 5 to 8 times a week at our group. It looked to me like we had everything the same. And at 2 years sober, he drove home from a meeting without drinking, pulled into his garage and hit the button and closed the door and left it running and took his own life. And I sit here 8 years sober, at peace in my own skin, happy, joyous, and free. What was the difference, Jerry? I can't see a difference. And Jerry said I could not get him to do a 4-step. I could not get him to do a 4-step. And resentment killed him. And I thought about it, and he was right. He was right. Every time you'd see this guy, he could not wait to run up to you to tell you what some SOB had just done to him. He was a victim constantly. And he would not do the work to step out of that role. And victims don't get sober. That's an opinion. Forgive me. That's my opinion. Victims don't get sober. And this is where we begin to cease being victims. And resentment killed this man. I saw it. Okay. So what I'm telling you is that these aren't just words on a page. It says, we found it's fatal. I saw it. I've seen it more than once. I see other people nodding who've seen it too. Okay. For when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. Interesting, it didn't say having such feelings. I don't think the language in this book is by mistake. To harbor means to nurture, to give a safe place to. All right? To comfort. Which means, I think, that when I have a resentment, I'm okay if I'm not harboring it. We're coming to the directions for not harboring resentments. And I think it's an important difference. It says, for when harboring such feelings, we shut ourselves off from the sunlight of the Spirit. The insanity of alcohol returns, and we drink again. With us, to drink is to die. A death threat. If we were to live, there's another death threat. You only have to do this if you want to live. All right? Everybody else is dismissed. Okay. If we were to live, we had to be free of anger. The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. I think it's one of the most misunderstood sentences in the book. In the 1930s, a guy named Walt Disney invented a concept he called brainstorming, where they would sit around and spit out ideas on a subject, and that's how they wrote Mickey Mouse cartoons. And he named it brainstorming, and we all know brainstorming as that kind of activity where you sit around and have a real creative process. The word brainstorm in 1935 meant rage. In a 1930s dictionary that I looked it up in, it said transient, violent mental outburst. That's rage. All right? So we're not asking you to give up your creativity. I'm told I'm made in the Master's presence. I can tell you one thing for sure about God. He's creative, okay? I know that for sure. So we're not asking you to give up your creativity. But anger comes, according to the book, as I understand it, in 2 forms. The grouch, or the slow burn, we just sort of sit there and seethe, and the brainstorm, or rage, the detonation. All right? The grouch and the brainstorm were not for us. Now, you want to hear something thin? Listen to this. They may be the dubious luxury of normal men. Ooh, is that thin? My goodness. But for alcoholics, these things are poison, a death threat. They're going to kill you. All right. We turned back to the list, for it held the key to the future. I'd like to note that we have made a tremendous number of observations. We have written nothing. And these are important things. What we have been doing here is establishing value. I'm a salesman by trade. And a good salesman will never, ever mention price until he's established value. And the reason that we have gone to this tremendous trouble here with this indictment of resentment on the 2 pages before, resentment's the number one offender, it destroys, and so on, is that the price is high. The price is very high. And we hope we have established the high value that it will kill you if you don't. So that's been the purpose, in my opinion, of this whole thing. Bill was a salesman too, and this looks like great sales material to me. So now we're going to turn back to the list. We have just followed a tremendous number of directions that did not call for writing. We haven't even looked at the list. We just made these observations. It says we were prepared to look at it from an entirely different angle. Well, it says they prepared. It does not say how they prepared. Consequently, I'm not sure that it matters how you prepare, but if I sponsor you, I'll tell you I expect you to prepare. You might want to shake out your writer's cramp, get up and walk around your chair 2 or 3 times, go in the bathroom, wash your face. Sit back down in your chair and announce that you have been preparing and you are now prepared. All right? I do not care how you prepare. I expect to be told how you prepared when you get to this direction. Okay? Because we're not here to judge these things, we're going to do them. I do that tongue in cheek. I also expect them to prepare. All right? To look at it from an entirely different angle. And the big surprise is we're not going to look at what I did wrong yet. It says we began to see that the world and its people really dominated us. Let's spend some time and go back to your list and take a look at how these things dominated you. Because that's what it says they saw. You said you'd observe what they observed if you could. Let's take a look at your list and see how these things have dominated you. Did you plan your life so that you'd be around these people that you resented so you could sit and hate them? Did you squander the hours laying awake at night and whatever, working on them? Did you plan your life so you'd never be around them because you felt less than when you were around them? Did they dominate you because they did nasty things to you in public? It made you feel bad, and there were all kinds of people you didn't want to be around because they made you feel less than? How did these things dominate you? Let's spend some time and review your list and see how these things dominated you. I think it's important. It says, in that state, the wrongdoings of others, fancied or real, which is to say some of this only happened in my head, had the power to actually kill. Oh, a death threat. Another one. They're serious about this. How could we escape? We saw that these resentments must be mastered. Time out. Do you see that? They observe that. Do you? We could not wish them away any more than alcohol. This was our course. We realized that the people who wronged us were perhaps spiritually sick. One of my mentors defined spiritually sick as cut off from God. I have something the angels don't have. I have the ability to turn my back on God and go right back to doing it my way anytime I want to. Cut off from God. And what I asked someone I sponsored to do is I say, I want you to sit now and think of the 2 or 3 worst things you ever did. I'll give you a minute. Go ahead and get them in your mind. I'm not going to ask you what they are now. But get them in your mind. Okay. Were you not spiritually sick to have done those things? Had you been walking in the sunlight of the Spirit, in conscious contact with the God of your understanding, in that grace and love, could you have done those things? Absolutely not. Would you have even thought of doing them? Probably not. That's right. You were spiritually sick. You were cut off from God, or you could not have done those things. And these people who wronged you also were cut off from God. For people who are walking in the sunlight of the Spirit do not do those things to other of God's kids. They just don't. Realize is a wonderful word. I have a good friend in Louisville, Kentucky who does a lot of this, who says the word realize is interesting. You can know something, but when you realize it, it becomes real for you. I can head knowledge know something for a long time, but when I heart knowledge it, when I realize it, it becomes real for me. I think this is one of the most powerful directions in the book. This is the beginning of the forgiveness process. It is my experience that forgiveness is not something I do when I forgive someone. It's not something I do. It's something I receive. And I'm going to try to talk about that a little bit. And so what I asked them to do is to go through their list one at a time and prayerfully ask God to help them realize that these people who wronged them, one at a time, were spiritually sick and not SOBs. One at a time. They got 160 names on the list. It's going to take a while. Great. We got plenty of time. Because at this point, you are no longer harboring the resentment. No longer are you harboring it. This is the beginning of the forgiveness process. And I had a fellow the other day tell me, he says, well, I don't believe God's got that much power. I said, isn't it wonderful that believing that God has that power isn't part of the assignment? I didn't ask you to believe it. I asked you to do it. Thank you very much. And he did it, and it worked. Isn't that great? And that when I'm coaching someone through the work, I give them the first step, with the first piece there, the list. When they've done that, I give them the second column. I've done that, I give them the third. And then I do this much that we just did here. There's the fourth session. And when they've completed that list, I go to the top of the facing page. Though we did not like their symptoms and the ways these disturbed us, they, like ourselves, were sick too. I'd like to break that sentence down. That's a little bit confusing. Their symptom, the symptom of their spiritual sickness, is they did things that left me with resentments. And the way they disturbed me is the resentment. And then the great truth, they, like ourselves, were sick too. That's so important. I've told it to us twice in two sentences. Important stuff. And then it says, we ask God. Now that sounds like a prayer to me. The we ask Gods are almost always prayers. All right? We ask God to help us show them the same tolerance, pity, and patience we would cheerfully grant a sick friend. We're going to pray for these people. I like to add something that I found in the More Will Be Disclosed section, which is the story section, by the way, in the back of the book. And I do this advisedly, but I found it in my big book. I've got friends that got sober in the second edition that don't use this because it wasn't in the second edition, but it's helped me a lot. And there's the story of Freedom from Bondage. The lady's talking about a resentment against her mother, and she's blamed her mother for her lack of education, everything that's wrong in the universe, and what's wrong with her kids and everything. And beginning at the bottom of page 551, she says, let me see here if I can find it. One morning I realized I had to get rid of it. That's the resentment against her mom. For my reprieve, which, by the way, if you don't know, a reprieve is a stay of execution. This is a death threat. My reprieve was running out, and if I didn't get rid of it, I was going to get drunk, and I didn't want to get drunk anymore. And my prayers that morning, I asked God to point out to me some way to be free of this resentment. During the day, a friend of mine brought me some magazines to take to a hospital group I was interested in. I looked through them. A banner across one featured an article by a prominent clergyman in which I caught the word resentment. I want to observe something here. She took God the problem, and then what did she do? She's out trying to help somebody else. She didn't stay focused on the problem. She tried to figure out, I don't know what this hospital group she was doing. I don't know what kind of magazines these were. But I know she was going out of her way to do something for somebody else when she got her answer. And I think there's a principle that underlies that. That if I stay focused on the problem, it'll grow. Dr. Paul was right about that. And my job is to talk to God about this is what I got. Please take it. And now, who can I serve? What can I do for somebody else? And that's what she was doing. She was trying to do something for somebody else when her answer just showed up. He said, in effect, if you have a resentment you want to be free of, all right, caveat, if you want to be free of, if you will pray for the person or thing that you resent, you will be free. If you will ask in prayer for everything you want for yourself to be given to them, you will be free. Ask for their health, their prosperity, their happiness, and you will be free. Even when you don't really want it for them and your words or your prayers are only words and you don't mean it, go ahead and do it anyway. Powerful. I've added that. And what I asked the men that I sponsored to do, said, now we're going to continue with 30-minute periods, but now you can do this in the shower, you can do it when you're driving your car, you can do it anytime you think of one of these people. God, please help me show George the same tolerance, pity, and patience I would cheerfully grant a sick friend. And then I pray for him. I say, God, and I ask that his hair doesn't fall out, and that his wife is fantastic in bed, that his kids go to school on scholarship, that he wins the Florida lottery, that he gets promoted at work, that his lawn grows lush and green, but it grows so slow he only has to mow it once a year, that he has a major spiritual experience and walks humbly and joyfully in your presence. Get your creative self out here, and let's ask all the things that you like for yourself for this guy. So, interestingly enough, if we add those two prayers together, the first one is I ask God to help me show him. So I'm praying for me. On the other one, I'm praying for him. I'm praying for both people involved. So forgiveness is not something I do. In my experience, it's something I receive. I used to say, yeah, I forgive you. But boy, if you ever drop the soap, you might be smart to let it lay. I mean, if I can sneak up behind you one of these days, I'm going to hurt you, right? I'm looking for a way to get you. But I forgive you, but I'm going to get you. That's not it. That is not it. Forgiveness of someone else is a gift from God that I receive. I got here locked up, and what you do is you taught me to open up to receive these gifts. Because when I've forgiven him, I'm free. I have received freedom. And that's how I get it. I think of resentment as ice around my heart. And what we do here in prayer is hold the icy heart up to the sunlight of the Spirit. And maybe based on the thickness of the ice, because of how long I've had this thing and how much I've nurtured it, and maybe depending on how close I can hold it to the sunlight and how long, eventually it will melt. And eventually it'll be true. And I tell the guys I sponsor, I say, if you need to preface your prayers by saying, okay, God, it's me again, and I don't mean a word of this, but that idiot you've got sponsoring me told me to do it, and I'm going to do it just to prove it won't work. If you need to start there, I'm good with it. We're not asking you to lie to God. That is not what this is about. What we're asking you to do is to hold the icy heart up to the sunlight of the Spirit. And when you finish the prayer, what you do is ask yourself one simple question: do I mean that? If the answer is yes, you go on to the next name. If you really mean all that stuff for him, go on to the next name. If you don't mean it, that's if you don't mean it, go to the next name. If you do mean it, put a check mark by that one and go to the next name. And come straight down. We're not going to focus on the first one, stay there, let's done. We're going to come all the way through the list. And when you get to the end of the list, we're going to start again with just the names that aren't checked. Did I make that clear? I got myself confused there in the middle. Okay. And we're going to do that until it's done. And I don't care how long it takes. The book says this will kill you. It says it about 7 times. This is maybe the most important thing I've done, is to get free of hating God's kids. How can I possibly hope to walk in the sunlight of the Spirit carrying grudges against his kids? Can't do it. It's important stuff. And I've got 2 men I have the privilege of sponsoring right now. One of them's got 5 years, one of them got 10. I just picked them up. And they're at this piece of the work right now, both of them. And I've told them, I don't care if this takes months. And I want you to do it in 30-minute sessions. One guy's doing 5 a week, one's doing 3 based on what I know about them. And when you're driving the car and when you're in the shower and anytime you think about them, you keep doing this. Because what we're doing here is we're digging poison out. That's what this thing is about. Our program is kind of like going to the dentist. We got to drill before we can fill. We got to get this poison out of here before we can fill with the good stuff. If we just fill with the good stuff, it gets sicker and sicker in there, and eventually it explodes. So we got to get the poison out first. And this is the beginning of that. This is the opening of the flower. This is where we begin to receive the forgiveness process, and this is how we get rid of the resentments. And then it says, when a person offended, we said to ourselves, this is a sick man, how can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry, thy will be done. There's another prayer. This is what I'm supposed to do when somebody makes me mad right now. As I'm supposed to say to myself, this is a sick man, how can I be helpful to him? God save me from being angry, thy will be done. That's my marching orders. That's how I go on from here. I said that the 4-step was a series of lists and observations and prayers. At this point, we've listed the people, institutions, and principles of whom we were angry. We observed the cause. We observed what part of self it affected. And we made all these observations about resentments, and now we have gotten rid of them. For having followed these directions, they will now be gone. They'll be gone. And if you have not done this process, your body will be lighter. You will feel lighter. I don't know how to explain it any better. I see some people nodding who know exactly what I'm talking about. You will feel lighter, and you will not want to feel heavy with those things again. And then it says, we avoid retaliation or argument. We wouldn't treat sick people that way. If we do, we destroy our chance of being helpful. We cannot be helpful to all people, but at least God will show us how to take a kindly and tolerant view of each and every one. Page 77 at the top tells us what our real purpose is. It says our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be a maximum service to God and the people about us. I can't very well do that if I'm retaliating against somebody or if I'm still carrying a resentment against them. I thwart my own real purpose. And then it says, referring to our list again. Okay, now we're going back to the list. It says, putting out of our minds the wrongs others had done. That's difficult if I still hate them for it. All right? That's impossible if I still hate them. If I've followed these directions to this point, I'm clean on that. And putting out of my mind what they've done is very, very easy. We resolutely look for our own mistakes. I hear people say, I look for my part. That's not what it says. If I'm looking for my part, I'm saying he has a part. And if I've made these observations and prayers, his part's gone. I'm not looking for my part. It's not what it says. I'm looking for my mistakes. I made mistakes. Now, I was abused as a child. And that child didn't do anything to deserve that abuse. But I made a mistake. My mistake was I nurtured that resentment for 30 years. Okay? There is a mistake in all of these for me somehow. It says we resolutely look for our own mistakes. Where had we been? Selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened. Though a situation had not been entirely our fault, we tried to disregard the other person involved entirely. Once again, I don't think you can do that if you haven't done the prayer work, if you're not clean. Where were we to blame? The inventory was ours, not the other man's. When we saw our faults, we listed them. We placed them before us in black and white. It's really easy to be fluid with that particular paragraph. I like to use this as a fourth column beside each one to write what your mistake was, what did you do wrong. I've got a mentor who likes to do this, like it says here, rather more specifically, looking for he makes a list of his faults on a separate piece of paper. Once again, I think it's content and not format. The content. I like to do the fourth column because it's helpful when we get to step 8, when we start looking for the things, we can see where our mistakes were, who did we hurt here. Anyway, if I sponsor somebody, what I do is I make them use this as a fourth column. And that's one where we had the number 4. And then it says, interestingly enough, we admitted our wrongs honestly and were willing to set these matters straight. Gee, that sounds like step 8, doesn't it? I think steps 4 and 8 are a good bit more closely related than 4 and 5. My 4 steps do not contain some of the worst things I ever did. The 4 steps are very specific, and it doesn't call for them. 5th step did. The 5th step did. So I didn't get completely off the hook on that, but I tried real hard. So we have found here a series of lists, observations, and prayers about resentment. At this point, we're about 90% through the 4th step. We've only done the first third of it, but the rest of this stuff has a tendency to move pretty quickly. I'll do a little bit more here, and then we'll take another break. It says, notice that the word fear is bracketed alongside the difficulties with Mr. Brown, Mrs. Jones, the employer, and the wife. This short word somehow touches about every aspect of our lives. It was an evil and corroding thread. All right, this is the indictment of fear. This is the piece that's telling me fear's got to go at any price. The fabric of our existence was shot through with it. It set in motion trains of circumstances which brought us misfortune we felt we didn't deserve. But did not we ourselves set the ball rolling? Sometimes we think fear ought to be classed with stealing. It seems to cause more trouble. That's pretty direct. I think they're trying to tell me that fear is bad news. Okay. We reviewed our fears thoroughly. That's a general description. They're going to tell me rather specifically how to go about that. It says we put them on paper, even though we had no resentment in connection with them. So, for the purposes of that sentence, there are 2 kinds of fears. They're the ones that have a resentment attached to them and the ones that don't. What I like to do at this point is to have somebody turn 3 or 4 pages in the 4th step. And actually at the point where they have finished writing that first column, I ask them to carry a pencil and a piece of paper all the time. Because you're going to be in the grocery store and you're going to see that cantaloupe and say, oh, his head looked just like that. Well, just write it down and we'll add it to the list when you get back to it next time. Okay, catch up. So let's turn a couple of pages just to have room in case you think of some more before we finish this 4th step. No problem. And let's have a list of fears. And it looks to me like in the fear inventory that this is the only portion that's written. So I need a list of your fears. And you can write one and skip a line is a pretty good way to go. You can use the facing page as there's nothing else written in this one. List of fears. Are you afraid of snakes, spiders, homosexuality? A lot of men are afraid of holding babies. They're afraid of babies. They're afraid of holding babies. Are you afraid of failure? Are you afraid of success? Fear of flying? They're not afraid of flying, George. It's crashing and burning that they're afraid of. The flying is okay. Are you afraid of death? What are you afraid of? Let's list them. Let's have a list of them. And then when you can't think of any more, let's review your resentment inventory and see if you can spot some more. So what we need at this point is a list of your fears. All right? This part is written. Typically, on the resentment inventory, first trip through, I think the shortest list I ever saw, I thought was complete, was about 40 resentments. It was all this guy had. The longest list I ever saw was about 450, and that list was incomplete. This guy hated everybody and wished there was more of them. I mean, he really did. Typically, it runs somewhere between about 60 or 80 and about 150 or 60 is about what I usually see. But that's just sort of a whatever. I don't worry about it too much. But I ask a lot of questions that'll bring up more if I think the list is short. Fears will be dramatically shorter than that, and I try to warn them about that. Sometimes it'll be 8 or 10, rarely more than 20. And you may have 110, and that's wonderful. But I think it's really important. I had a discussion with a guy one time, and he said the reason he looks both ways before he steps off the curb is he has a fear that he'll get run over by a bus. All right? He may have. But I look both ways before I step off the curb because I intuitively know that's what an intelligent person does. That is not a fear. Fear is that thing that grips you in here. All right? Fear is that kind of thing. So let's be sure we know what we're talking about here. All right? And then it says, we asked ourselves why we had them. I will be eternally grateful that they answered the question, for I had no idea why I had the fears. And it says, wasn't it because self-reliance failed us? And I asked them to go through that fear list and ask yourself this simple question. Is it because self-reliance failed you? If you were totally and completely 100% God-reliant, would you have that fear? No. None of them. Not fear of death? No. Snakes? No. I wouldn't be afraid of anything. You would still have flying, George. Yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah. Your case is different. I know it is. All right. It says, self-reliance was good as far as it went, but it didn't go far enough. Some of us once had great self-confidence, but it didn't fully solve the fear problem or any other. And when it made us cocky, it was worse. We're going to take a lunch break right now. It's about 11:30. We will reconvene at 12:30. Is that good for everybody? 12:30. I want to thank you all so much. I'm having a ball. Of the resentment inventory, the thing about checking it off when you mean it is that's how you know when your resentment's gone. And you can pray all kinds of good stuff for somebody, and that you mean it, the resentment's gone. So that's the litmus test on it. That's how you tell. I would like to observe that in my experience, the two most difficult things in recovery to do are think about doing a 4-step and think about doing a 9-step. Actually doing those steps is nowhere near as difficult as thinking about doing them. And I think that's really important. We left off on page 68 in the fear inventory where it had called for a written list of fears and the observation that self-reliance had failed us. That's why we had them. For had we been God-reliant, we would have none of them. And it says, perhaps there is a better way. You know what? My mistake. I'd like to open with a few moments of silence and let's acknowledge the presence. Amen. Amazing how often I do that very same thing in my life. That's something I'm working on as hard as I know how. If somebody has something that'll help me with that, I really want to hear it. Anyway, it says, perhaps there is a better way. We think so, for we are now on a different basis, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. It's kind of an interesting concept. Page Roman numeral 16, which, by the way, if you didn't read the Roman numerals, you're missing some really good stuff. Roman numeral 16 is referencing Bill Wilson and the Oxford groups as he was about to break away from them and yet carrying some of their concepts with them. And it says, though he could not accept all the tenets of the Oxford groups, he was convinced of the need for moral inventory, confession of personality defects, restitution to those harmed, helpfulness to others, and the necessity of belief in and dependence upon God. And that really struck me. the idea that belief in God and dependence upon God are separate concepts. I think many of us get here believing there's a God and not having a higher power. And I think we see that over and over again. And so the idea of believing that there's a God and depending on the God are different things. And what I'm here to learn to do is to depend upon. That's what it says, the basis of trusting and relying upon God. We trust infinite God rather than our finite selves. We are in the world to play the role He assigns. Step 1, section B. I'm not in management. I'm in the world to play the role He assigns. And someone told me a story that I like real well that I think applies to that, and it's the story that God created a particular kind of animal, and He gave that animal a hunger and a taste only for the leaves that grow at the top of a particular kind of tree. And He also gave the giraffe a long neck so he could get to him. And I am like the giraffe, that I have a hunger and a taste for my mission. The fact that I've done a bunch of other stuff doesn't matter. As I get cleaned up, I will hunger and thirst for my mission. And that's been my experience, and I've seen it over and over again. The concept, my wife puts it in a nutshell. She says, God's will is a good deal. That was big news, because I lived in fear of God's will for a long time. It says, just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us and humbly rely on Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. That looks to me like permission to make a mistake. It says, just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us. I don't always know. I do not always know. But as I said before, if I'm doing what I think He wants me to do, I make a better quality of mistake. And that's what we call progress. And I believe it's okay not to know. I really think it is. I'm convinced that there are lessons that I need to learn that cannot be learned without a mistake. And that I do not have the power to make a mistake that God can't turn into something magnificent. I just don't have that power. Doesn't say fix. Did you notice I didn't say fix? I can't make a mistake that's so bad that He can't turn it into something magnificent. And a friend of mine says, God forgives me for everything I ever did, and He loved me while I was doing it. That was huge for me. And so it says, just to the extent that we do as we think He would have us, and humbly rely on Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. Serenity is peace. My sponsor told me serenity is not freedom from the storm. Serenity is peace in the midst of the storm. The storm is going to come. At least that's what page 14 says. Here, you want to hear promises? Let me read you a promise. Page 14, last line. For if an alcoholic failed to perfect and enlarge his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive, that's a death threat, could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. We promise you trials and low spots. Guarantee, it's one of the promises right there. And that if I don't perfect, which means to make better, and enlarge, which means to make bigger, my spiritual life, and it tells me specifically how, through work and self-sacrifice for others, I won't survive. That's that get out of self thing again. Pretty clear. Okay, and it says, we never apologize to anyone for depending on our Creator. There's the never word. There's something we don't do. We can laugh at those who think spirituality is the way of weakness. Paradoxically, it is the way of strength. The verdict of the ages is that faith means courage. All men of faith have courage. They trust their God. That concept just keeps running through here, but it's all over this particular page. We never apologize for God. That must be important. They've told us twice in one paragraph. Instead, we let Him demonstrate through us what He can do. And then here's a prayer. All right, we made a list of our fears. We wrote it. And then we've made these observations we've just been talking about. Here's the prayer. We ask Him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what He would have us be. I'd like to observe what it does not say. It does not say what He would have us do, but what He would have us be. So I'm asking God to remove my fear. And so what would He have me be? I think that's a pretty good question. I found what looks to me like the answer on page 133 in the text. We are sure God wants us to be happy, joyous, and free. How about happy, joyous, free, and terrified? All of my fears are in the future. There are no exceptions to that. There's a wonderful speaker out of Houston named Doug who says, resentment is when I didn't get my will in the past. Anger is when I'm not getting my will right now. then fear is the concern that I won't get my will in the future. What's the problem here? It continues to come back to my will. I have a lady friend in Nashville, sober a long time, who was held at pistol point in a bank robbery. She's standing there to cash a check, and all of a sudden there's an arm around her throat and a pistol literally in her ear. And she talked about it later, and she said all of her fears were in the future. All of them. That moment by moment, if she'd been able to stay in the moment, she didn't say she had, moment by moment she was really okay. She was physically a little bit uncomfortable, and she was not free to do the things that she wanted to do, but she was really okay moment by moment. Her fear was that he would shoot her or that he would abduct her. But moment by moment, she was okay. Powerful. All of my fears are in the future. One day at a time is part of the answer to every question any man I sponsor has ever brought me. So I say, give me that problem again, only I want to hear the today word a couple of times in it. Right? Let's get back. This one day at a time thing is quite a concept. One day at a time. I originally thought that meant don't drink today. If you're new, it certainly does mean that. But it goes beyond that. It's been my experience that having used the first 10 steps to clean up my past, there's nothing gaining on me. I don't have to look over my shoulder. I'm not afraid of anything. Steps 11 and 12 continue to help me develop this relationship with a loving God who holds my future. He knows what's best for me and I don't. I want what he wants me to have, and I don't know what it is, but I know how to get it, and that's by trying to act like his child today. So loving God holds this wonderful future. Past is clean. Those two facts free me to live one day at a time in this day. If I don't have both of those in place, I can't be here. That's in part what the step work is about. And fear is very simply living in an uncertain future. My God is the God of right now. I can go into the future if I want to, but I have to go alone. I have a friend who says he spends too much time in his head trying to clear the way of the wreckage of his future. Right? Drink to that? I did. So my fears are always in the future. It's about being back into the now. I have another friend that says 90% of what he worries about never comes to pass, which clearly indicates that worry works 90% of the time. I don't think so either. Okay. We ask him to remove our fear and direct our attention to what he would have us be. Happy, joyous, and free, I think. And then here's a promise. At once we commence to outgrow fear. If I can outgrow fear, it seems to me that fear must be a lack of growth. Spiritual growth is my guess. Okay. That's the end of the fear inventory. It says, now about sex. Many of us, I tell you what I've noticed at conferences, you get 1,000 people on Saturday night and 209 on Sunday morning for the, quote, spiritual speaker. I can tell these conferences how to triple the size of the Sunday morning crowd, right? You have the speaker at 10 o'clock Sunday morning. You have the sex and sobriety workshop at 8:30. They'll be there, right? Anyway, it says, now about sex. Many of us needed an overhauling there. But above all, that must be important, above all, we tried to be sensible on this question. It's easy to get way off track. Here we find human opinions running to extremes, absurd extremes, perhaps. One set of voices cry that sex is a lust of our lower nature, a base necessity of procreation. Then we have the voices who cry for sex and more sex, who bewail the institution of marriage, who think that most of the troubles of the race are traceable to sex causes. They think we do not have enough of it or it isn't the right kind. They see its significance everywhere. One school would allow a man no flavor for his fare, and the other would have us all on a straight pepper diet. For those of you who are not familiar with the word fare, it means what you eat. A menu way back when was frequently called a bill of fare. Someone who's said to be faring well is eating food that they like, eating good food. So that's what they're referring to here. It says we want to stay out of this controversy. We do not want to be the arbiter of anyone's sex conduct. Let me tell you something. If they don't, I don't. And I learned this recently from one of my mentors, and I have incorporated it. And this is simply what I do. I don't even recommend it, but if it sounds like it works to you, you might try it. When I get a new man to sponsor who is single, I tell him, I'm going to ask you to leave the ladies alone for a while. You are an exceptionally sick individual, and your chances of attracting a healthy female do not exist. All right? Not possible. And what I'd like to do is I want you to leave the women alone until I get you at least through step 9. Because what that's going to do is it's going to make you healthy. I want you to hopefully one of these days have that kind of relationship. But if you can't attract a healthy one, it's only going to bring you trouble. The other reason I want you to leave them alone is I want your time and energy for this step work. Now, you may choose to ignore my suggestion. That's okay with me. I do not wish to be the arbiter of your sex conduct. However, if you do choose to go ahead and get involved with a sick woman, don't bring me the problems that you've created for yourself. I have already told you what I think you should do in this category. Takes me right out of the problem. Say, hey, don't bring it to me. I already told you. I don't want to hear it. I think that's pretty freeing for the sponsor. And for someone who's willing to be sponsored that way, I think it works. So anyway, that's the approach that I like to use on it. And it says, we all have sex problems. We'd hardly be human if we didn't. And here's the question. This is why we're doing this. This is not about beating me up. Why are we doing this? It says, what can we do about them? That's what we're here to establish. It says, we reviewed our own conduct over years past. That's a general description. They're going to tell us very specifically how to review it. It says, where had we been? Selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? Whom had we hurt? Did we unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? We got this all down on paper and looked at it. Now, I would like to observe that they're not telling us how to get that down on paper. One of my mentors likes to do it one situation at a time and apply all of that paragraph to each situation and write it out in sentence form. And that's the way he takes people through it. I like to set it up as a column inventory because I think it lays out very easily that way, and we're used to doing columns. I think there are a lot of right ways to do this. What I like to do is to ask them on the left-hand column to write down whom had we hurt. Because we start out with who the person was, then it's easy to say, were you selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate? That might make a pretty good column. And then, did you unjustifiably arouse jealousy, suspicion, or bitterness? Those were my favorite tools. That might make a pretty good column. And then, where were we at fault? What should we have done instead? That makes a pretty good column. And I'm going to tell you what that column on mine says, because it was very simple. It says I should have told her the truth. It says I should have left her alone. It says I should have told him no. Mine was pretty simple. Now yours may not be. But what's our purpose here? The next sentence says, in this way we tried to shape a sane and sound ideal for our future sex life. Now the ideal doesn't mean the individual you're looking for. It means your character. What do you think God would have you do in this category? That's the piece that we're trying to establish here. And what I like to do at this point, having done that part, is to ask them to sit down and prayerfully write down what their ideal is. What do you think God would have you do in this category? And I like to tell them, I don't want you to chase all the what ifs. All right? We don't need to know, Mr. Single Guy, what it would be if you were married but temporarily separated but not legally separated, but you thought she had a boyfriend but you weren't sure. All right? We don't need that one. We don't need that one. All right? Let's apply the word today to this little baby and come up with 2 or 3 sentences. Mine's fairly simple. For those of you who come, you will hear my wife do the Al-Anon talk tomorrow. She is spectacular. She gets all of my sexual energy. I got a 1-sentence one. It's pretty simple. And I'm not even recommending that. But I like to ask the men that I sponsor to write it down. What is your sexual ideal? What do you think God would have you do in this category given your current set of circumstances? That's all. I don't even ask to see it. But I think if you're going to try to live up to it, you ought to know what it is. And rather than have it rattling around inside your head with all that other stuff that's going on in there, I'd rather have it down on paper. I think it'd be a little bit easier for you to use. And then here's a test. It says we subjected each relation to this test. Was it selfish or not? Oh, back to the selfishness being my big problem. You remember we talked about that a lot. And then here's a prayer. We ask God to mold our ideals and help us to live up to them. All right, so I'm going to ask God to mold my ideals, write down what they are, and ask God to help me live up to them. Remembering always that our sex powers were God-given and therefore good. What? God invented sex? I think that's what it says. And is therefore good. Okay. So I had to scratch an old idea on that one. I had sex down as dirty. It's not. Neither to be used lightly or selfishly in order to be despised and loathed. Whatever our ideal turns out to be, we must be willing to grow toward it. We must be willing to make amends where we've done harm. Gee, that sounds like step 8 again, doesn't it? This thing is kind of fluid, provided we do not bring still more harm in so doing. In other words, we treat sex as we would any other problem. Okay, so what do I do with any other problem? I sit down and inventory it. What is the problem here? All right, who's at fault? Where am I at fault? What would he have me do instead? Take it to God in prayer. Pretty clear. It lays out what to do with the problem. In meditation, we ask God, gee whiz, that looks like another prayer. What we should do about each specific matter. The right answer will come, if we want it. That can be a problem. Okay. God alone can judge our sex situation. Counsel with persons is often desirable, but we let God be the final judge. I don't want to be the final judge of anybody's sex conduct. I do not. Suppose we fall short of our chosen ideal and stumble. Does this mean we're going to get drunk? Some people tell us so. It's only a half-truth. It depends on us and our motives. This is where I said it does talk about motives. If we are sorry for what we've done and have the honest desire to let God bring us to better things, we believe we will be forgiven and will have learned our lesson. If we are not sorry and our conduct continues to harm others, we are quite sure to drink. There's a promise. Quite sure to drink. We are not theorizing. These are facts out of our experience. And then it says to sum up about sex, we earnestly pray. There's the third prayer in this portion, or fourth. I lost count. There are a number of prayers in the fourth step, and they're powerful. For the right ideal, for guidance in each questionable situation, and for sanity, for the strength to do the right thing. And then here's a concept that you can follow through the book in an awful lot of places. It says if sex is very troublesome, we throw ourselves the harder into helping others. We think of their needs and work for them. This takes us out of ourselves. It quiets the imperious urge when to yield would mean heartache. Same concepts on page 84 in the 10th step. A little bit past the middle of the page. It says, continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. When these crop up, we ask God at once to remove them. We discuss them with someone immediately, make amends quickly if we have harmed anyone. Then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help. It's over and over again in Bill's story on page 14 and 15, two different examples. Could not survive the certain trials and low spots ahead. If he did not work, he would surely drink again, and if he drank, he would surely die. And then here's from Bill's story. My wife and I abandoned ourselves with enthusiasm to the idea of helping other alcoholics to a solution of their problems. It was fortunate, for my old business associates remained skeptical for a year and a half, during which I found little work. I was not too well at the time and was plagued by waves of self-pity and resentment. Sound like depression to anybody? It does to me. This sometimes nearly drove me back to drink, but I soon found that when all other measures failed, work with another alcoholic would save the day. Many times I have gone to my old hospital in despair. On talking to a man there, I would be amazingly lifted up and set on my feet. It is a design for living that works in rough going. Constantly, it says, to go and try to give this to somebody else when you're in trouble. And I've seen it work over and over again. Okay, back on, where we were on page 70, at the end of the sexual misconduct inventory. It says, and then it says, this is what we pilots refer to as a checklist. It says, if we have been thorough about our personal inventory, we have written down a lot. Okay, if we followed the directions we've discovered this morning, this afternoon, we will have written quite a bit. We'll have a list of resentments and what they did and what it affected. We'll have a list of fears, and we'll have some things written down about our sexual misconduct. We'll also have in the resentment inventory a list of character defects or a fourth column of our mistakes or something in that category. Quite a bit of writing. So it says here, if we have been thorough about our personal inventory, we have written down a lot. We have listed and analyzed our resentments. Okay, yeah, we did that. I remember the analysis part too. We have begun to comprehend their futility and their fatality. There's the death threat. I recognize those. We have commenced to see their terrible destructiveness. Yeah, we did that. We have begun to learn tolerance, patience, and goodwill toward all men, even our enemies, for we look on them as sick people. Yeah, I remember that piece. That was an important one. We have listed the people we have hurt by our conduct. We did that in the resentment inventory and in the sexual misconduct inventory. And we are willing to straighten out the past if we can. It says in this book you read again and again that faith did for us what we could not do for ourselves. We hope you are convinced now that God can remove whatever self-will has blocked you off from him. If you have already made a decision, that would be a third step decision, and an inventory of your grosser handicaps, we just got through covering that, you have made a good beginning. This being so, you have swallowed and digested. That means completed, right? And digested some big chunks of truth about yourself. That's a description of a fourth step. It's a very, very simple process. Very easy, kind of long. Questions? Anybody got anything they want to? I mean, I don't do questions and answers. I can give you questions and dumb looks. I can promise you that. No? Nothing? Okay. Hi.
Are you using more columns in the sex inventory or just one?
What?
I kind of lost that.
Did I go too fast there?
Who had we heard?
Yeah.
But then are there other
What I like to do, the question's about the sexual misconduct inventory. And what I like to do is to have a column of whom had we hurt, a column of selfish, dishonest, inconsiderate, a column of jealousy, suspicion, and bitterness, and then the last column is where was I at fault and what should I have done instead. And it lays out pretty well. And I think my own belief is that once again this should be short, because we've established here that what we're trying to do is to shape a sane and sound ideal for my future sex life. So I don't need to write all these details and all this gory stuff. It's just get it down on paper so I can get a look at what I have done in the past and establish what I don't need to be doing in the future is kind of a beginning. Thank you. Thank you. Hi.
When you do, you mentioned you did a number of four steps. When you do subsequent four steps, where do you start?
The question was when I do ensuing four steps, I don't start with four step. I start with step one. I'm currently taking 5 or 6 of them. I sponsor kind of a lot of guys, but most of them are sober over 10 years. And when I take them back through the work, I have them start reading on Roman numeral 11. And when they get to page 60, we sit down face to face and I ask them the ABCs. And then I take them through this work a piece at a time, just like I'm doing it here. And that's the way I do it with myself.
So you write down all the things you have written down previously?
No. On the ensuing, and that's a great question. On the ensuing 4 steps, I don't ask the men to write down everything they've ever been angry with, but everything that you're currently unhappy about and all the big ones from the past, like the last 10 that you had such trouble getting rid of. Let's put them down because we want to dust them off and make sure that those are still clean. It's amazing how some of them will reemerge, most especially in the category of political parties or individuals and also former spouses and employers. Those have a tendency to come back. And so I like to get those back down again. That's a great question. Thank you. And that's just what I do. Hi.
I kind of have a question on something you talked about this morning, and it was about us being such great actors, and it brought me to that term that we always say act as if.
Yeah. We were great actors. That's true.
When newcomers are here and you tell them, well, just act as if, is that something that...
She's asking the question about this phrase, act as if, and weren't we actors long enough? And I think the one that bothers me is fake it till you make it. I just want to throw up when I hear that. My God, I'm sick of faking it. But I think this particular act as if is a pretty positive one, because what I say is, okay, let's sit down here and write down what you believe, what you'd like to believe about God. That God is loving, forgiving, gentle, cares, wants the best for me, is available to me at all times, can sweep up any mistakes that I make, and just this has a great sense of humor. You get all that wonderful stuff. Now, you may or may not believe that, but if you did believe that, how do you think you would conduct yourself? All right, I want you to conduct yourself like you believe that, and let's see what happens. I call it a working hypothesis. It's a scientific term. It means we have reason to believe this may be true, so let's apply it in all instances and see what happens. And I hear your question's an interesting one. I've never thought about it before. But the act that I was doing before was to try to fake people out and was to try to support my sickness. And this one is to try to take me to a better place. I don't know if I answered that very well. And I forgot to make the announcement, by the way, about please get out your cell phones and pagers. If you have one on you, come on, I want to see it. Get them out, please. Let's see them all. Set them on stun. Okay, set it on stun, please. Thank you. Hi. Hi, Mike.
I have a question. I get the impression that perhaps while you're doing this fourth step, either yourself or doing it with somebody else, that you're discussing these things as you go along. And I'm wondering, is that the impression you're trying to give? In other words, you don't wait for your fifth step to talk about it?
That we're discussing. The question is, do I discuss these things as we go along with somebody that I'm sponsoring? No, I don't. If they want to bring them up, I'm glad to. And quite frankly, it's pretty frequent that when we start doing the prayer work and the resentment inventory, they'll get that list down to a handful, 4, 5, or 6 that just won't move. I have my own definition of acceptance, and this might be worth something. Acceptance is when I quit fighting on a heart level, on a gut level, something I have no power over. Acceptance does not include approval. I don't have to approve of something to accept it. I only get a certain amount of spiritual energy on any given day. And if I'm squandering it, worrying about and wrestling things I have no power over, I won't have enough left to handle my own assignment that I have for this day. So what typically happens is that they'll get the list down to 5 or 6 that just won't move. And this has just been my experience, and so I'm just going to share it under the for whatever it's worth category. I find it helpful when they get down to that number to sit down with them and say, okay, fella A, it's your dad. Sit down and tell me what he did that hurt you. Just tell me what he did. And I'm going to tell you the truth while you do that. And they say, well, he did this, he did that. And say, I'm sorry that happened to you. I don't think you deserve that. I don't think any little boy ever deserved that. It wasn't right. Tell me about it. Don't defend him. Just tell me. And I just tell him what I think. I'm very sad that happened to you. It's really sad. But there's something inside him that he thinks he's got to approve of what this person did. And I don't approve. I do not approve. And it's important, I think, that he knows that. And I don't know what happens here. But I do that with each individual, and they got to get down to 5 or 6 before I try this thing. And this is just something I've found. I'm first time I've ever allowed myself to be taped saying this because it's not in the book. And I'm pretty hardcore in the book, but I've also seen it help people. And then I give him some off-the-wall assignment when he gets through. I say, okay, I don't want you praying for these people. I don't want you thinking about them. I want you to read Dr. Bob's story, and I want you to look up 4 words on every page, and I want you to read 4 pages a day, Dr. Bob's story. I want you to look up at least 4 words on every page and write the definitions in the margins. And call me each night and let's talk about the words you looked up and what it said. I'm just giving them something off the wall to change the subject. And get them through Dr. Bob's story and say, okay, let's go back and pray for these people. And it's gone. And I can't explain it any better than that. I've just seen it work. But there's something inside that's still screaming, yes, but I was a defenseless little boy and they did that to me. And that part is still hurt. And there's something about me saying it wasn't right that just seems to help. I can't do that with 160 of them, but I can sure do it with the last 4 or 5, and I've seen it work. Has anybody else got anything that really touched me? I've talked about this before, but I'm pretty serious about this book. Hi. Yeah. Yes, ma'am, really. Thank you. Yes, sir. Hi.
Hello, Scott. My name's John, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, John.
Perchance, if a person did not have a sponsor that he was comfortable doing this 4th step with, would there be any possibility that he could do this on a self-evaluation basis, based following your tape, for example?
The question is, could somebody do this 4-step out of the book on their own and have it work? Absolutely. 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 But I don't really consider this much of, I mean, I know we call it inventory, but to me it's taking out the garbage. And I don't see it so much as self-evaluation as, and not to argue with your words, but my perspective is this is taking out the garbage. And it's been my experience that people who do this work get the garbage taken out. But it isn't the writing, it was the observations and prayers, and I think we established that pretty firmly today. The piece that has absolutely got to have, I mean, my sponsor does not allow me to sponsor men that don't live in Metro Nashville. He makes one single exception. I'll tell somebody later if they really care why. But he does allow me to coach people through the fourth step. Now, no, I can't, okay? But he does occasionally let me take somebody from out of town through the fourth step. And I have no idea what's on their fourth step. I just do what I'm doing here today, a little bite at a time. They do the work. It doesn't have much to do with who's doing the coaching. The question is, did it come out of this book that changes them? We get to step 5, which I'm coming to now. That's the piece that requires somebody else. And that's the piece I like to give. Did that answer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well, if it's okay with everybody, we'll move on and see if there's anything else in this book that's worth reading. I'm going to get one of these. These are really good. I borrowed this one. Okay, this is on page 72. This is perhaps difficult. We're referencing the fifth step here, especially discussing our defects with another person. We think we have done well enough in admitting these things to ourselves. There is doubt about that. In actual practice, we usually find a solitary self-appraisal insufficient. Many of us thought it necessary to go much further. We will be more reconciled to discussing ourselves with another person when we see good reasons why we should. The best reason first, if we skip this vital, that's from the word vita, Latin again, meaning life. It means you only have to do this if you want to live. All right? Everyone else is dismissed. If we skip this vital step, we may not overcome drinking. That's kind of important. Kind of important. I guarantee I did not want to do that. I'll tell you a piece out of my story that I'm going to tell Sunday morning. I had asked a fellow named Bernie, who was a counselor at my treatment center, if he'd hear my fifth step. And he was not my counselor, but the reason I chose him is because you'd look at him until he was stoned out of his mind. Well, I mean, there's plenty of stoned counselors. We all know that. And you know what it looks like. His face is real relaxed, and he's got this dumb grin. When he moves real slowly. I thought, okay, I know I'm going to have to do this fifth step. And I'm going to ask if he'll hear it, because this junkie, I mean, I'm going to tell him the whole deal. And, I mean, a week later, will he know what I said? He won't know if we did it. So this guy's a great choice, right? So I completed this psychobabble fourth step they gave me at the treatment center. I do not have enough time today to give you my opinion on that fourth step, except I don't even need to get started. What a piece of garbage that was. I mean, do you still hate your mother? Fill in the blanks, multiple choice. I mean, do you look in the toilet before you flush? I mean, it was all this psychobabble that may have some therapeutic value, but can you compare that to what we just went through here? This is life-changing. And that's just, one more load of fresh compost is what that was. But anyway, I filled in all the blanks, and I called down to the treatment center to Bernie, and he said, yeah, sure, I'll hear your fifth step. Come on down. We booked an appointment. I drove. It was about 4 hours. And I dumped my bucket. I told Bernie the whole thing. And that's where I began to get relief. Because that's what the steps bring you if you're new. They look like they're designed to punish you. You're wrong about that. You are wrong about that. You're wrong about a lot of things. I was. And that's where I began to get relief, was when I did the fifth step. And if I'd done the real fourth step, I'd have started getting relief there. But I didn't. I did this psychobabble thingy. And just for your information, Bernie was not stoned. Bernie was sober over 20 years. That was serenity. I didn't know what it looked like. All right? I just... Newcomer thinking, huh? There's nothing quite like it. I got a friend that says the reason God blesses AA is because he gets so many belly laughs out of our newcomers' prayers. And I think that might be right. But it was important that I do this thing, that I do it. And I told you before, it's what my experience has been is that having done that the first time, it was then possible the second time when somebody needed to hear what I'd done, because I got free. I got absolutely free. And I referenced it a few minutes ago when I talked about the last column in the sexual misconduct inventory, when I said I should have told him no. Most men who get here, well, I had a gifted therapist tell me that she thought that about 70% of adult males that had a homosexual experience. I've heard over 100 fifth steps, and I'm going to guess it's above 90. All right, so fellas, if that's the one you're hiding, we already know. All right, I had some of those myself. And if anybody needs to hear about it, if you'll see me individually, I'm okay talking about it. And I'm not embarrassed sitting here, all right? Because that's not who I am, that's who I'm not, right? I've learned a lot, and I'm at peace about that. I really am quite at peace about it. Part of what happens in the fifth step is as I offer this garbage to God, He cleans it. And I carry it now. And if somebody needs to hear it, I just let him get it out and use it. And that's part of what keeps it clean. This is important work, because that's what I'm here to do, is to fit myself, page 77, fit myself to be of maximum service to God and the people about me. And part of that is that some of this ugly history I have. Let's take a look at page 124. This is a brand new page, by the way. I told you they changed the book occasionally. This is a new page. Right, I just added this one. Yeah. Page 124. Henry Ford once made a wise remark to the effect that experience is the thing of supreme value in life. That is true only if one is willing to turn the past to good account. We grow by our willingness, there's the willingness word again, to face and rectify errors and convert them into assets. The alcoholic's past thus becomes the principal asset of the family, and frequently it's almost the only one. This painful past may be of infinite value. Infinite. Boy, that's a lot, huh? Infinite value to other families still struggling with their problem. We think each family which has been relieved owes something to those who have not. And when the occasion requires, each member of it should be only too willing to bring former mistakes, no matter how grievous, out of their hiding places. Showing others who suffer how we were given help is the very thing which makes life seem worthwhile to us now. Cling to the thought that in God's hands, the dark past is the greatest possession you have. The key to life and happiness for others. With it, you can avert death and misery for them. That's been my experience. I have had the experience of God taking the very, very worst things I've ever done and using them as tools to help other people. That is a powerful God, folks. That is a powerful God. And that's part of what keeps it clean for me. And we're going to talk about that, some of that in a few minutes. That's in part what step 5 is about, is that cleansing that makes me a better tool. Because that's what I'm here to be. That's what I'm hoping to be. That's why I'm sitting here today, is I'm hoping to be a tool in the Master's hand. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. I've had an amazing life. I've seen some astonishing things. I've never had anything that touches knowing that I've been a tool in the Master's hand. I've never had anything that touches the experience of seeing the light come on somebody else's eyes because of something I had done in the past that was so ugly that I never wanted to share it. And they got free. There's nothing like it. There's absolutely nothing like it. And the beginning of that is sharing it the first time. That's the beginning of that. The beginning of the cleansing process. It's the opening up to receive the forgiveness. I talked about when I forgive somebody else, it's not something I've done, it's something I've received. Well, I need to be forgiven myself, and it's not something I do, it's something I receive. And part of that is in step 5. It's where I begin to receive the forgiveness on that. Page 74 in the text suggests, you got to remember when this book was written, there weren't a whole lot of people sober laying around. And they're recommending a number of people who might be good to hear your 5th step. And I'm perfectly okay with the men that I sponsor them if they want to do their 5th step with a priest or somebody like that. That's great. When they finish with him, they can come do it with me. That's just how I am. Now, and I realize that there are no rules in Alcoholics Anonymous, and here's one of them on page 74, where it says the rule is we must be hard on ourselves, but always considerate of others. That means I don't do my 5th step with my wife or my father. That's what that means. That's what they're talking about. Top of page 75, it says, when we decide who is to hear our story, that's interesting. So what I'm going to do is tell my story. It doesn't say I'm going to read them my 4th step. It says, who's going to hear my story? We waste no time. We have a written inventory, and we are prepared for a long talk. It doesn't say a long read. Now, if you read your 4 steps to your sponsor, and that's what he wants to do, I'm good with it. Okay? I am good with it. I don't let him read inventory to me, and I'm going to talk about that. We explain to our partner what we're about to do and why we have to do it. He should realize that we're engaged upon a life and death errand. Oh, another death threat. My wife says this disease is so powerful it kills people who don't even have it. And think about that. That's right. Drunk drivers, whatever, you betcha. Okay. The book gives, it looks to me like a 1-sentence direction on how to do a 5th step. It says we pocket our pride and go to it. Illuminating, which means to shine light into. illuminating every twist of character, every dark cranny of the past. This is the place where I cover all the rotten things I ever did. I do not find in my literature any place that tells me how to hear a fifth step. And so what I'm going to share with you is my lineage, is my experience. And in my lineage, we do not hear fifth steps. We exchange them. Now, I don't do my whole fifth step with a guy. And when I sit down with him, I like to open with a prayer. And what I ask him to do is to pray for clarity and courage and anything else he thinks he needs to do. And I tell him what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask God to make me perfect for this time that we're together, and to make me an open channel. And I promise God that I'll trust what I get, because I don't know. I just don't know. And I promised him that I'll trust what I get, that if it seems like something I'm supposed to say or do, I will. And I have the permission to tell you I experienced of wrapping a guy in a blanket and holding him for 45 minutes when he cried for the first time in his adult life. Now, I don't know how to do that, but I know someone that does. And if I ask God for what he wants me to have, I get a lot of help. It's about me asking the right question. So I ask God to make me perfect for this fifth step and to help me stay present. And I have to do that several times during this fifth step. Normally, because my mind has a tendency to wander off, and I have to pray that I might continue to be present for this guy. And they take varying forms. They'll ask, all right, now what should I do? When we both finish our prayer, what should I do? I say, well, we're going to talk about all the worst things you've ever done. We can use any one of several formats. You can begin reading your fourth step. I'll let you read it some, but I want you to talk to me. I don't want you to read to me. If you want this to take not much time at all, you can start by giving me the worst things on your inventory. It's been my experience that people that open with the 2 or 3 worst things they got, this fifth step don't take too long. Because if they're still trying to decide whether or not they're really going to tell you that one, boy, some of these other stories get long. See a lot of sponsors nodding here. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. I recommend the dump the bucket first one, but whatever he needs to do, I'm okay with. And as he talks, when he talks about something in his fifth step that's ugly that he did, that I did, I interrupt him and tell him my story. I try to let him go first. I don't always do that. Again, I trust what I get. Sometimes I go first on one of these things to give him a feel that it's okay. And when he and I both think we're finished, I ask a series of questions. And the questions are, have you ever physically harmed anyone that we haven't talked about? And this, I'm not talking about a black eye on the school ground. Have you ever killed anyone? Have you had sex with a family member or an animal? Have you paid for an abortion? Have you done anything that you haven't told me that you either weren't going to tell me or you were unsure whether or not you were going to tell me? And I'm not trying to extract it from him. I'm not going to let him sit in the car thinking, well, it just didn't come up. I'm going to pick that scab. That's my job. And I also tell him that that he may over. Funny how we have to get back in the same seats, isn't it? Did you ever notice that? Just not comfortable. I didn't move. You didn't either. Okay. I'm Scott Lee. I'm an alcoholic. And so grateful to be here. I'm always amazed that people come back. I just think it's great. I have tremendous respect for you. I'd like to ask somebody to close that back door, please, as you come in. Thank you, ma'am. And let's have a few moments of silence and acknowledge the presence and ask again for the open hearts. And I'll meet you back here. Amen. Thank you. Thanks for coming back. Tom, where are you? Somebody asked a question about step 4 and how many times you do it. My immediate past sponsor believed that you did the 4-step once, and if you were thorough, that you could stay sober on 10, 11, 12. And he had a great program, and I have a world of respect for him. That's not my take on it. Whatever your sponsor says, by the way, is final authority. And if you take something that I've said to your sponsor to argue with him, I disagree with you. I agree with your sponsor. All right? Now, I mean that with all my heart. I believe God blesses sponsorship. And if you're shopping what your sponsor says, you ought to be shopping for sponsors. Okay? Page 64. A business which takes no regular inventory usually goes broke. That is the reference. And I believe in taking inventory about once a year. It's been 3 years since my last one. Okay? That's the best I can do with it. I'm long overdue. That's my own perspective. I thought it was a great question. I've got 5 of the men that I sponsor. One of them is sober 4 years, and the others are all over 10 that are in the step work now. Again, they've asked me to bring them back through it again. The 4th step, the ensuing 4 steps, you're through with the first one, you do the second one a year later, take you less than an hour. Probably won't turn the page on the resentment inventory. Probably won't fill the first page. So don't be surprised when that happens. I'm due for a 4-step, and I bet I knock it out in less than an hour because there isn't that much work to do. I don't want to carry the resentments anymore. I'm okay. I'm at peace with the people that are attacking my country. I have been blessed with seeing them as very sick individuals. I'm sad for them. They've been lied to. They have a set of beliefs that turns them away from the power of goodness and love and joy, and I'm sad for them. And I wasn't always sad for them. I had anger for them, but the prayer worked for me again. They're spiritually sick, and I'm sad for them. I wish them the best. I hope they have a spiritual awakening. Don't you? Yeah. Okay. So I'm not expecting this process to take me very long. It's interesting. The former spouse thing has flared for me again, and she hadn't done a thing. I've had no contact with her. Thank you. And I'm sorry, that's very flippant of me. But just some of my old stuff has come up, the old thinking. So I've got some work to do. It's time. So for me, I need to continue to stay active in the work. You know, if one's a mistake, if it's a mistake to do a 4-step again, what's the harm? If it's a mistake not to do a 4-step again, it looks like the price might be high. That's just my take on it. Okay, so we're on page 83, and it says, the spiritual life is not a theory. We have to live it. Now, that's really important because they put it in squiggly writing. Okay, unless one's family expresses a desire to live upon spiritual principles, we think we ought not to urge them. We should not talk, incessantly to them about spiritual matters. They will change in time. Our behavior will convince them more than our words. Oh, I'm going to have to go be a good guy now? We must remember that 10 or 20 years of drunkenness would make a skeptic out of anyone. Yeah, okay, I can see how that might have happened. I personally restrict the men that I sponsor from using the word sorry when they make amends. I think we've told them we were sorry enough. And I believe that amends is not a lecture course. All right, it needs to be brief. You may open by saying, I was wrong, or I believed I harmed you, or both. I think those are good ways to open amends. You will be very brief about it. And we have to be extremely careful that we don't hurt somebody. I'm going to give an example, okay? And this is the best I can do with the language. Somebody can help me with this later. I'd like to hear it. Let's say, for example, that he used a lady's charms lightly and then ignored her after that. Okay, you get the idea? So how do you go and make amends to her and not make her feel cheap again? Because we do not want to hurt her. And this is the best I've been able to come up with. You go to her and say, I was not as good a friend to you as I could have been. And I'm ashamed. And I believe I may have harmed you. And I would like to make that right. Would you like to talk to me about how I harmed you? What can I do to make it right? That's plenty. I tell them, when you sit down, you think about what you want to say to somebody and make an amends, figure out how many words that is, and divide by 2. And then knock off a 0. I mean, this is a little number. All right? This is a teeny tiny number. All right? You're not going to go to your mother and talk about all the times you were a bad son or daughter to her. You're going to say, I'm sorry, I say, I wasn't as good a child to you as I could have been. I ignored you. I did not act in a loving fashion. I believe I've harmed you. I'd like to make that right. Would you please tell me how I've harmed you and what I can do to square the books? That's plenty. And then you listen. Now, we don't have to take abuse. And we are also, and this is really important, we are not asking you to turn your will and life over to the care of someone that you have harmed. All right? If I sponsor you, I will tell you that this guy that you harmed is not final authority on what this amend will be. I am. You and I prayerfully are. Because there may be somebody out there who absolutely treasures the fact that he hates you and will bash you for the rest of your life. It is not necessary for you to submit to that. All right, so that's not what we're doing here. And the question is, did you harm them? Restitution to those harmed. For those who were, as I was, abused as a child, I do not owe amends to someone who abused me. I do not owe them amends, and I do not have to see them, for I did not harm them. All right? It's an important piece. I believe God blesses sponsorship, and if you're new and you're heading out to make amends without your sponsor's full authority and approval, you are probably making a very, very serious mistake. I'd like to recommend as strongly against that as I can. That's a mistake. And then we let them talk. Now, we don't take abuse, but we let them talk and say, well, if you owe them $100, it might be good to give them $100. If you owe them $5,000, it would be good to give them $100 and tell them when the next $100's coming, and make sure that it does. And if you think you can do $100 a month, tell them $50, and make sure that you get it covered. Okay, let's make sure we do what we say, because we went a long time without so. So let's do what we say. My wife came up with something I think is so powerful, and for those of you who are blessed enough to hear her tomorrow, she'll talk about it. She calls it good amends. And that's where you go back and thank the people who deeply touched your life. Who here has been thanked too much? Who's been overthanked? No hands? Okay. And when I heard her talk about that, it occurred to me there were people who had touched my life deeply I had not thanked. And I thanked my dad for being a good dad. Best he could do. And I thanked my mother for being my mom, being in my corner all the time. And I thanked my major professor in college because I learned a lot from him. And I thanked the man that taught me to fly because he set up my Air Force career. And I went back and thanked people. You want to do something that's really fun? You want to do something that'll touch you deeply? You go hunt them down and thank them. Go hunt them down and thank them and see what happens to you. It's a spectacular process. That's a gift from my wife. Don't miss her talk. Page 83. There may be some wrongs we can never fully right. We don't worry about them if we can honestly say to ourselves that we would right them if we could. I'm going to talk about the worst thing I ever did for a couple of minutes. And I want to preface this. I'll do this Sunday in part of my talks. I think it's maybe the most important thing I have to say. If you have done what I'm about to describe and you're okay with it, I'm okay with it, all right? It's not a political discussion. As a young man, I paid for an abortion, and that festered my soul. I used to think about the what-ifs on that one, and I used to think about it all the time. And I had a major spiritual experience, which I'm not going to go into now, when I was thinking about that one time, and I received the forgiveness. I had one of the burning bushes. I'll tell about that Sunday. And I received God's forgiveness. But when I got to the 9th step, it looked to me like I owed amends to an unborn child, and I didn't think it could be done. I have been blessed to have been in the hands of people who knew what was in this book. I'd like to read to you from page 83. Some people cannot be seen. We send them an honest letter. And I'm going to talk about the letter that I wrote, and I'm going to talk about how I recommend people write letters. I was sat down, and I recommend outside under God's sky instead of indoors under man's roof. And I was told to write a letter. Dear unborn child. And my instructions were to write only until I was able to cry. And for those of you who are suffering now, because I know I picked your scabs, I wouldn't have done it if I didn't have an answer, and I do. Please listen. Please see me afterward. I want to talk to you. This is an unborn child. This is a grandparent. It's anybody who's gone to the other side. And I'm told to write this child a letter. And like the 4th step, I think we demonstrated earlier, is not about writing. It was observations and prayers that made the changes. In my experience, this letter process is not about writing. It is about tears. If you are unable to cry, I do not recommend this process. I've seen people lock up, and it just doesn't do any good. I was taught to cry when I was sober a year. A member of my home group, guy taught me to cry. It took me a year. He taught me. And I can cry, and I can teach you, and I want to. And if you don't know how to cry, if you will see me later, I got a handout right here, you'll learn to cry. Because no baby was ever born unable to cry. Your inability to cry was learned. It can be unlearned. And I mention that only because I believe tears are necessary to this letter process, because I've had the privilege of sitting with a lot of people. And so I sat down with one of my spiritual advisors, well, not my sponsor, but one of my spiritual advisors sat me down and said, write to this child. And I would write until I was able to cry. And I was told to lay the pen down and cry as long as I could. If you have one of these to do, you're going to want to write and cry at the same time. And if you do that, you're going to compress the time frame, and it will not get complete. I've seen it over and over again. So you write until you can cry. As soon as you can cry, you lay the pen down, you cry as long as you can. And as soon as the tears stop on their own, you begin to write again. You do this with someone who is not afraid of your tears, who will prayerfully hold the space. We need someone to sit there and prayerfully hold this space while you do this thing. They need to understand that, and they need to be informed that you're going to have to be told to lay the pen down when you're crying, because believe me, you're going to want to write and cry. Don't do it. And you lay the pen down, you cry as long as you can. When the tears stop on their own, you begin to cry again, or you begin to write again. And as soon as you can cry again, lay the pen down again. And you do that process. And I did it until I was sure I was complete. And I talked about how much I missed. You can imagine. And I'll talk to you later if you need to hear details. I'd be glad to. Because I got free. You see, nothing's going on in here while I do this. I got free. That's what I came to tell you. I got free. I serve a powerful God, gave me a powerful program. He uses the worst things I've ever done as tools to help other people. That's going on right now. I can see it in some faces. I know that's happening right now. Powerful. And when I was sure I was finished, I was told to sign Love Dad. And I was not finished. I was then handed a plain white envelope, and I was told to address the envelope. And I said, how? And I was asked the question, where's the child? And I said, with God. That's correct, with God in heaven. And there's no resentment there. Nobody's mad. And God and that child wants you to get free. Now address the letter. And I addressed a plain envelope to an unborn child in heaven. And I was told to put on extra postage. That's a long way from Nashville, Tennessee. And I mailed it, and I got free. And I have permission to tell this piece of the story. I got a phone call a few years ago, and a guy that I sponsor said, I sponsor a guy who needs to write. I started telling this when I'm telling you in public about 4.5 years ago. So this story predates that. But he and I had exchanged fist steps, and consequently he knew about this. And he said, I'm sponsoring a guy that needs to write a letter. And I don't have the experience. Would you sit with us? I said, I'd be honored. And we sat down, myself, the man I sponsored, and the man he sponsored. And this guy wrote a letter to 2 unborn children. And I coached him. And I just kept saying, lay the pen down, lay the pen down, lay the pen down. And he cried. And when he was finished, I said, here's a plain white envelope, address the letter. And he said, no. He said, I think I'm going to burn this, not in the sense of destroying it, but to send it in smoke. I think it could get where it's going better that way. And I said, wow. And we went over by the rose bushes, and he held a kitchen match to it. And when it was just ashes, he crumbled it and put them on the roses. And he got free. And I don't have his permission to tell this. He begged me to tell you. And I don't give him the envelope anymore. We pick a special place, and we send it in smoke. And we get free. And the people who follow these instructions get free. I've seen it over and over and over again. I've also written that down. If somebody would like to have that, it's on the back of this How to Learn to Cry thing. Powerful stuff. I say again, if you've done what I've done and you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. I did not come to indict you. I came to maybe help some other people get free. That's what I'm about. That's what that page 124 was about the worst thing in my past is a tool in God's hands. I watch it over and over again. It's one of my great joys. And nothing happened in here. That's the worst thing I ever did. I'm free. I am free. What a gift. It's my experience in coaching people through the 9th step. I'm going to lighten up a little bit, okay? That was pretty heavy. Lighten up a little bit. That, when I get the guy, he's got a lot of problems. But by the time I've got him all the way into step 9, his life has changed. He's been promoted at work. There's money in the bank. He throws the switch. The lights come on. The phone rings. He's not afraid to answer it. Okay? He's sleeping in the big bed. All right? His life's changed and his motivation's gone. His motivation is gone because my motivation of choice is pain. Isn't yours? That's my favorite. And so what I like to do at this point is apply, because it's hard to keep them moving in the 9th step. Anybody experience that, sponsoring people? A lot of trouble keeping them moving through step 9. And what I've found is that you can apply the one day at a time concept to step 9 and keep them moving. So what I say, he says, he's saying to himself, I can't make 160 amends. And I'm saying to myself, I know that, but you can make one today. Which one is it? We're only 160 days from being through with this. So I say, what amend do you want to make next? Okay, let's talk about that amend. When can you get that person on the phone, schedule an appointment? Oh, you can call them today? Good. What's the next hole in your calendar? When could you see him? Well, you can see him tomorrow? Good. Call him, book the appointment, call me back. Yeah, okay, appointment tomorrow at 2. Shouldn't take over an hour. I'll look for your phone call at 3. I wonder how it went. All right, so I got his feet right up against the fire. He calls me at 3. He says, it went good. It was amazing. Or it was terrible. Or, whatever. We process that. I say, okay, who's next? Right? I do that 159 more times and we're done. One day at a time concept applied to sponsoring somebody through step 9. It is so hard to keep them moving at that point. And that's what I use. It works pretty good. That unborn child thing just wears me out. I am physically tired. And I wasn't kidding when I said we were going to get heavy duty. Okay. And then we have the 9-step promises, which I read before, so I'm not going to do that again, but aren't they powerful? I'd like to make an observation about one of them. It's 2 observations. The first one is, my favorite is the first. It says, we will be amazed before we are halfway through. That is a promise. Were you not amazed before you were halfway through? That's my favorite one. I see people that take them out and insist on having 12, the number 1 through 12, they miss that one. And they have to break another one in half so they can have the magic number of 12. I think we'll be amazed before we're halfway through. It's pretty important stuff. And this one, the last one, we will suddenly realize that God is doing for us what we could not do for ourselves. It doesn't say God will suddenly begin to do for us what we could not do for ourselves. It says our realization will be sudden. We'll suddenly say, wow. Been going on for a long time, but I finally noticed it. I have my own definition for a revelation. You know what a revelation is? Revelation is when I figure out for myself something you've been trying to tell me for 6 months or longer. Okay? It's a revelation. Okay. All right. Middle of page 84. This thought brings us to step 10, which suggests we continue to take personal inventory and continue to write any new mistakes as we go along. I think that as we go along is the powerful piece for me. And again, this is just how I approach it. For me, the difference between step 10 and step 11 is the as we go along. Step 10 is about me being present in my own life moment by moment. We're going to come to the directions on step 11 here in a few minutes that recommend morning and evening prayer and meditation. If I wait until 11 o'clock tonight to inventory what I did today, how am I going to promptly admit it and fix something I did wrong at 7:15 in the morning? It's not possible. So for me, step 10 is about being present in my own life, moment by moment. About taking inventory, not necessarily right after I did something, but maybe right before I did something, to think about it. And I think one of the slogans applies to this, and the slogan is easy does it. That if I'm running Mach 2 with my hair on fire, right? You're familiar, right? Mach 2 with my hair on fire, I'm not present. I'm usually way out in the future, right? And I'm leaving a sonic boom that's breaking eggs and windows everywhere. I have to slow down. I have to easy does it if I'm going to live step 10. I can inventory before I do something. I need inventory after. Did I just do harm? Have I hurt somebody? What do I need to do moment by moment during the day? That for me is the difference. So I don't do a 10-step inventory at night. I do a 10-step all day long. I live in step 10. Step 11 is a handful of very specific prayers and observations that are done morning and night. And that's just my observation on it, okay? The 12 and 12 disagrees with that. That's just where I am with it. I'm kind of a big book guy. So take a look at that. I'm aware of that difference, by the way. That's just what I'm saying. Don't bring me that one, I know. Okay, it says we vigorously, that means with a lot of energy, commence this way of living as we cleaned up the past. We have entered the world of the Spirit. How's that for a promise? Our next function is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. This is the very first time we've been involved in understanding. This has been action up until now. Not what I understand or know, but what I do. And now we can begin to understand. It says it's not an overnight matter. It should continue for our lifetime. This is forever. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. Those, to me, are the earmarks of ego. The reemergence of ego is the most terrifying thing. I was telling the story about my own character defect and how it's the reemergence of ego that terrifies me. And those spiritual barometers, that's my ego that lies. That's my ego wanting to get its own way at any price. It swears because it's not spiritually connected, right? It becomes angry with you because I think I should be controlling you and what you do. You know, anything I'm angry about, anything I'm unhappy about, it's because I'm trying to control it, because I think I ought to be in charge. Step 1, Section B, I think I'm supposed to be managing it. That's why I'm angry, right? That's the reemergence of ego. These words, selfish, dishonest, resentment, and fear, in various forms appear throughout the book. And I told you part of what we would do here was to sort of skip around through the book. All right, so let's take a look at that same concept here in step 11, page 86. When we retire at night, we constructively review our day. Were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid? Same list. Page 88, still in the 11th step. We are then in much less danger of excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. Pretty much the same list. Page 67. In the inventory where we looked at our own mistakes, it says, where had we been selfish, dishonest, self-seeking, and frightened? On page 145. The greatest enemies of us alcoholics are resentment, jealousy, envy, frustration, and fear. Man, oh man, oh man. Now there's a concept that just crawls all over this book. It says the same thing over and over again. And those things for me are all the reemergence of ego. Fear is my ego wanting to have its way in the future. Resentment's when I'm not getting it right now, or it didn't get it in the past. And anger is when I'm not getting it now. I mean, it's all over the place. Envy is the same thing. Envy's anger because you've got something I think I should have. It's the same list over and over again. And so what's the answer to that? All right, I'm back on page 84. Continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear when these crop up. I'd like to observe it did not say if. Okay, this is a when question. This is not an if question. So this is not the perfection step either. Here's one of 2 10th step prayers. We ask God to remove them. Oh, okay. I can't get rid of my own selfishness. We found that concept on page 62. We discuss them with someone immediately and make amends quickly if we've harmed anyone. That sounds familiar. Then we resolutely turn our thoughts to someone we can help. Isn't that interesting? It doesn't say that we sit and beat ourselves up for once again having failed to be perfect. I cannot find permission in this book to beat myself up. And I do not take the liberty of beating up the men that I sponsor in any way, shape, or form. I'm going to talk about dropping them if they don't do what I ask. I'm going to get to that in the next hour. But I never beat on them. It's not my job. I'm in no position to do that. But I need to point at these things. And that what we're supposed to do when we screw up is turn our thoughts to someone we can help. Now, we chased that through the book before, but it's all over the place in here. And then here's our code. Love and tolerance of others is our code. And we have ceased fighting anything or anyone, even alcohol. Okay, I'm out of the fight. I've resigned from the fight, so that means I don't have to lose anymore. I don't have to surrender anymore. I can volunteer because I'm not fighting. I'm out of the fight. For this time, sanity will have returned. Okay, we found sanity at the top of page 57. Here it is again. We have promised to you at step 10 the return of sanity. I think sanity comes in 2 forms. This is my own observation. Sanity of mind and sanity of action. And it is the sanity of action that's the important one. It's important for me to do sane things. I have a friend who says that he's pretty sure that God can restore him to sanity, but every morning when he wakes up, he's pretty sure it hadn't happened yet. Says his disease gets up every morning and does push-ups for about 20 minutes before he wakes up, and then it sits up on the top of the bed, up on the headpost, and it waits. And when he opens it, it goes, "Rawr!" and it jumps on him. Because I wake up nuts every morning myself. Don't you? And I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes when we get to step 11. So I think it's really important that what I must have is sanity of action, because my sponsor told me that in the history of this planet, no human has ever been put in an insane asylum for being insane. It's never happened. They put us in there for acting insane. Big difference. And nobody's ever been let out of an insane asylum for being sane. They let them out for acting sane. So on the days when I'm nuts, if I don't act that way, they don't know. And I can walk around with everybody else. Let me tell you something. I've been to the insane asylum, okay? I've been in the little padded cell in withdrawal. I know all about that. This is a better deal, even when I'm nuts. If I don't act that way. Well, I think I made my point. Hope so. Anyway, so we're going to talk here about sanity of action. It says we will seldom be interested in liquor. I haven't been interested in liquor in a long time. It says every once in a while I see one. I think that's kind of an interesting looking bottle. I think I'm not interested in that. They give me a wine list and say, "Is this all you have?" There's no sense in me getting started. They got beers now that they didn't have as a beer drinker. They got beers that I didn't have. I thought, I wonder what that smells like. I thought, no, you don't. I know what it tastes like. It tastes about the same coming back up as it did going down. That's what I need to know about it. All right. So I'm seldom interested. If tempted, we recoil from it as from a hot flame. That is a sane reaction for someone with my history. We react sanely, there it is again, and normally. And we find that this happened automatically. We will see that our new attitude toward liquor has been given us without any thought or effort on our part. It just comes. What that said, I mean, there's tremendous effort that's been taken from the beginning of this book to this point. But the effort has not been about liquor. It hasn't been about stopping drinking. It hasn't been about not wanting a drink. It has been effort, because that's the problem. That's living in the problem. So we haven't been focused on the problem. I haven't been focused on not wanting a drink. I've been focused on having a spiritual experience and learning to live a spiritual life. And in that answer, this other one has been removed. That's what I see when I read this. That's the miracle of it. We're not fighting it, neither are we avoiding temptation. We feel as though we've been placed in a position of neutrality, safe and protected. We have not even sworn off. Who quit forever? Huh? Who quit forever? Lots of times. All right, every time you puked. Come on, pukers. I know you quit forever. Right. How'd it work? Right, okay. So we're not doing that anymore. Instead, the problem has been removed. How did it get removed? By following these steps. By digging the poison out of my soul, because that's what this 4th through 9th steps, well, actually through 10 are about digging the poison out of my soul, about making me be lighter on my feet and in my own skin, at peace, walking in hand with the spirit of the universe. How could you be thirsty? It does not exist for us. We are neither cocky nor are we afraid. That is our experience. That is how we react so long as we keep in a fit spiritual condition. Oh, there's a caveat. Okay, got to keep in fit spiritual condition. It is easy to let up on the spiritual program of action and rest on our laurels. We are headed for trouble if we do, for alcohol is a subtle foe. We are not cured of alcoholism. What we really have is a daily reprieve. Look it up. That's a stay of execution. That's what a reprieve is. It's a stay of execution. This is a death threat. We have a daily reprieve contingent on the maintenance of our spiritual condition. Now, I talked about maintenance meaning two things. It means I can't lose what I've already got. It also means I must maintenance my spiritual condition with prayer, reading spiritual literature, meditation, being nice to folks, taking meetings into jails, all that sort of stuff that we do to maintenance our spiritual condition. And when I first read that sentence in my first year sober, I thought, okay, a spiritual condition. What I'm going to do is to get that spiritual condition, whatever's necessary. And then once I have that, I can take the rest of my life off with pay. I won't have to do anything else. And so I searched for over a year trying to discover what that spiritual condition was. And I finally found it. It's the next sentence, where it says, every day is a day when we must, there are no musts in the program, and this is one of them, all right? Every day is a day when we must carry the vision of God's will into all of our activities. The vision is the best I can see of. Every day. Okay, so I don't get any days off. Is a day when I must carry, it means absolutely got to, the vision of God's will into all of my activities. Not almost all or most. All of my activities. There's a spiritual condition. How do I do that? With this maintenance thing that we talked about. And then here's the second 10-step prayer. How can I best serve thee? Thy will, not mine, be done. 10-step prayer. These are thoughts which must go with us constantly. All right, that's about being present in my own life, moment by moment, prayerfully, just in touch with the great realities, what the book refers to God as in one place. We can exercise our willpower along this line all we wish. It is the proper use of the will. Excuse me. Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction from Him who has all knowledge and power. If we have carefully followed directions, Bill wanted to use directions and how it works, and they got that out of there. But he sneaked it in on them here. If we have carefully followed directions, we have begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. How's that for a promise? Huh? How do you love that? Speaking of promises, how about the short form of step 11? How do you like that for a promise? Sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him. I can't improve something I don't already have. It implies that having done these first 10 steps under the tutelage of a sponsor who has already done them, I will at that point have a conscious contact, for I cannot improve something I don't have. What a powerful promise that is. Much has already been said about receiving strength, inspiration, and direction from Him who has all knowledge and power. If we have carefully followed directions, we have begun to sense the flow of His Spirit into us. To some extent, we have become God-conscious. What a promise. We have begun to develop this vital sixth sense. Vital, once again, Vita, this is a death threat. This is only if you want to live. Sixth sense. A friend of mine says if I'm still using my other 5 senses, trying to get my will to come to pass, I will not develop this vital sixth sense. For it comes in this trying to walk in the Master's presence and trying to say simply, what can I give today? How may I be of service to you or somebody else? What can I do for the man that still suffers? And that's where that consciousness comes from. It says, but we must go further, and that means more action. But we keep getting into this action thing, don't we? Has anybody got a question or something? My voice could use a break. Pardon?
Left that part 11 step.
I haven't gotten to 11 yet.
11.
Oh, I didn't read the whole thing?
No,
Whole 11th step?
the knowledge part.
Yeah, I will.
Only for the knowledge of His will and the power to carry it out, left that out.
I'm going to come to that when I read the step. I was just making that point. We're still in 10, but I was just making that point. Thank you. Hi.
Hi, my name is Ed. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi.
We had a big discussion in our home group about the forward that says we are 100 men and women who have recovered. And then over here, we are not cured.
Allow me if I might. Can I interrupt? This is the great. I'm going to call it a discussion because I'm trying to be a gentleman about whether I'm a recovering or recovered alcoholic. Right? We're hearing this one all the time. I walked into the old Woodbine Club. I was in there about 2 years sober, and I was having a rather heated discussion. It may have been about this. Now, you, not being as spiritually developed as I am, might have thought it was an argument, but it was a discussion. About something exceptionally important, and I'm not sure today what it was, but I know it was extremely important, and this may have been it. And old Joe B. walked in, and Joe had been sober since about a week before the earth began to cool, and was a highly intelligent individual, which clearly would place him on my side of this burning issue, which I cannot quite remember what it was at this point. And as he poured his coffee, I posed the question to him and said, what do you think? And Joe said, well, I am not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution. Do not wish to engage in any controversy. Neither endorse nor oppose any causes. My primary purpose is to stay sober and help other alcoholics achieve sobriety. And I wonder how many AA meetings have got old-time members standing there arguing about whether I'm recovered or recovering, and there's a newcomer standing alone in the door wondering if he needs to come in. I have a primary purpose, and I do not wish to engage in any controversy. And that's my answer. Thank you. Thanks for the question. Whew. Yeah, isn't that fun? Okay. Moving right along. All right. Step 11 suggests prayer and meditation. My wife and I have the high honor and privilege of doing a meditation workshop tomorrow morning at 8:30. Miss Linda does most of it, and she has quite a gift for guided imageries. We're going to read to you from AA and Al-Anon conference-approved literature and share our experience with it. And if there's any chance at all you can come, I'd like to recommend that you do so. I'd like to recommend also, if you can stand it, that you don't do any caffeine before then, because, you know, there's just nothing like meditating really fast. Okay? For me, meditating really fast is like praying hard. Let me show you praying hard. Okay? When I'm praying hard, I'm back to trying to train God. And when I'm meditating fast, I think I've missed a point. So allow me to suggest that if your heart will start without caffeine, bring it on in here, okay? I'd love to see you tomorrow. For me, prayer is talking to God and meditation is listening. And I have the strongest suspicion that I need to listen more than I need to talk. The gentleman here in the second row suggested that I read the full 11th step, and I think it was a good idea. Short form, 11th step, page 59. Sought through prayer and meditation. I like to observe it does not say achieved. The result is not my responsibility. Sought through prayer and meditation. That means that if I go to sleep during meditation, I did great. That's as good as it gets, because I sought. I take no responsibility for the results. That gives me a lot of peace. Hi.
Hi, my name is Vincent. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Vince.
I'm grateful to be here. I remember you saying that when you woke up, you wake up insane, and I do that too. And part of my daily meditation is when I get on my hands and knees, I'll say the Our Father, third step prayer, and seventh step prayer. But right in the middle of prayers, my mind's going, you know, to my task of the day. What are some of the tools you use to get centered so you don't let the mind go, the job, the this, the that,
Okay.
really get centered?
Sure. He's asking about how do you keep your prayers instead of your mind wandering off. And I don't think I have full answers for that, but I'm going to share my experience in a couple of minutes on that. That's a great question. Thank you. Because that's something I think there may be some other people that have some good suggestions on that. But let me come back to this point, and I'm going to get to that in just a minute. It says, sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God as we understood Him, praying only for knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry that out. So that means that I've got to get out of the business of training God. Right? I've just got to quit. I used to pray to the great Monty Hall in the sky. Anybody old enough? No? Let's make a deal. If you will get me out of this one, I will. You ever do that one? Yeah. How'd it work? Yeah, me too. Okay. So for me, prayer is talking to God. Meditation is an attempt to listen, to sit quietly in the Master's presence and see what happens. And for those of you who are new, if you believe what I'm about to say, you will be impressed. If you believe it, okay? I have one thought at a time. And sometimes there's a little space between them. And I wouldn't take anything for that space. And when I got here, my head was a very busy place. And it's not anymore. And prayer and meditation, most especially meditation, and going through this work to dig the poison out of my soul is what's brought me that sense of peace. My head's not a busy place anymore. It says we shouldn't be shy on this matter of prayer. There was a very, very well-known clergyman. As a matter of fact, you would recognize his name if I could remember it, who was asked one time how much time he spent in prayer and meditation every morning. And he said, an hour, unless my life is extremely hectic and the walls are closing in and I have more to do than I can possibly do, in which case I spend 2 hours. I got that one on backwards, don't you? Yeah, it's the first thing that goes. Better men than we are using it constantly. It works. If we have the proper attitude and work at it, it would be easy. If we have the proper attitude and work at it, it would be easy to be vague on this matter. Yet we believe we can make some definite and valuable suggestions. One of the things that I do with new people is I have them read the book out loud. One of the things that happened to me when I was new, and still occasionally, is that my eyes are moving across the page and my mind has gone somewhere else. And I can trap my mind in the moment by reading out loud. If I read out loud, it has to stay here. Because the mind's my worst enemy, I swear it is. And not only that, but I get more out of it because I not only read it with my eyes, I now read it with my throat and my mouth, and I hear it with my ears. I get an awful lot more retention from anything that I read out loud. So if you're new, you're having trouble, or if you've been around a while and your eyes are moving across the page and it's not sticking, read it out loud. Read it out loud. I think you'll find that to be very, very helpful. Now it says here, when we retire at night. I always thought this was upside down. Why don't they do the morning thing first? And it occurred to me that whenever I pick this book up the very first time to read it, I'm already awake. All right, I've already missed the morning deal. So the next one comes at night, and it starts to make better sense to me that way. That's just my own take on it, and I do not wish to engage in any controversy. That's just an observation, okay? Just an observation. It says we constructively review the day. That means I'm not going to beat myself up. Where were we? Here's our list again. Resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid. Those are the earmarks for me of the reemergence of my ego, my will. Do we owe an apology? Did I miss some? Have we kept something to ourselves which should be discussed with another person at once? Were we kind and loving toward all? What could we have done better? Were we thinking of ourselves most of the time? Or were we thinking of what we could do for others, of what we could pack into the stream of life? Isn't that beautiful prose? To pack into the stream of life. But we must be careful not to drift into worry, remorse, or morbid reflection. All right? It says you can't beat yourself up, no matter what. Permission to beat yourself up is not in here. For that would diminish our usefulness to others. Back to what I'm trying to do here. Page 77. But our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us. I can't do that if I'm sitting around bashing myself. Not possible. After making our review, we ask God's forgiveness. That looks like a prayer to me. And inquire, I'm going to ask God what corrective measures should be taken. That's the evening review that a lot of people consider that a 10th step. It looks to me like it's an 11, and my own take is that 10's about being present in my own life. Right? And whatever you're doing and your sponsor's doing suits me fine. That's just my take. And then we go, it says, on awakening, let us think about the 24 hours ahead. I'd like to observe what it does not say. It does not say after 2 over easy and a ham, a half a pot of coffee, and reading the paper. That's not what it says. It says, on awakening. Because I, like Vince, wake up crazy as an outhouse rat. All right? I wake up with untreated alcoholism first thing in the morning. And I must do this on awakening. My friend Don from Louisville, Kentucky says that he's capable of making life-devastating decisions between the bed and the bathroom. Okay? So it says, on awakening. Aha! That must be first thing. We consider plans for the day. Interesting, how do we do that, though? It says, before we begin, we ask God to direct our thinking. So that's the first prayer. I ask God to direct my thinking, especially asking it be divorced from self-pity, dishonest, or self-seeking motives. And I'm going to tell you a personal story. I bought this exceptionally ugly watch at Radio Shack for $30. I don't own Radio Shack stock. But I want to tell you why I bought it. It's because it has multiple alarms. And this morning, Miss Linda and I had them set 15 minutes apart. It's usually somewhere between 10 and 15 minutes. And when the first one goes off, we cuddle. And I do my morning prayers in my wife's arms. And she does hers. It's the best way we found to start the day. It says on awakening. Now, many people feel that they need to kneel and pray. I don't even want to touch that. I do not wish to. I mean, if that's what you want to do, I think that's wonderful. I really do. I have tremendous respect for that. And I kneel to pray some. But I can pray anywhere. And I do my morning prayers in my wife's arms. Wow. Wow. Try that sometime. So I bought this ugly watch because it has multiple alarms. Because when the second one goes off, it's get up time. All right? And the first one we cuddle and we do our morning prayers. And let me tell you the truth. Sometimes that second one wakes us up. I think that's okay. I really think that's okay. Sought through prayer and meditation. Not achieved. Sought. That's my job, is to seek. And so we sought. So that's how we start our day. Under these conditions, we can employ our mental faculties with assurance, for after all, God gave us brains to use. Our thought life will be placed on a much higher plane when our thinking is cleared of wrong motives. In thinking about our day, we may face indecision. Boy, I guess so. We may not be able to determine which course to take. Here we ask God, that must be a prayer, we ask God for inspiration, intuitive thought, or decision. We relax and take it easy. Oh, we don't thrash around? No. We relax and take it easy. We don't struggle, and we're often surprised how the right answers come after we have tried this for a while. What used to be the hunch or occasional inspiration gradually, right? This is not one of those immediate things. gradually becomes a working part of the mind. Being still inexperienced and having just made conscious contact with God, it is not probable that we are going to be inspired at all times. We might pay for this presumption in all sorts of absurd actions and ideas. Nevertheless, we find that our thinking will, as time passes, be more and more on the plane of inspiration. We come to rely on it. I need to bounce these things off of my sponsor when I think I'm being told what to do. I need some help with some skin on it. I think as my sponsor and I prayerfully approach anything, we come up with good answers. A wonderful friend of mine, as a matter of fact, I just saw he's speaking at a conference down here. The yellow one back there is a guy from my home group is speaking, a fellow named Steve. Fabulous guy. Said he had a problem the other day, and it was either do A or do B, and he wasn't sure which one. And he said as he reached for the phone to call his sponsor, he got his relief. The reaching for the phone gave him his relief, because he knew if his sponsor said do A, he'd do A. If his sponsor said B, he'd do B. And he wasn't going to argue. He already had his relief. Now, his sponsor may not come up with the best answer. Oh, but his batting average is so much better than mine. He doesn't make any bad mistakes. All right? And then it says, we usually conclude the period of meditation with a prayer. All right, so it recommends meditation to try to sit quietly in the Master's presence. And we're going to talk about that tomorrow morning at depth, where I'm going to work out of the 12 and 12. Linda works out of some of the Al-Anon literature. I think you'll find it interesting. We usually conclude the period of meditation with a prayer that will be shown all through the day what our next step is to be. That we be given whatever we need to take care of such problems. We ask especially for freedom from self-will. Boy, there it is again. Over and over and over again. I'm asking God to help me to be free of self. And are careful to make no request for ourselves only. We may ask for ourselves, however, if others will be helped. Page 15 in Bill's story. Very powerful. Hold on, I may be on the wrong page. I am. It's on 13. Yeah. This is near the bottom of page 13. I was to test my thinking by the new God consciousness within. Common sense would thus become uncommon sense. For those of you who don't know, it looks to me like the 12 steps appear in narrative form on pages 12 and 13. You might have a look, see what you think. I would also observe that the sober alcoholic called on the wet one. Bill didn't call Ebby. Ebby called Bill. And then he called him back. He called him again. At my home group, we don't give our phone numbers out to newcomers anymore. We stopped it. When I was sober 6 months, or 100 days, I had 100 phone numbers. How many had I called? That's correct. That's exactly right. We don't give our phone numbers out. We exchange phone numbers with newcomers. Guys with guys, girls with girls. And I task myself and the men that I sponsor, when you exchange phone numbers with a new guy, you will call him twice in the next 3 days. All right? There's nothing for you with 12 years to pick up the phone and call a guy with 12 days and say, hey, it's Fred. I met you at the back room group yesterday. I talk to 5 guys every day that are on the phone. You're on today's list. How's it going? I'm going to the fellowship group tonight, 8 o'clock, Presbyterian Church on Nolensville Road. Maybe meet you there, get a cup of coffee. I got a speaker tape you might like. All right? There's nothing for me to call him. He can't call me. This thing about the hand of AA being there, I'm not sure it's enough. I'm not sure it's enough. Maybe we can reach it out just a little bit further. This is life or death. I think we ask for too many surrenders. I believe in giving newcomers sponsor. That's what the greeters of my home group are doing. We're looking for newcomers that don't have sponsors and giving them one if we can. Life or death. Life or death. Let's make it easy for them to stay. Somebody mentioned something to me, too, about someone who's had extended period of sobriety and gone back out. I think the 2 most important things we do in recovery are make it easy for the newcomers to stay and make it easy for those who've gone back out to come back. And I like to tell the ones coming back, if you're coming back, I want to talk to you. This is not a seniority contest. I think we make a little bit too much out of how long you've been sober. I mean, it's important, but it's not a seniority contest. This is life or death today. Life or death today. Let's make it easy for them to come back, folks. Because please, God, if I go back out, please make it easy for me. I got nowhere else to go. Have you? Nowhere. Let's make it easy, okay? That's what we got to do for each other. Bill says, I was to sit quietly when in doubt, asking only for direction and strength to meet my problem as he would have me. Never was I to pray for myself, except as my request bore on my usefulness to others. Then only might I expect to receive, but that would be in great measure. Wow. When I ask God for what he wants me to have, it's astonishing how much help I get. We are careful never to pray. I'm back on page 87. Forgive me, I'm skipping around and not telling you. I apologize. We are careful never to pray for our own selfish ends. Many of us have wasted a lot of time doing that, and it doesn't work. If circumstances warrant, we ask our wives or friends to join us in meditation. I like the group meditation thing. The men of my home group unofficially do a number of retreats, and we do a lot of meditations. We do one that's really neat that we call a love meditation, where we sit in a circle and we all try to sit quietly in God's presence using whatever method seems appropriate. And then when whoever's leading it, say for example I am, when he's ready, we'll take the hand next to him, and he takes the hand next to him. And when this man on this side takes my left hand, I know we have a circle. And I say, God, help us send love too. And I name somebody, and they could be here or they could be gone. And then each man in the circle focuses his love toward me and sends it in with his breath. All right? And it's going to sound really weird to you, but boy, do not knock this if you have not tried it. And they do it until this man on my right has done 3 breaths at least. And then it's his turn. And he says, God, help us send love too. And then I join the rest of the crowd and we focus our love. And he could be naming somebody none of us have ever heard of. That doesn't matter. I believe love can be sent. Part of one of the things I learned from my wife was each morning in my prayer and meditation, I send love to the places I'm going to be. I sent some to this room this morning in meditation. So there'd be some when I got here. And I do that for all the places I'm going to be during the day. And we do this love meditation, and we hold a circle, and then if it comes to you, and we go around several times, if it comes to you, you don't have someone to name, you just squeeze the hand on your right so they know it's their turn. And we don't know what that does to the people that we send this to. For us, it's an exceptionally powerful experience. I'd recommend to you, if you want to talk details on that, I'd be glad to. Some of the other meditation things that we do. For we're seekers. The 12 and 12 recommends that. If we belong to a religious denomination which requires a definite morning devotion, we attend to that also. If not members of religious bodies, we sometimes select and memorize a few set prayers which emphasize the principles we have been discussing. So here's praying yet again. There are many helpful books also. Suggestions about these may be obtained from one's priest, minister, or rabbi. Be quick to see where religious people are right. Make use of what they offer. As we go through the day, we pause when agitated or doubtful and ask for the right thought or action. Isn't that interesting? This is so important that they've had to tell us again. Bye, girls. Thanks for coming. These people need to sponsor you, by the way. Ladies, before you go, we need to sponsor you very, very much. I wish I'd known when I was new that the old-timers needed to sponsor. You're not begging somebody. You're not saying, I'm a dead weight, would you drag me? You're going to hate this. When you ask someone to sponsor you, you're saying, I believe you're on the path. May I walk beside you? We will help each other. I don't care how new you are. That's the deal. How many times have I heard myself telling somebody I sponsor something I needed to hear? How many times have they asked questions that open doors for me? We need to sponsor you. Do somebody a favor. Let them sponsor you. Thanks. God bless. Thanks for coming. These girls are all in treatment. Is that great that they were here? I didn't know they were leaving. That's part of what I like to do on step 12. Now I'm confused. Now I'm going to have to start again with good morning. Oh, man. Okay, we're at the bottom of page 87. Yeah, it's right. I got to set the alarm. Where's Miss Linda? I'm supposed to cuddle. As we go through the day, we pause when agitated or doubtful and ask for the right thought or action. That's exactly what it said on the facing page at the same place. It says, here we ask God for inspiration and intuitive thought or decision. We relax and take it easy. Must be an important concept. They've told us twice. That's what I'm supposed to do when I don't know what to do is not thrash around. Sit quietly in the Master's presence and ask to be open to what he'd have me do. Pretty simple. Oh, here's one. We constantly, that's pretty often, right? Remind ourselves we are no longer running the show. Step 1, section B. I'm not in charge. Okay. Humbly saying to ourselves many times each day, thy will be done. That's a prayer. We are then in much less danger of, here's the ego list again, excitement, fear, anger, worry, self-pity, or foolish decisions. We become much more efficient Oh, really? Yeah. We do not tire so easily, for we are not burning up energy foolishly as we did when we were trying to arrange life to suit ourselves. It works. It really does. We alcoholics are undisciplined. I love that. I want to read to you from page, I think it's 25 or 23. This is one of my favorite quotations in the book. They're talking to alcoholics. This is a sentence not taken out of context. It says, once in a while he may tell the truth. Is that thin? Once in a while, maybe. Okay, yeah. Don't want to spread the truth around too thick. Save it for emergencies. There's a wonderful line from Nashville. I know a lot of country folk, country singers and so on, and one of them wrote a great song that has a wonderful line in it. It says, you'll never catch me in a lie, but I'll tell you the truth at my own pace. Well, we stretch that every way we can, don't we? I think we're great at that kind of thing. Let's see here. Where am I? We alcoholics are undisciplined, so we let God discipline us in this simple way we have just outlined. Interesting, the word discipline comes from the same root word as disciple. It's someone who learns. In the home I grew up in, discipline and punishment, the same thing. I was confused. It's an old belief that had to go. So when I discipline myself, I don't beat on me. I put myself in a position to learn. That's why if you're involved in a university, they refer to the disciplines. Philosophy is a discipline. The sciences are disciplines. They're bodies of learning. So that's what this is. So when it says here, we let God discipline us, it doesn't mean he punish. It means I'm allowing him to teach. My God, this is just me, my God's a gentleman. And I don't fully believe this, okay, but operationally it works pretty good for me. He doesn't go where he's not invited, doesn't say where he's not made welcome. That's what a gentleman does. So it's my job each morning to invite God into my life as God. And to try to do the things during the day that I think will make him welcome. Now, I don't fully believe that because I'm not sure any of us would have survived the wet phase of our alcoholism if he didn't go where he was uninvited. But I think it's important for me today to do that. And that's in part, I think, what step 11 is about. And it says, but this is not all. There is action and more action. Faith without works is dead. Oh, not another death threat. Golly. I mean, they just don't ever seem to get off of that. I don't know that I've missed a morning since I got out of treatment and discovered these directions on pages 86, 87, and 88 on how to open and close my day. I start my newcomers on that immediately. I want them to read 86, 87, 88 out loud, morning and night for the first 30 days they're sober. And I want them to do it, to get that in their mind. I begin them on Roman numeral 11, which is the first page after the table of contents, reading a minimum of 2 pages a day, looking up at least one word. I don't care if you have a PhD in English. Look up at least a word on every page, and let's talk about those things. Do you happen to know, by the way, the difference between a good habit and a bad habit? I'm going to tell you, good habits are easy to break. That's the difference. If I'm going to have a good habit, I'm going to have to pay the price to keep it. And opening and closing my day on those pages is a good habit. And it's something I have to continue to do. If I'm going to have this thing, I've got to continue to do it. I have a good friend in Nashville who says that if he could give every newcomer coming through the door only one thing, it'd be 500 cc's of desperation right in the butt. You know, because the desperate ones we do pretty good with. We don't care much how squirrely they are. We really don't care. And I tell the new ones that I sponsor, I say, I've been a park ranger a long time, baby. You're not my first squirrel. Don't worry about it. Just dump your bucket. Let's talk about what's going on. I like to start them there and then take them through the work. And I have personally not yet seen any individual go through these steps too fast and drink again. I've seen several 100,000 go too slow. We can do it again. We can do it again. We're going to get what we can get. I'm not giving them the trophy. I don't believe in the trophy. What I'd like to do now, I've got about 11 minutes after 3, and I really need a break this time. Does somebody have a question? We got a couple of minutes left on this one. Hi.
You just said that you start them out on page 11?
Roman numeral 11.
Okay.
Roman numeral 11. Thank you very much. Start on Roman numeral 11. Yeah, you're sober. I tell them you're sober now. We read forwards and introductions. Okay? Prefaces. We read those things. You're sober now. Okay? There's powerful stuff in there. We've referred to that several times. Anybody else? Okay, 18-minute warning. Take a break. Yeah, if you want the how to learn to cry or how to write the letter handout, it's right here on the end.
Are you going to be around after, like this afternoon, after 4 o'clock?
I'm going to be so available this weekend you won't believe it.
Very good. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I read that every.
My name's Scott Lee, and I am an alcoholic. And most grateful and very gratified by the number of people that are this interested in the work. Boy, you guys got it going on around here, I promise you. And I've appreciated your humor, and your questions have just been spectacular. Thank you so much. Someone was just asking me the purpose of the questions I ask at the end of the fifth step. And I'm going to cover that as soon as we do a moment of silence and acknowledge the presence of the great power of the loving God. I'll meet you back here in just a minute. Amen. Thank you. The reason I ask the questions at the end, I think I left this one out. I also ask them if they've had a homosexual experience, if I haven't heard it. I always ask for that one because most of them are hiding that. And I do that so that they can complete their fifth step. That's my purpose. I'm not there to judge. I'm just trying to give them a chance to finish the fifth step. That's what that's about. I'm going to talk mostly about step 12 this time. I heard my wife and I spoke at a conference a while back, and they did the sobriety count-up, count-down thing, and the guy with 42 years was giving the big book to the guy with 3 days or something. And he says to him, remember, our program is 1 day at a time in a row. Which I thought was a pretty good perspective. And, talking a little bit about sponsorship, I had an experience. The story I'm about to tell you is true, and all of the dialogue in it is true also. I was a member of the Woodbine Club, and they had a little bitty house, and it was the only thing that held it together was the nicotine on the walls. I know if we'd watched that place, it would have come down. Tinder box. And it was sold, it had a fuse box instead of a circuit breaker panel, okay? And we started a non-smoking meeting in the back room of this thing, which is now my home group, the back room in Nashville. And we had about 44 people just packed in. You're touching people on both sides. There's 2 people leaning in the window and 2 standing in the door. And we're just packed in like this. And just before the meeting started, I'm sober about 5 years, this newcomer I'm sponsoring sitting next to me leans over to me and says, you know, those guys in the front room are smoking like 5.2 cigarettes per hour apiece. If the fire marshal ever saw this, he'd shut us down in a heartbeat. And I said, and it was true, don't worry about it. I'm his sponsor. It affects everybody, and I think that's important. One of the joys of sponsorship for me, and I was really, if I'd known the girls from the treatment center were leaving, we'd have done step 12. But has been having this experience, and I bet there are people in this room that have had it, where someone you're sponsoring or someone comes to you with a question, and you did not know the answer until you opened your mouth and it came out. Do you know? So I see you nodding. You know what I'm talking about. That a piece of the great truth that you did not know flowed through you. That's one of the great experiences of my life. If you haven't had that one, stick around and start sponsoring some people. It's an astonishing experience. We're going to talk a good bit about step 12. Now, I watched a friend of mine getting about a 23-year chip about 5 years ago. And he said when he first got to recovery that he did not want to have a sponsor because he did not want anybody telling him what to do. And then it occurred to him that people are telling him what to do all the time. Landlady telling him, get out. Cop telling him, get in. And maybe if he got one of these sponsor fellers and did what he said, that nobody else would get to tell him what to do. And that had been his experience for 23 years. So I'm here to talk about step 12, about this opportunity to carry the message. And this is just one of the joys of my life. My wife and I are occasionally allowed to do a workshop on this, and it takes us 2 hours, so I'm going to see how much of that I can get into one. I want to talk about my sponsorship lineage and what I learned. I asked a fellow named Sonny Luther to sponsor me when I was about 5 months sober, and I was just a fire hazard. I was so dry. And I was walking around not drinking all the time. That's just what I did 24 hours away. I just didn't drink. I'd done everything on the aftercare list that was there except for get a sponsor. Let's see if you can do. I bet you can do this. And I was so insane. This is a 2-word fill in the blank. Are you ready? I was so insane that I was looking for a sponsor I could relate to. Isn't that hilarious? Okay. If anybody here is new and doesn't think that's hilarious, please listen very closely. All right. I'm a new guy. All right. I'm a new guy. And my brain's on 9 different radio stations at the same time going full blast. All right? And I only went to 87 meetings in my first 90 days. I tried to go to 90 and 90, but I can remember one time I was about to leave for the meeting, and my son decided to try to learn to dance standing up in a rocking chair. And we went to the emergency room instead of the meeting. And I didn't know you could go to 2 meetings in a day. Newcomer thinking. There really isn't much like it on the planet. Thankfully, okay? So who can I relate to? I can relate to somebody else that can't figure out you can go to 2 meetings in a day is who I can relate to. And I didn't need a sponsor I could relate to, and I don't today. I needed a sponsor I would obey. Oh. Well. So, anyway, I saw Sonny at this meeting, and he was chairing. He was sober about 16 years, and I said, would you sponsor me? And he said, sure, I'll be glad to. Here's my home number. Here's my work number. Call me. I said, great. That's a Friday night, the Oak Hill meeting. And I felt good. I mean, I got relief. I really did. So I waited till the next Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock. And I called Sonny at work. Now, here's a concept. Sonny was sober so long that when he went to work, he worked. Okay? Separate concepts. Going to work and working. Got it? Like having a sponsor, being sponsored. Not necessarily the same thing. You got it? Okay. So I said, Sonny, it's Scott. And he said, are you okay? I know now. Had I said, no, Sonny, I'm not. My butt's on fire. He would have dropped everything. I know he would have. I said, yeah, I'm okay. He says, well, I'm at work and I'm really busy. You're checked in. Call me another time. I said, okay. So I waited a couple of more days and called him at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at work. Figure it out. And in the meantime, I see this other guy in these meetings and his lights are on. You know what I mean? His lights are on. And I wanted to feel like he looked. And I said, would you sponsor me? And he said, do you already have a sponsor? And I said, yes. And he said, tell him he's fired and I will sponsor you. What an order. I can't go through with it. And I thought this is not the kind of thing you could possibly do on the phone. And the only meeting I was seeing Sonny at was a Friday night at Oak Hill. So I had to wait until then. And I went to the Oak Hill meeting that Friday night with heavy heart to devastate this man. Okay, if you're new and you didn't think that was funny, listen up now, okay? It's getting important. To devastate Sonny's life by telling him that he was not going to continue to sponsor the budding St. Scott, all right? And he got there early and made the coffee, and I ran up to him about 7:30. I said, and I thought, if I don't do it right away, I'm going to chicken out. I said, Sonny, I've asked somebody else to sponsor me. And he said, good. Who? That was not the response I was expecting. And I said, well, Jerry Crow. And he said, oh, wonderful. He's done the 12 steps. He knows the book. He can coach you through the work. And then he said something I didn't understand for a year and a half. He said, this wasn't working for me either. Huh? Oh, sponsorship's a two-way street. All right? I didn't get that until I started sponsoring. And because y'all heard what I said to the girls that were from the treatment center about how we need to and all that stuff. And then he said, this wasn't working for me either. Don't lose my number. Let's stay in touch. But I got to go make the coffee. And so that was how I devastated Sonny's life. And so I went back to Jerry and I said, okay, I fired him. And he said, okay, I'll sponsor you my way. And I said, what does that mean exactly? And he said, and I'll be saying this again Sunday, it's the most important thing I brought to you. He said, you are too sick to stay sober on the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. You will need the program also. And I didn't know what he was talking about. He gave me that definition on page 59, the 12 steps. And he said, you're going to have to work the steps. And I told him, as I said before, I don't want to. And he said, it's okay as long as you do it. And that's where we began. And I'll tell some more of the story later on. But I learned so much from him. He changed my life. I think he saved my life. And I'll save that story for Sunday too. And I moved on. I have found it necessary. I'm on my 6th sponsor now. And I think if my sponsorship relationship is not enhancing my spiritual growth, I have to take a look at it. And I think that's probably the only measuring stick on that. As far if somebody has another one, I'd certainly love to hear it. But is it enhancing my spiritual growth is a great question. So I've found it necessary to move on a couple of times, and I had a sponsor show me how to drop a sponsor. And I told you that stuff about the 6th step, that my character defects are all self-centered and push God in the center and all that stuff. That's a gift from my 4th sponsor, who I had to drop. He's the most spiritual man I ever expect to know. But he was unavailable. I was in the middle of a divorce, and I just couldn't get him. I called him on a Friday afternoon to tell him I'd asked another man to sponsor me. And I left a message on his machine. It was the following Tuesday afternoon when he got back to me. And it's not, I'm not saying anything negative about him. His life was so full, he didn't have time to give me what I needed at that point. And I moved on from the most spiritual man I ever expect to meet. And the way I moved on was I said, thank you. Thank you for all the time you've spent with me. Thank you for all you've given me. Thank you for all I've learned. Thank you. It's only fair for me to tell you that I've asked someone else to sponsor me. And if he had asked me any questions, I would have answered them. He didn't. I think he knew why. And I was dropped twice in 2002, once by a man I'm still very close to, who's sober 12 years, and one that's sober 3. Because I'm out of town so much, they felt that they needed more than what I could give them. And they go with my blessing. And I think if I ever get dropped by somebody and I'm angry about it, I'm probably in trouble and didn't know it. Because it means my ego's tied up in what's going on here. And I tell people, if you need to move on, what you do is you thank them. Thank them profusely and thank them. And if they become angry with you, the one thing you'll know for sure is that you're moving on is the right thing for you to do. So that's one of the things that I learned from a fellow named Don Roy, who's now gone. He's my immediate past sponsor. And he died when I was only sober about 11 years, a little under 11. And I needed a sponsor. I mean, I guarantee you, a little under 11 years ain't enough to be out loose. No way. And the 5 sponsors I had at that point were the most unusual group of men. I mean, you would never put them together. And I thought, I know I need a sponsor. And, Don had been terminal for a long time, but I'm so brain damaged, I'm not even looking for my next one. And I'm figuring he's going to live forever. Talk about a guy that carried the message. And so I asked myself this question. What were the common characteristics that these 5 men had? Because they were so different, but what were their common characteristics? So I figure if I can figure out what those are, I'll know what I'm looking for. And here they are. They were all sober men, right? I don't sponsor women. I don't have women to sponsor. And I don't have women sponsors. Now, you do what you need to do. There's just me. And the reason is because I have not seen an unattractive woman since the summer I turned 12 years old. All right, y'all look great to me. If you girls having low self-esteem, come ask me how you look. I'll tell you. You look great. Okay. I don't need to get confused about what's going on here. So it's got to be a sober man who has worked the 12 steps. They say at my home group, you can't anymore give away something you ain't got than you can come back from somewhere you ain't been. And his first job is to make sure my step work is solid if I've been around for a while, or to take me through the steps if I've never been. All right? Sober man who's done the steps, who has a sponsor himself. Hopefully it means he's surrendered. Definitely it means when I bring him the question he can't answer, we have a plan. It's good to have a plan. It's got to be somebody who will tell me the truth when I don't want to hear it. I have a fellow I used to drink with, got sober 4 years ago, and he called me from treatment. He said, would you sponsor me? And I said, I'd be honored to sponsor you. And we're not friends starting right now. Because I'm going to give you suggestions, and you better take them as orders. And when you got you a brand new shiny 5-year chip in your pocket, we'll talk about being friends. He's coming up on 5 years. We'll see what happens. I don't think he's going to want to be friends because this sponsor relationship has been too powerful for both of us. He's got other friends. He needs a sponsor. So it's got to be somebody who will tell me the truth when I don't want to hear it. It's got to be somebody who's active in service work. It is my experience that the winners are all doing something to give it back. I hear this attitude of gratitude, and I'm not here to argue with it. My sponsor told me that gratitude was not an attitude, it was action. Gratitude is show up early and set up the chairs and make the coffee. Gratitude is serve your home group as GSR or treasurer or secretary. Gratitude is stay after the meeting, put the chairs away. Gratitude is take the meeting into the insane asylum, the jail, the prison, the treatment center. Gratitude is go down to central office and answer the phones and sweep up. Gratitude is do something so that maybe somebody else will get this thing. You want to do something that'll light you up like Chinese New Year's? Find a member of our fellowship that's in the hospital and grab 2 other people and take a meeting in that hospital room and see what you get. Wow. Yeah. The winners are all doing something to give it back. And the 6th, and I think for me the most important characteristic, I'm going to show off now, okay? Page 132 in the text, in the dead center of the page, that would be 16 lines from the top and bottom and 2 words in from both margins. Okay, we happen to know where this one is, where it says, we absolutely insist on enjoying life. I would not have a sponsor that wasn't laughing. If you ever meet Ice Cream Steve, one thing you'll know for sure is he's having a good time. All right? And is that why you drank? Huh? To have a good time? Well, if you're new, maybe you ought to have a sponsor that's having a good time sober, and then you won't have to figure out how. Huh? Maybe that trail's already been blazed, and you just need somebody to hold your hand while you walk it. I wouldn't have a sponsor that wasn't having a good time. Now, he cries some. He gets hurt. Hard things happen. We saw that guarantee on pages 14 and 15. All right? That happens. But by and large, people in my experience who are really living this thing laugh a lot. I believe laughter is the sound effect of recovery. Don't you? Isn't that your experience with it? Okay. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. One result. I'm going to talk a little bit about how I sponsor. I'm going to do some more reading from the book. I think my first responsibility as a sponsor is to love them. I'm told that God is love, and when I give love, I give God. It is the highest gift. That is my first responsibility. My second responsibility is to coach them through these 12 steps by assignment. I am today sponsored by assignment. I sponsor by assignment. And I take them through the work at a pace that I set based on what I know about their lives. And I'm going to tell you what my current assignment is, by the way. My assignment is to spread the joy. And the ice cream man was serious when he gave me that assignment. That's been my assignment for about 4 years. That's what I'm here to do. That's my job. I was given a gift. On Christmas Day a few years ago, we ran out of milk. And I walked into a little convenience store about noon. And I grabbed a gallon of milk, and I'm just on the fly. And I was given a gift. And the gift I was given is that my heart saw the human being, the person, standing behind the counter on Christmas Day, working for minimum wage, so that I could buy a gallon of milk. And I was given the gift. And the gift was that this part of me saw that part of him. And I said to him, thank you for working on Christmas Day. I bet there's some place you'd rather be. But my family ran out of milk. And if you hadn't come to work today, I couldn't buy it. I really appreciate you being here. It moves me now to retell it. And it moved me then when I had the privilege of doing it. And it moved him. I don't know that I've ever thanked anybody enough. And I'm really careful, and especially on the weekends, if I buy groceries or gasoline or something, I always say, thanks for working on the weekend. I bet there's someplace you'd rather be. But I need to do this today, and I thank you for coming in. Get your Big Mac and fries in your bag, and before you turn your back on the counter, say, thanks very much, and then lean around and say, hey, in the kitchen, thanks for making my lunch. You guys make a great burger here. Thanks, I appreciate you. And see what happens to you. I don't know what it does to them, but it lights me up every time. That to me is in part what gratitude is. It's those kinds of actions. Anyway, I coach them through the 12 steps. I insist on that. I cheer for their growth. Oh, and I'll handle their small problems. You know, this stuff that comes along. As long as they're doing the assignments. If they're not doing the assignments, which will take them to a spiritual experience that this book promised as the result of these steps. If they're doing the assignments, we're on the way to a permanent solution. If they're not doing the assignments, I'm not helping them. Because they're not letting me. So I'll handle the small stuff while we're doing that. And I'm going to come to this piece in a minute. I cheer for their growth. And one of my favorite times to cheer for their growth is when they come to me and say they lied to me. And I told you I went to 7 meetings last week and I only went to 5. And I would say, all right, fantastic, congratulations. I think a sponsor needs to keep them off center just a little bit, keep them a little off balance. And I say, what are you talking about? I say, man, you have grown so much spiritually that you can't live with lying to me. Congratulations. Wow, what a change that is. I mean, we used to lie for a living, right? And now you can't live with that little lie. What a wonderful job you're doing. I'm so proud of you. Isn't that great? Now, don't do things that you have to lie about, right? That's the lesson in that. But I knew he was going to lie to me the day before I met him, right? He's an alcoholic. Of course he's going to lie to me. Huh? That hurt me that he went to 5 meetings instead of 7? I don't think so. He needs for me to cheer for him. And I always promise him, say, I will cheer for you. And you don't have to believe it. Because you believe I believe it, because I will not fake that. Because I think I can kill you doing that. I only cheer when I see growth. And that's growth. Yeah, I read that to him, page 23. Once in a while he may tell the truth. Well, okay, I caught him telling the truth. Truth is he lied. Well, all right. Well, way to go. Way to go. I got a little problem with that myself, okay? All right. I do not manage their lives. Step 1, section B says, my life's unmanageable. If I can't manage mine, I certainly can't manage his. One of the boys I sponsor has been offered a job in Reno. Do I know if he needs to move to Reno? How would I know? Of course not, I don't know. I don't know if he needs to get married, move to Reno, buy a dog. How would I know? What I do, though, is I listen to what he has to say, and I explore options with him. Bring me a problem. I want to hear the word today, because that's going to be part of the answer. Let's make it part of the problem. We'll get to the answer a lot faster. The today word's magic. I get a new guy, I want him to write down today on about 5 sheets of paper. I want one on the mirror where he shaves, one in the underwear drawer, one in the sock drawer, one on the dashboard of the car, one on the desk at work, and one in your money. And I want you saying and thinking and praying the word today as much as you can. One day at a time at part means be here. You know, wherever your body is, let your mind be there. All right, let's be here today. But I don't manage their lives, but I do like to list options with them. And when they're angry with somebody, if something's going tough, I like to list this option. Well, you could get a 12-gauge shotgun, blow his head off. And I say that. It's an option. I think it's a poor one. And I think that... Well, good. I'm glad you're still with me. But I think if we talk about that option, it decreases the chances that he will choose it. All right? So let's lay it out. That's an option. Typically, he only sees 1 or 2. I probably see 5 or 6. And typically, the 5 6 I see, with that exception, with the shotguns an exception, are generally better choices than what he has. You know, his choices are either suicide or homicide. I see some middle ground. And so I like to lay out the options that I see. And unless he's choosing a shotgun type option, I let him go. But I want to explore options with him. The problem bores me to death. I will tell you that I listened to the problem once. The men that I sponsor would all raise their hands right now and disagree. There's no way to tell Scott the problem once. He ain't listened to the whole problem. I don't want to hear about the problem. I'll stay with you all night and talk about solutions. But the problem bores me. So let's get to the solutions. I like to list the options. And I like to check whatever options he's looking at against the principles of this program. Is the option he's choosing in violation of the principles? Because if it's not, I'm out of the game. This is his lesson. He and God need to work that out. One day at a time, I think, is the part of the answer to every question I've ever been brought in sponsorship. We always talk about one day at a time. I talk more about that and about sponsorship than everything else with the men that I sponsor. I get their permission to talk to my sponsor about them in detail. That's one of the first things I extract from them. It's one of the things I ask the men that I sponsor to get from the men that they sponsor. Get his permission to talk to me so we can have this channel open. Because if you don't have his permission to talk about this, we're not talking about it. Because we're going to honor that. I like to talk about anonymity. I'm going to tell you one of my favorite stories. I had an experience. Anonymity is the reason I put my last name on this badge. Right? I just had my last initial. But in keeping with our tradition of anonymity, I have put my last name on my badge. If that sounds crazy to you, I'd like to recommend the pamphlet, Understanding Anonymity. I was amazed before I was halfway through. I think you'll find it very interesting reading. But I like to talk about anonymity because it's not about hiding. It is in large measure about doing something good and not getting caught. That's part of what anonymity is about. And I had an experience a number of years ago where I was able to do something nice for somebody and not get caught. And what happened was I was given a gift. And the gift was, it was like there was a piece of sunshine about the size of a golf ball that lodged itself in my chest. I see some people that know what I'm talking about. Okay. And And I could think about what I'd done anytime, and this thing would glow and send light throughout my whole body. I'm not trying to be poetic. That is precisely what happened. And I didn't tell a soul. And day or night, no matter what was going on, I could just think about what I'd done, and this thing would make me glow. And I was able to stand that for about 6 months. But see, I'm into the applause. And so I told somebody, and that piece of sunshine came out my mouth with the story. It's not in here now, and I'm going to tell you what it was. I took a small boy fishing. He was about 8 years old, and nobody in his family fished. And I met him in a city park, and he was really wanting to try it. And his mom gave permission. And I put him in the front of a canoe, and we floated the Buffalo River. Light spinning tackle for smallmouth. He caught a 4-pound smallmouth. He got my fish. I mean, it was just one of those days. And we floated the river for about 8 or 10 hours, I guess. And it was just a glorious. I tell people there's probably a place in heaven almost as beautiful as the Buffalo River in Tennessee. And I believe there may be. And about 45 minutes or an hour from the takeout, and there's no place in this river for the next half a mile to get out. All of a sudden, the sky blackened. And I mean, it's fixing to come. I can smell that first gust of rain. And we come down a run, and I did what canoeists call eddy out. There's a little backwater, and I was able to parallel park it up under some trees. Now, inside, I am just about to give God a piece of my mind. I mean, here St. Scott has taken this boy out. He caught my fish. I'm being a good guy, and you would send raindrops the size of my thumb, 1/4 of an inch apart. It isn't right. I'm about to give God a piece of my mind. When this magnificent little boy looks over his shoulder at me and he says, "Is it okay to fish here?" I forget that. That's the question I'm supposed to ask when the sky is blackened and my life isn't going the way I think it should. That's the question I'm supposed to take to my Father. Is it okay to fish here? Because that's my job. I have a new employer, and I forget that. And that was such a gift to me. And I know people who are full of those little pieces of sunshine. And if you haven't tried one, sneak around somewhere and do something really nice for somebody and don't get caught. See what happens. That's a little bit about, for me, what anonymity is about. That's what I try to work with the guys that I sponsor. Each time I have contact with them on the phone or in person, I pray. And I ask God to flow through me, to make me perfect for this time, to me, that I might be an open channel for the two of them. I get them active in service work. The majority of the men that I sponsor are taking meetings into jails and prisons. That's what most of us do. I have forbidden 2 of the men that I sponsor to take meetings into jails and prisons. And I have good reasons. If somebody cares later, I'll be glad to tell you. They are active doing other things. So we got plenty of other stuff to do. All right, so I'm not just hung up on that. But I think it's important to be going out of your way to try to carry this message, because that's when we get the gifts. I come out of those jails a foot off the ground with tears running down my face. If you're into jail things, see me later. I will tell you of some spectacular stuff. We've almost got the keys to one of the jails. I mean, we are really, really having a ball there. And then I coach them through sponsoring. And I like them to start sponsoring when they're in about the middle of the 9th step, because that's part of the motivation to keep them going. They start sponsoring somebody and look over their shoulder and realize he's gaining on them. They haven't finished 9. Sometimes that'll give them that little goose that they need to get them on and through the work. It's one of those little tricky sponsor things. And thank you, Lee. And I always tell them, because they always say, "I'm not ready." I say, no, I'm final authority on that. You're ready. Because the first thing you're going to get is his permission to talk to me. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to coach you through sponsoring him. I am not going to let you risk somebody else's life. I'm not. What I'm going to do is I'm going to help you take him through this work. You will learn so much by sponsoring somebody through this work. Because that's what I've learned stuff here today. Believe me, there are things in it. They rewrote the book again. I hope I can find it again. But there's a couple of rewrites in this thing. And I call it wet ink. I'm afraid to touch it. It might smudge because I know it was not there. But anyway, I coach them through sponsoring. I have something I started 2 years ago, and that's that I get the men that I sponsor together once a month. We do a potluck. We get to the house around 5:30, and just hang out. Now, I've got 5 guys I've been sponsoring for over 15 years. So we hang out together. I sponsor a lot of guys, but when they got 10-year chips, and they've been through the steps 3 or 4 times, and they're active in the prison, and they're sponsoring 8 or 10 guys themselves, they don't require a lot of work. There's just not much to it, okay, if you get them into the deal. And so we do a potluck and we do a big book study. And we dink around and play and have fun from 5 to about 7. We do a big book study from 7 to 9 with a 10-minute break in the middle for the 2 guys I sponsor that are still smoking. And so far, in 25 meetings, we're already all the way to page 124 because we go to depth. Because these guys are reading 2 pages a day. That's one of my requirements. You will read 2 pages a day in the big book every day. We read the book 4 times a year like that. You do that for 15 or 20 years, and you'll start to be able to know where something is in there. And somebody will say, well, that reminds me of something on page 84. Well, great, let's take a look at that. And then we'll read that and talk about it. Somebody will say, well, that reminds me of something on 103. Well, great, let's have a look at that. And so, I mean, page 63 took us like 3 hours to do 1 page. Our purpose is to get together in fellowship and explore this work and figure out better ways to carry this message. So it doesn't matter what pace we're moving at. Doesn't matter at all. I want to talk about something that's very controversial. And fortunately enough, I'm working out of the book on it. We're going to begin on page 95. I'm going to read a piece on 95. I'm going to read a piece on 96. Some of the hardest stuff there is. I'm going to read what the book says, and I'm going to tell you my experience with it. It says, if he is not interested in your solution, if he expects you only to act as a banker for his financial difficulties or a nurse for his sprees, you may have to drop him until he changes his mind. This he may do after he gets hurt some more. That's a middle paragraph on 95. This is top of 96. Do not be discouraged if your prospect does not respond at once. Search out another alcoholic and try again. You are sure to find someone desperate enough to accept with eagerness what you offer. We find it a waste of time to keep chasing a man who cannot or will not work with you. If you leave such a person alone, he may soon become convinced that he cannot recover by himself. To spend too much time in any one situation is to deny some other alcoholic an opportunity to live and be happy. The book is very clear. I only know one thing. I know that people who do work, take the 12 steps, in other words, get into the program, stay active carrying the message, all stay sober. I have not seen it fail in 18 and a half years. I ain't seen it yet. And I know the people that don't. And it's just that simple. When I agree to sponsor somebody, I make sure they understand that what we're going to do is these 12 steps at the pace that I'm going to set. I'm willing to negotiate about it, but I'm going to set the pace. I'm going to be final authority. That's what we're going to do. And I watch the light come on in their eyes, and I watch them carry this message. And it is just a huge joy for me to do that. When I was sober 5 years, this guy that gave me that information about 6 and 7, I called him one day and I was talking about this guy I'm trying to sponsor, and he says, I want you to drop him. I said, come on, Mike, I'm serious. Now he says, no, I'm serious. I want you to drop him. I would rather have you on the golf course than working with this guy. It would be better for your program. I said, what are you talking about? And he said, what are you asking him to do that he's not doing? Well, this is roughly the list. It was call his parole officer, look for a job, go to a meeting every day, open and close his days on 86 and 87, and start his 4th step. And he said, and how much of that is he doing? I said, well, none. He said, you are not his sponsor, he is. You are his fire chief. All right? And when his tail feathers are ablaze, he calls you, he siphons off some of your serenity and puts out his fire and goes right back to doing it his way, and you are not helping him. You are not helping him. And then he said, could you stay sober on the program he's working? And I said, I don't think so. And he said, can you? He said, could you stay sober on his program? I said, I don't think so. He said, can he? And I said, I don't think so. He said, you are probably right. And when he drinks again, you're going to need to be able to sleep knowing that you told him the truth, because he could die or kill somebody else or go to prison for a long period of time, and you are going to have to sleep knowing that you've told him the truth. There's another reason. It's also for him. It is because when I go to drop him, I always go with a heavy heart and say, you are not allowing me to sponsor you. I'm co-signing a lie if I let you think you're sponsored. And I also need to make sure that you understand that you are not in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, and you have never been. You've been in the fellowship. And I've been trying to get you into the program, and you won't go. So I want to make sure that you know that you're not in the program of AA. And the reason I'm doing that is so that the next time he wakes up in a jail cell in a pool of his own blood and vomit, that he will have 3 options. And the options are to continue to live that way, to commit suicide, or to try the program of Alcoholics Anonymous knowing he has not tried it because I told him. I must tell him the truth, for if I don't, I've signed his death warrant. I've signed his death warrant. Okay? I have coached every man that I sponsored through the process of dropping someone who would not allow them to coach them through those 12 steps. And I'm not bragging. We are much in demand. There aren't many guys I'm sponsoring that could take a new one or two right now. We're full. We're much in demand. And we got winners all over the place. What we're looking for is people who are willing to do this work, for we will see the light come on in their eyes. And they'll be on the jail team when they get their 1-year chip. And they'll be carrying meetings into the jails. And they'll be sponsoring people. And if they won't allow us to coach them through the work, we are not helping them. We're lying to them. We've had to stop that. I think it's one of the most important things that we do. And when I go to drop a guy, I'm hoping he's going to say, because this happened to me this past year, I'm hoping he's going to say, no, don't drop me. I'll do what you say. And I'm going to say, great, wonderful. Here's today's assignment. I want you to read these 4 pages in the big book. I want you to look up at least 2 words on every page. I want you to call me at 8:15 tonight, and let's talk about the words you looked up. Don't tell me, buddy. Show me. You start showing me, I'm working with you. That's what I want you. I want him to say, no, don't drop me, I'll do it. That's what I'm hoping for. Because he's got his life bet here, and I know it better than he does. I've been to too many funerals of nice people just like you and me who wouldn't do this work. That's what I'm hoping he's going to say. And if he says, okay, I'll get somebody else or whatever, and he buzzes off, that's fine. If he comes back, I'll take him. If I can't take him, I'll make sure he gets a real sponsor who's done this work. I'll make it as easy as I can for him to come back. I got one guy, I have lost count on how many times I've taken him back. And I'm taking him next time. But he comes, he says, now look, I know I didn't last time, but I'm really serious this time. I'm a hurting unit, and I'm couldn't be more serious now. Please, if you will sponsor me, I'll do anything you say. I really will. Say, okay, here's today's assignment, and here's what time I want you to call me tonight. And he don't call. And I'm taking him next time. Because I'm not going to be the guy that said no the time he meant it. No, sir. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm going to be here. But it has to be my way. I can't sponsor him his way. If his way worked, he wouldn't have asked me to sponsor him. I only know one thing. I have the privilege today of sponsoring a guy that has more time than I do. I've had that experience more than once. Now, I think, in the 6 months to a year, 2 or 3 years, that's maybe not a very good idea. The first time it happened to me, I was sober 8 years, and a guy with 10 asked me to sponsor him. And I've had the experience a couple of times recently of men with more time than I have. And what I say to them is this. I want you to know that I very, very much honor your period of sobriety, and that this is the last time we're going to talk about that. Because you have asked me to sponsor you, and I believe you need to be sponsored. And I only know one thing to do. And I'm going to make suggestions, and you're going to need to take them as orders. And you need to start on page Roman numeral 11. You need to read at least 2 pages a day. Now, if somebody's been around for a while, I'll let them move a lot faster. But I only know one thing to do. I'm going to take him through this work. The only way I know to find out if his step work is solid is to take him through the work myself. And that's what I do. And I get to see the light come on in his eyes. And I honor the period of sobriety, but only in here, because he doesn't need to hear that. That's not good for him. It's not healthy. Because if your sponsor has to have more time than you do, then isn't there by definition one guy and one gal in AA that can't have a sponsor? Well, then I don't believe it. Okay? But if you're new, if you're in treatment, you and your roommate are planning to sponsor each other, please see me after this meeting. So not only do we need the experience and the step work, but the sober living experiences are worth so much. So it needs to be somebody that's got a solid program. And it needs to be easy to change. I look forward to being dropped again. I have a goal for the men that I sponsor. I have a goal. And my goal is that they would outgrow me spiritually. I can't think of another worthy goal. If I can take somebody as far as I can take them, and they can go to somebody else and go further, isn't that a total success? That's my goal. I can't think of another one that's worthy. So that's what I'm trying to do. I've had the experience a couple of years ago. I started sponsoring 2 new guys and discovered they were on, I almost said the name of it, a popular medication among the medical community when they treat our drug deficiencies instead of our alcoholism. And I'm not licensed medical guy. And I want to just share with you what I do in that case. The first thing I do is I say, okay, you're on Prozacs. Well, this happens to be the popular one. I go all the way back to Valium, on the things that they've been curing alcoholism with. And so here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to the person who did the prescribing for you and give them an accurate drug and alcohol history, which they do not have. Okay? We're going to begin there. Once you have done that, if they do not taper you off of this stuff, I want you then to go to an MD that I'm going to name, who, I don't have to tell them this, happens to be sober about 12 years. And I want you to tell him your story. And if he leaves you on that stuff, this conversation's over. If any of those people want you tapered off and you don't, I can't work with you. And that takes me completely out of the judgment business. And that's working well for me. And I have yet to have to get anybody all the way to the MD. Because the psychiatrist, psychologist, whoever's doing the prescribing, they didn't have any idea that this guy was smoking 5 joints a day and drinking a quart of scotch, right? They had no idea. So that's been working for me. I personally do not take check-in calls after 8 o'clock at night. I'm easy to find during the day. I'm in my office. I can take a lot of time off. And my family time is from 8 at night till 8 in the morning. Now, I take emergencies. I encourage them. I say, if it's an emergency, call. If you're not sure if it's an emergency, it is. Call. Because I'd rather take the really didn't turn out to be an emergency call at 3 in the morning than have that turn into a real problem. So please feel free to call. But don't call me at 11 o'clock at night to check in and tell me you're doing okay. I don't want to hear that. That's my family's time. You can catch me at another time. I have several men that I sponsor that I schedule telephone appointments with. We're both busy. We got a lot going on. We book appointments and we talk on the phone. Bill Wilson said we go on 12-step calls not because they are alcoholic, but because we are. I sponsor not because they are alcoholic, but because I am. It's part of my program. I have this tremendous need to give this thing, a huge need to try to pass this thing on. What I've been given is large, and it's under pressure, and it's growing. And if I don't have someone to give it to, I think I get stained inside. I'm diminished if I don't do that. So if you're new here, let me tell you that we need to sponsor you. We need to sponsor you pretty bad. Does anybody have a question at this point? I've really kicked over the anthill. I know I did. No? Okay. Let me cover a couple of other little things just for fun. I'm going to brag a little bit on my home group just because I got a couple of minutes left here. I'm a member of the Backroom Group in Nashville, and I hope you think you're in the best group in the free world. I really hope you do. But you're not, because I don't recognize you. Let me tell you about my group. My group has taken about 50 meetings a month into jails and prisons. We got 80 members. Nobody's doing more than 4. We do a picnic every summer. And we do our annual canoe float and water gun fight in July or August. Now, for those of you who are new and you're thinking water gun, you've forgotten where you are. Think, water gun. Miss Linda and I won that this year. She, at a garage sale, found a water gun that had a hose and went right down into the water bucket. Of course, now we're in canoes under, so she just right into the river, shoots a stream the size of my thumb all the way over to Lee here accurately. We wore them out, baby. I just paddled and she wore them out. It was great. And we eat watermelons halfway through this 4-mile float, and then we go to somebody's house and have a potluck and a discussion meeting. And the newcomers get to see us having fun. And one of them said that. These 2 guys in a halfway house had to go on scholarship. We've got a tremendous number of anonymous donors in my home group. My home group is funding about $600 a month worth of big books into the jail, of which about 150 of that comes out of the basket per hour, what our group has decided. The rest of it's anonymous donors. You give them a phone call and they say, we need a case of books for the jail. And they say, okay. And it appears. We got people doing that. You know, there is no 13th tradition that says put $1 in the basket. I got sober in the summer of 84. Cigarettes were about 50 cents a pack. And it was customary to put $1 in the basket. I quit smoking the summer of 85, so I'm not sure what they are today, but I know it's 6 times that. And it still seems to be the custom to put $1 in the basket. You might think about that. AA World Services won't take more than $2,500 from you. That's the most. Now, I wonder why they had to set an upper limit. It's because some people were trying to send too much. That's why. And if you don't include a little note saying you're an AA member, they'll send it back. My AA central office in Nashville is the same way. $2,500 is the most you can send them. They won't take any more. And you better include a little note, make sure they know who you are, because they'll send it back. We're self-supporting through our own contributions, not fundraisers. Contributions. Might think about that next time the basket comes by. Anonymity is about giving without getting caught. Fold a 20 up in a 1 and drop it in the basket sometime. If you're in a position, fold 100. See what happens. We do a lot of fun stuff in my group. We do an annual games day. On New Year's Day, we carry a meeting into a treatment center. We've done it 16 years in a row. And the reason we know that is because Nick's carrying the 16-year chip, because we got him in our first one. And on New Year's Day this year, 80 of us showed up at Cumberland Heights. They had given us 8 rooms. They had the patients divided up, Bill and Ethel in room number 1, Fred and Sally in room number 2 kind of thing. We had 8 chair people fully briefed. We're going to talk about early recovery, what we did right, what we did wrong, what we think you need to know. I chaired one of the meetings. I told the people in the room that we're going to have what we call a modified speaker meeting. And what that means is we are going to talk. You patients are going to have the chance to ask a very short question, which you're not sharing here, because we want to take it off the table. When I was new, if I sat in a discussion meeting, I thought about what I was going to say from the time they set the topic until my turn came, if it came. And then after my turn, I spent the rest of the meeting patting myself on the back of how brilliant I was, or editing and wishing I'd said it some other way. And I didn't hear what anybody else ever said. Can I see the hands of the people who can relate to that? Thank you very much. And so when we carry a meeting into a treatment center, we take that right off the table. You are not going to share. If you have a question at the end, we'll take it if it's short. That's it. For those of us from the back room group, and I figured out the time, we get 5 minutes apiece. At 4 minutes, I'm going to hold up one finger. At 5 minutes, I'm going to hold up my watch. At 5 minutes and 15 seconds, I'm going to interrupt you. Because if I don't, the last 3 people don't get to share. And we talk about early recovery and what we think they need to know, what was important to us. And we had time left over, so we had a lightning round at the end. And we went around, and everybody said, all right, you got 1 minute to tell them one thing, everybody. We came around the room. And we lean on sponsorship. And we had people got sponsors. And we got people showing up at my home group now that we got on New Year's Day this year, and last year, and the year before. Carrying the message. What a great way to start the year. We get there at 10 o'clock. We get there at 9:30. We have a meeting from 10 until 11:30, and we go to somebody's house and have a potluck and hang out together. Watch the ball games on TV, and there's a bridge game and whatever. What a great way to start the year. Try that at your home group if you're looking for something fun. It's just absolutely a ball. For those who are young, I heard one of my mentors talking to a girl that was 18 years old, and he said, you must stop being a young person in AA. Stop it, and just be a person in AA. Everybody in this room has a reason why they're different. Somebody here's the tallest, and somebody's the shortest, and somebody's got the most education, and somebody's got the least. Somebody's got the most money, and somebody's got the least. And somebody thinks they've done the worst thing anybody's ever done. And everybody here has a reason why they're different. And if we embrace our differences, they will kill us. Stop being a young person in AA. Start being a person in AA. I have the privilege of sponsoring a man who is 18 years old who's sober 18 months. Right? He got sober at 16 and a half. And he has done the work, and he's carrying the message. And he and 3 other guys are now carrying a meeting into one of the jails to inmates who are under 22 years old. Specialty meeting just for them. Dynamite. And that's part of the message they're carrying in there. I'll be 60 on my next birthday, and this 18-year-old calls me by my first name, and he's comfortable with it, and so am I. Where else could you go and get that? And I get to see the world through his eyes. He said something that was one of the most dramatic things I've ever heard, and I'd love to quote him. He said, AA gave me my future back. Wow. That was James. AA gave me my future back. Is that what happened to you? That's what happened to me. I think that's part of why I have such a passion for it. My friend Steve tells a story of the group's perennial slipper. Called him one Sunday afternoon. He says, look, I know you've sponsored me twice before, and everybody has sponsored me, but I'm really serious this time. I want to get sober. I'm dying. Please, would you help me? If you'll sponsor me, I'll do anything you say. And Steve says, sure, okay, I'll help you. Why don't you come on over? And the guy says, right now? leave that kind of under for what it's worth category. I would like to say one more thing, and then I think I'm going to let this thing go. Talking about sponsorship one more time. The Buddhists have a spectacular saying. They say the only way to get into heaven is to bring somebody with you. That's in part what sponsorship's about. This is page 164 in the text. Still you may say, but I will not have the benefit of contact with you who write this book. We cannot be sure. God will determine that. So you must remember that your real reliance is always upon Him. He will show you how to create the fellowship you crave. Our book is meant to be suggestive only. We realize we know only a little. God will constantly disclose more to you and to us. Ask Him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who is still sick. The answers will come if your own house is in order. But obviously you cannot transmit something you haven't got. See to it that your relationship with Him is right, and great events will come to pass for you and countless others. This is the great fact. Abandon yourself to God as you understand God. Admit your faults to Him and to your fellows. Clear away the wreckage of your past. Give freely of what you find and join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit. You will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road of happy destiny. May God bless you and keep you until then. I want to thank you for inviting your God to this thing. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank the God of my limited understanding. I ask for an open heart up here. Rarely has it been more open than this. I have received the gift today of going out of my way, and maybe somebody else would get this thing. It's touched me deeply. I got some more of these how to cry things up here if somebody needs one. And I'm going to be here all weekend. I came to talk to individuals. If you want to talk alone, I'd love to. I say I'm not one of the grand wizards, but I'll sure be glad to talk if somebody wants to talk, if somebody has a question. Does anybody have anything else that we need to do before we close this? I thank you so deeply. You all have touched me. And if we could please, I'd like to form up and I'd like to have a moment of silence. I'd like to whisper the Lord's Prayer. There's something very gentle about that, okay? Write a letter, please come see me. I know you're here. I saw it.
Thank you, Scott.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I have been touched deeply. I'd like to have a moment of silence, and I like to spend that time to honor those who carried this message to me that are gone.